We should be live right about now. All right, so we're going to be getting back to some RimWorld. So the plan for today is we're going to be beginning in a new colony. We did that raider colony before we went on vacation and all that stuff, and that went really well. But we did kind of see the glaring problem with RimWorld's enemy factions where you land at their base in a little wooden box with like 10 people. So we could just roll up in the ship, knock them down and all that kind of stuff. And so rather than just going through the world and systematically destroying the colonies, since we did knock out the Empire colony and everything, we're like, okay, it's just this repeating. Every so often we'll lose someone to RNG, where it rolls the dice and they instantly die, and we'll have to replace them. Otherwise, it was just going to be repeating that. So I feel pretty happy with where that left off. But the plan for today, because I've been really struggling to choose what I want to do for my next colony, just because... like, for content creation, the big thing is to do sweaty, try-hard stuff, and that's not really my enjoyable. I like to do challenges, but I don't like to do 500% naked brutality. I've done that in the past. But we've been having this discussion that a lot, that in some ways, Odyssey's the new thing, it makes the world matter, but it's very limiting on your options in gameplay, versus not engaging with the Odyssey. You got some quality of life, but nothing really changed. Like, you're just going back, especially since people don't, like, there's a lot of people who don't like Anomaly as well. You very quickly go back and you've just been playing the RimWorld that's always been, which is fine. Speaking of which, let's see. I should be adding one more thing to my title here. All DLC. Because there's a lot of people who want to see all the DLC. Oh, I need to get the queue open. There we go. Let's pin that message, and we'll keep it till I manually get rid of it. Alright, so, the plan for today, though, is we are doing a rancher ideology, where we are going to only have crab on the menu. Obviously, at the beginning of the game, before I have the crab wound up, I'll be dealing with what we can work with. I will need to choose some type of, like, coastal, tropical, whatever. I believe there's stone crab, hermit crab, and one other. We'll need the stone crab because the hermit crab is just sad. For the record, this is going to be highly inefficient, so the challenge is going to be not starving to death. I might do a naked brutality just because I haven't done one in forever. Oh, right, I forgot about this one. This was the start we had put together for, like, the Mushroom Empire, whatever. You know what? People mentioned wanting me to do a royalty thing. We could do that. I can get on board with that, because this is the start. It's basically the naked brutality, with the only change being is we've got the no starting research, and that we guaranteed the first character would get psychically hypersensitive just for royalty shenanigans. Because, that makes interest. Yeah, let's do it. Strive to survive, commitment mode. We're on default anomaly settings. We're going to generate the whole world. I have recently found I really like adding the pirate gangs that they got rid of with, I don't remember which one. And then there was that. Okay. So the rest of that I think will all be fine. Oh, landmarks you can make it crowded or not? Oh! Sure, that's probably a terrible idea. Why not? Clearly we have the wrong seed. Crib. Now we load the seed, and there's no crabs on the world at all. That's not how RimWorld works, for the record. But... that was a fun run. Which run? The Raider run? I enjoyed the Raider run. I low-key didn't realize how strong the shooting and melee specialists were, because I don't like pre-Odyssey, I did not like having to raid people, entirely because it meant involving entirely because it just involved the mechanic there. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't remember there was a harbor. Okay. So we've got a bay with a harbor on it. That could be interesting. It's temperate forest year-round grow season, so that'd be perfect for... Sure, let's just go with it. Why not? To heck with it. Create fluid ideology. We'll just go with that. So our ideology will be rancher, which means it's going to be rough at the beginning. And so we're not going to go through and do a big bunch of changes. I'm going to take off these requirements. I actually don't know what the animal specialist does. It's been too long. Higher taming, training chance, hunting, revenge chance is massively reduced. Fishing speed is increased. Okay. And I don't care about any of that. Make sure crabs aren't venerated animals or anything like that. Do that one. Yeah. So I think we're good here. You only do mountain bases yourself? Oh, I do a range of those. We are doing a naked brutality start just because I felt like it. The one... Okay, that'd be weirdly good and terrible. Having a naked brutality pacifist is rough. This is a slightly started custom scenario because we're going to do royalty stuff, so I did grab the psychically hypersensitive, locked it in. So I'm not looking for an amazing pawn, but I need to have some range of skills here. So, like, we can't have someone who's not capable of doctoring or violence without being a huge thing. Okay. Plants, animals, artistic, and medical. That's not bad for a naked brutality start. Having a high medical is very desirable in case you get some injuries or sickness.
What's the worst that could happen?
Primarily the sickness concern is where that matters. Having plants is a good one for early food. Animals will be a very good one as well. Missing cooking is pretty rough. Missing construction, at least to be 3, is pretty rough. But it is one of those things that when you're doing naked brutality, the reality is you can't have everything, so you make do with what you got.
For education, are we?
Favorite skill and least favorite skill. I mean, you kind of need all of the skills. I feel like the skill you can get away with not having the most is probably artistic. And then if you don't have medical, your colony will straight up die. So I wouldn't even say it's like a least and favorite. Like, all of these have a necessity. But artistic, I feel like you can get away with the most not having. Low-key social ends up being way more important than people give credit for. Yeah, cooking early is strong, so we're gonna we're gonna have some food poisoning, and that's just gonna be the life we live. But again, it's naked brutality. Unless you're like character editing or something, you're gonna have holes. Ooh, this is gonna be a rough map. Alright, so we got an ancient danger up here. Oh man. Okay. That bay is taking over the vast majority of the map. This is gonna be a rough one to make work. I'm gonna have to live out in the water, is the reality. Okay, well... Cool. Let's claim these doors real fast. Lots of fish, though. If Rual Storge would be a pawn, which role would you want? Probably the researcher, so he could stay at home. And not go out into any of what's going to happen. Did I not claim that one? I claimed that one. So I'm doing really fast is I'm just checking out this. Okay. So I think I'm content claiming this area, which is going to boost our wealth a little bit. We're going to want to get rid of all of these. All right. We need to go under schedule and all that. Get 2 blocks of recreation in there just because. Right now, we'll make all that 2. Those can be down prioritied to 4 for right now. Oh yeah, I forgot they made fishing its own thing now. Deconstruct those. And we can go here. I don't have fishing technology. We do have the random research turned on. They've chosen beer brewing as the first one. Because of course they did. Alright, so what's going to need to happen here, I should have probably prioritized this early on, is we need to get some plants going. Let's look at our priorities here. Honestly, it's probably fine for a moment. Turn off the, well, auto repair on, don't auto home zone. We'll have a dumping stockpile out here. That is low priority. I have a dumping stockpile down here that is just regular priority. But do not allow human corpses. And we'll have a regular stockpile there. Please get the corpse away from there before you deal with that. Alright. Do gimmick cages prevent rotting, or do they always spawn fresh bodies in them? I think it spawns as a fresh body. That's not some magic thing there. Alright, so we're going to need to adjust these priorities, so we're going to go ahead and make the growing and plant cut higher priority than construction, all that. Hunt will be lower, and the rest could sit there for now. Because we're going to need to get some stuff down. We got some mild rot stink exposure. Okay, so I've got some heal root. We can grab that. I will need to go to recreation. Put you out back. Put you down there. Alright, so where's some berries? Grab yourself a couple rounds of berries. Now, one of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to run to the problem of I have very little construction skill. So where the conventional wisdom is to chuck down some traps early on to get things going. I can't do that because you need construction skill of 3 for traps, and I don't have construction skill of 3. That's just not going to happen. Smash Max forever. I want you to make a short bow. You have crafting a 0. I can't make a bow even. Okay, we're going to make a club. We'll make a face mask, and if we get the chance to make that. This first fight is going to be an absolute disaster. Did you not eat the berries, or did you fail to harvest? No, you just didn't eat them. That's fine. Yeah, his first fight is gonna be pretty rough. Actually, I'll put you on medicine like that. Assign page the defaults down to there. Okay, so you're doing that. But I didn't check. Do we have crabs on the map yet? So we don't have any crabs on the map. That's one of the things I'm a little worried about, is I actually don't know super well where the crabs spawn beyond being coastal. But we do need to get a pair of crab. Man, 2 grizzly bears, a warg, and 2 timber wolves. That is a messy introduction area. Okay, so got some more berries there. I'm gonna wake you up, make you consume those. Harvest 2 more. I've got to do something soon. It doesn't take long for your first hostile event to happen. And I'm going to need a weapon of some kind. Even this is going to be rough because I don't have the construction for a trap. So unless I stop and I focus on construction to get that level, which might be worth doing. It might really be worth doing. Let's see here. So construction is 2. I need 3 for a trap if I remember correctly. So let's tear down this building. Put construction back up again. So hopefully we can get up to 3 real fast.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah, how are we doing in that? 'Cause I'm already a little bit behind the ball of where I should be. We can get to 3. And take advantage of that. Do I have any more food laying around? I have just those berries. Alright, where else do I have berries that we can find in a hurry? Oh, that's really not good. There we go. Okay, get our next 2 harvested. Yeah, if we get to the point of having fishing on this map, life will be much easier. But until I can get to a point where I actually have a weapon, like a bow or a gun or whatever, hunting's kind of off the table on a real level. So that's gonna be a whole thing. I'm not gonna have much time to do research early on. We're busy managing our basic needs. And this is normal naked brutality problems. Normally I wouldn't have these prisons built, but we had a colony already on this map, so I'm just taking it. We can reinstall the table over here. And put the chair over here. Don't do anything with that torch. Don't do anything with that torch. Save the materials. So the challenge I'm going to run into here is I'm putting a lot of time trying to get it so I could get this first trap up. So at least with the first attack, I can hopefully get whatever it is to walk on the trap, take the hit of damage, so that I can, kite or whatever, let them bleed out. Because early game, just doing the melee fight is always a very high-risk choice. Because you'll even have times, I've had the character where it's like, I've had a tough, nimble pawn get into a fight, like where they had, 5, 6, 7, 8 melee skill, get into a fight with one person that had like 1 melee skill and no beneficial traits, and even having the weapon advantage, and then just losing because that other pawn, the weaker pawn, got lucky on the opener and took a neck hit, and is just all downhill from there, or spine hit. How are you doing so far as your construction skill? Okay, we're right about to hit the point where we can make a trap. Okay, so we can make a trap now. So I don't have... Wait, there's obsidian laying around here? Okay, not enough obsidian to do much, but there is apparently some obsidian in here. So let's go here and real fast go to security. We're going to want a trap. Now my choices are wood, spike, and all these. Wood is my only renewable source, but the traps suck. I'm gonna need to do wood. I don't like doing wood because their damage sucks. But that is what it is. Okay, we got a visitor. Because I don't need the trap to actually kill what I'm fighting. I don't have anything to give you. I don't know I'm talking to you. I don't need the trap to actually kill the target. If you can do a leg hit, a back hit, or anything like that, then we can just kite until the enemy gives up. Okay, we're going to switch our priorities again, so we're going to take the construction, deprioritize it again, in favor of getting the other stuff done. How are you doing in your food and all that? Terribly. Love to see it. A gift. You gave me a honestly, give me the Pila. A Pila has a pretty slow fire rate and not great range, which makes it pretty rough to use when you're soloing. It's actually got decent damage, but that's going to be hard to use as a solo pawn. But I would much rather get a throw on a Pila and try and run off if I can than, you know, whatever shows up, just face tank and see who comes out ahead. Okay, there's another one. And two more. Don't care about the monolith. Feel the solid hunting option. Things hit by it tend to die. Yeah, it's got solid damage. Like, that's low key. You can have really solid armor, go up against an impid with a Pila, and die to it because the Pila is actually a pretty solid amount of damage. Okay. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and get our pawn named. So the leader of our colony is going to be, and I'm probably going to mispronounce that, by all means correct me, Akudo. Welcome to the colony. Mad Hare is our first event. It's pretty unlikely. I just realized where that trap is. Not going to be great odds for me to be able to get to actually hit the trap. Yeah, I figure we're just going to want to fight it anyways. Good. We did it without an injury, and that's the most important part. So, before anything else, butcher that animal. Give me that trace amounts of leather and fabric. We are going to want to go in here and have a wall torch eventually. Okay. Yeah, so it's going to take a lot to get going. We're doing fine in our recreation for right now. That's not going to last forever. Okay, I'm going to bump the construction back up, because I want them to tear down this area here, so that stuff running in, I get at least a little bit more wind-up time. As you can see with the rabbit, it was fast enough that I didn't even get the throw off before things got here. This is not a great position for this trap, because normally you put it on like your corners of your building so you can kind of cut around, and an enemy will try and take the shorter route and go right through the trap. Or you make like your trap corridor or whatever you want to call it. Okay, so I have a second trap that'll be easier to use. Don't fuel that fire, tear it down. Yeah, so we can get this wall down here. That'll be good. And yeah, still a little bit more food there. Okay. And when you're doing Naked Brutality, the early game ends up being very slow until you get your second or third pawn. There's a ton of different strategies on how to do this. When you're doing like the 500% kind of stuff, even this base here is probably higher wealth than you want because it's floored. Very genuinely, someone playing 5% no pause Naked Brutality would probably go in here and yank all that floor up. But, yeah, you just put like a research bench in here, you'd keep your traps up, and you'd probably just try and lay low until you got whatever level of research you desired before you kick things off farther. Because the threats will be scaled based on your wealth, and your threats will also be scaled based on the number of pawns you have. And that doesn't mean you run with one pawn forever. It's usually not a bad idea to have like 2 pawns running around. That way, if one of them gets sick, you've got a much better chance to usually remove all flooring from the entire map. Yeah, and that's actually one of the reasons I don't do the 500% anymore, that kind of thing. Just because, like, the amount of wealth management you have to do to make sure you're not getting slammed with huge threats is a whole thing. Okay, so first rice is getting close to done. I'd really like to get this because I don't have any other construction stuff queued up. So if we manage to get this torn down, they'll patch up all these walls and then they'll go back to farming. I probably do need to switch them back to the farming side because I need to have them planting a little bit of rice, then going here, planting a little bit, they'll harvest some, and keep going back and forth. This is more rice than this character needs. Yeah. You can be allowed to deal with that. Oh, there's still another round of berries. And I am not above taking someone else's leftovers. Because again, we're going to be a rancher ideology, so that's going to be a thing we need to deal with. The big thing is going to be, I'm really hoping crabs will show up on this map. Hey, Bassett, thank you so much for the 155 stream streak. Catch the last 155 streams, not miss a single one. Really do appreciate that, so thank you so much for that. Okay, cool, so we got that all taken apart. You're repairing stuff right now. For the moment, let's switch you back over to growing stuff. That's almost ready. You're getting hungry soon. You'll eat the raw turkey, which is definitely not a high risk of food poisoning. Managed to survive without getting it that time. And Infinity Simplex under 150 stream streak. Catch those 150 streams, not miss a single one, so thank you so much for that. Really do appreciate it. Ooh. We got another free meal. Alright, so here's the first raid. Dude with club. They are a genie, so they will go down easy, but they do have pretty high level of melee skill versus I have 1, they have, what was it, like 6? 5? So I'm gonna run here, see if I can't manage to get the first crack off. We're not gonna try and stay and hold it though. And sorted. So we're going to strip you. Do I want to take... Oh, no. You got an addiction and everything? Well, fast walker, chemical interest, incapable of carrying social... No, that's fine. I probably should take them. So, chemical interest is just mildly annoying. Not able to care, that's really annoying. No social can also get you in trouble. They've got combat skills, but they're a genie, which means those combat skills are pretty irrelevant. I also just realized it's going to be tricky for... You know what? Sure, capture him. I probably shouldn't do this. but it'll give me a little bit of practice on the social and all that. And then we can go here and convert you, because I just remembered we want to get our ideology locked in, and that's going to require us to get 3 people. And that'll also give us someone who can craft and all that. Okay. Put on those clothes real fast. Who needs social skills when you got high shooting and melee skills? Unless you're a genie who's a wimp. That undermines a lot of it. Their faction is called the Virus Pests? Yup. Alright, now I can go get that porcupine. Or not porcupine, Wolverine. Butcher that. Mechanoid signal we won't worry about for right now. Because like I said, it's the one I'm torn on. I really like the Odyssey stuff. I really enjoy that. But once we start doing it, we're on that. Ooh, you're injured? Are we talking injured, or just kind of injured? Just kind of injured. That's it, I will take your kill. And we're about to get the first of the rice up, which will be perfect. We are going to need to be able to start cooking meals here, because that's going to be really needed. Yeah, put that there for when we get some wood. Okay. Being a wimp kind of helps melee-oriented pawns. They get knocked down instead of fighting until they die. Yeah, but there's also the caveat of you want your melee pawns to be able to stand there long enough to tie things up before they get into your ranged pawns. So they have a better chance of surviving, but you have a higher chance of losing the overall fight. Now, that said, you know, it's a little A, little B kind of thing. For my ranged pawns, I love all of them to be wimps. Because if they take a nasty hit, I want them to go down and not die. That said, there's also the consequence of like how many sources of fire there are in the game now. That can also be a liability where they get downed by getting a hit. And then the fire does them in. Oh yeah, the Timberwolf died. I'm guessing the Warg went against it. Does that mean the Warg's injured too? No. Oh my god, there's so many grizzly bears. Let's see. You've been playing RimWorld. It's been up and down time. You know you get the hang of RimWorld. The last run, let's see, the last run I'm on is best out of 11. Oh yeah, no, that definitely you'll have some runs that go smoothly, some runs that go terribly, everywhere in between. It just takes time. Okay. Get up there, finish it. That's free meal part 2. Wait, it said you were downed. Oh, that's bad. Run, run, run. It's mostly dead, so you should just have to there you go. Luckily, it was still mostly missing its blood. I didn't pay attention. That's fine. I know it's an ancient danger. I wasn't paying that close attention, so it caught me a little bit by surprise. And I was like, wait, no, you're just sleeping now. Prisoner escaping because you left rice in the door. That's because that's where it positioned those to begin with. And it's because I interrupted them feeding this person and all that. Okay. So what we're trying to do real fast is get the, like, initial field up. We'll definitely want to have more crops. I'm going to try to not go too much overboard in planting yet. We're going to need food. Stone crab. Tame. You require level 8 taming for that? Ooh. Alpaca tame? Okay, so we got a lot of animal skill to go before I'm getting my crab dreams going on. We will put our caravanning spot down here. Yeah, so to open the crab shack, I gotta have 8 animals, which is interesting. The good news is that verifies we will get the crabs on this tile. All right. So I do think I'm going to take advantage of this dock, and while I'm using this building here, we are going to build the base out here on the water. I think I'm going to deliberately try to just ignore the grav ship. As much as I love the grav ship stuff, the only reason with that is the moment I do the grav ship, all of this stops. Okay, so we have converted them, so now we're going to try and recruit them. Yeah, because then I can go and build, like, a whole area to live back here. We can do fishing once we unlock that tech, which we've made 0 progress with because I'm overcommitting on the growing stuff, and then we're splitting our time with that. But I'm hoping once Richmond gets in here, Richmond can be our crafter researcher. And that'll be good. Okay, so Richmond's fully recovered. And I probably need to go out of my way here for a minute to get that trap replaced. Let's go to work. That's fine, we'll keep that going. Just do it really fast. We'll probably be looking at another fight here not too long. Let's see. Don't have to go to mobile colony grab. Don't have to go mobile colony grab ship. You could use it as like a strike team going out and doing missions coming back. Yeah, but that won't be possible until we unlock the grab anchor, which will be way later. And as I've mentioned before, so far I found doing grab ship stuff and having a colony on my offline thing that I get weirdly really big raids as if it's accumulating both their wealth. I don't know if that actually is the case or not, but just what I would expect for the scope of raids for the wealth I have, it seems very disproportional, because I'll have like a really tiny colony with a grav anchor get attacked by a giant group while I have my grav ship someplace else is what I've kind of experienced. So I don't know what's going on with that. I think it's just a matter of the same thing we've always had in RimWorld, that when you're doing multiple colony nonsense, it can get a little funky sometimes. Okay. Apparently I have the psychic tree right here, which is not too shabby. Let's make sure our home zone is what I want it to be. That's fine there. I'll probably want to make that dock our home zone later, when we start transitioning over into the water. Okay, so now you're actually getting construction done between the growing of the rice. That's good news. We'll get everything repaired. We'll hopefully get some floors cleaned up. Then we can worry about... I think this is a steel ruin, so if I tear up all of this, I can get a bunch of steel, because we're not going to have a lot of that on our map. There's, like, no stone here. There's honestly going to be a pretty rough map when it comes to materials. Wood I should be able to make happen. They're not in the volumes I'd like. You're wondering why all your worker request mission want the vast majority of your colony? Like, you accepted A of them, and you'd be left with only a couple of pawns born children. I've found most of the time the worker request missions will leave you with only like 1 or 2 people and children. That they very much do seem to favor really kind of sending most of your colony. Okay, let's go and tell them to cut down a couple more trees, so that we can hopefully get our fire pit going so we can start cooking. To at least mitigate the food poisoning risk. We still need to clean up this area. We'll do that manually once we get the fire pit going. Well, actually, the fire pit's outside, so I don't need to worry about that. I'm used to having a stove in here. Yes, that's going to take some time to convert you. Oh, because you're malnourished. Did you haul that in? Actually feed that guy? I'm honestly surprised we haven't gotten food poisoning yet. Usually going the way that I'm going right now, I typically run into food poisoning around the same time I get my first raid. Well, not doing great with those alpaca. You've got construction turned back up? No, it's next. Unfortunately, I got a grizzly bear chilling pretty close to where I'm living. Okay, so go here. Orders. We'll tell them to deconstruct all that, so we can get the steel and all that out of there. I'd like to get a breeding pair of alpaca in the meantime. We want the crabs eventually, but I need 8 animals. And luckily, we have 4 and a passion. So we should be able to get there. I didn't realize it's quite as high as 8, but that's fine. Okay, we got all that. Please stop following me, Grizzly Bear. You're stressing me out, man. I could probably run you through a trap or two. It's just a matter of if I can do that before you catch me, depending on when you actually aggress. There's what are there? 4 of them now? 3 of them. You think he fed all the food to the alpaca? He did. But we've got to the point where we're getting a decent cycle of it. So I'm feeling pretty okay. That's part of the reason we went a little bit bigger than I really need. Because it'll also give me a source of material for clothing. The bigger issue is it's not letting me feed the prisoner with the food out here until it's hauled back. And we're not getting it hauled back fast enough. But that's okay, we'll get there. It is early game naked brutality. Okay, and we'll get a Nart trap ready. Alright, so do you have any more animals laying around that have been killed? It's kind of the big thing about watching for day after day. That's desiccated. Sometimes you get lucky and one of those bears will kill something like an ibex or whatever and leave most of it behind. You can get yourself some free meals out of it. Not have to even worry about it. Okay, and the research bench is getting done. That's good news. Okay, and bills add cook meals. Do until you have 10. You can zone, stockpile, storage, clear, critical, and then meals. Alright, so Richmond had a crisis of belief because they're starving, because we're not feeding them, because we're jerks, I guess. Cool, so actual meals happening now. Alright. We got the tiny bit of obsidian that was on the map, which is good. Alright, we got our first alpaca. So that is... and we got our breeding pair. So don't bother taming the other two. Okay, so we got a breeding pair of alpaca. They're not going to do a whole lot till we get them an actual pen, which is not an immediate priority, but we'll work on that yet. I can see just like walling off a little spot down here. Because all this is sand, so if I put them there, they'll just starve to death. Let's give them a moment to actually repair all the walls and all that. Man, this This grizzly bear just chilling right around my house is annoying. Grizzly bears, plural. Next time we have a trade caravan or anyone show up, we're going to deliberately attack the grizzly bears to get them to manhunter onto that group to get rid of them. I don't feel very confident with low shooting skill and a Pila going after a healthy grizzly bear. Not unless one of these two has... Yeah, I was going to say, unless they have like a bad back or something. Hey, Rongar, how's it going? And you're at 3 for construction? Alright, how do I want to go about this? So when we have spare time, we can get the alpacas in there. It's not going to be remotely enough of a pen for what we need to do, but it's a start. That's a real big curiosity I have, is how I want to deal with feeding the animals for a ranching colony. I'm going to need a big area for the actual ranch. Disturbing vision, don't care. All right, you're getting close to being at part of the colony. Okay, and have you refuel the fire real quick. All right. Yeah, so you can get the tiny little pen set up there. We'll end up wanting to grow fiber corn in there or whatever. Not fiber corn, that's the terrible idea. Hay. Fiber corn would be absolutely awful. I remember the meta of like doing the dandelions and all that. Like, it's still decent, but they definitely made it so that the fully grown hay grass is way better just from a nutrition standpoint. Okay. How are those skills coming along? Your plants are coming along well, your cooking is horrific. Making solid progress on getting that resistance now down, now they're not starving all the time. Still gotta repair all this stuff. That's okay. I wonder if genuinely I could maintain the crabs on fishing. Just like have a dedicated fishing person to bring in fish. That wouldn't be efficient on the crabs, but it'd be an interesting one. Build a bunch of hydroponics to make a bunch of rice or whatever to feed the crabs. And once I get the pen built, we're going to need a storage room that's indoors. Just laying this crap out here is just going to make it rot, especially when it rains. Okay. Alright, so we got another raid. They're attacking immediately. One dude with a knife who is extremely capable in melee. Not what you love to see. So we're gonna let him run down towards us for a minute. Let's say it's one of those bears right here, so I could potentially poke the bear and run away. No. It actually looks like the bear backed off a lot. Okay, so let's move over here to this corner real fast. See if we can't draw this guy to go down these two traps. Don't go for my crops. Are you high? Okay. There's the first trap. Alright, well that's annoying. Get these fires out real quick. It'll be really nice when Richmond's converted so he can make me a bow so I'm not using a Pila. Or not converted, recruited. Alright, just a couple more. Good as he didn't actually destroy any of the stuff. Okay, before you do that, haul that body out of there. That way we don't get, like, the rotting corpse penalty and all that. Okay, did all the bears leave? No, all three bears are still there. Yeah, so you're still at 3.5. If we get like 4 or 5 good attempts at recruiting them, that should be enough. If you're in a bad mood, it'll be a lot less, or a lot more, I should say. A lot more attempts. I should build a stove to make this a bit more efficient as well. I'll refuel that fire. Let's see, a group of farm animals will be attracted and join the colony if it's successful. Okay, that's interesting. I didn't realize that was a possible outcome. So if we get our pen up, I could do the ritual thing, and we can then just knock down the animals one by one. We can basically use them as a food delivery every however many days. That's interesting. All right. Okay. 2.6. We've already knocked him down to our full point this in-game day. Probably talking 3 in-game days to get Richmond recruited. All right. Why are you storing food outside? I don't have a place inside to store it where it won't give me a beauty penalty to make the rooms even worse. It's just classic, pretty much running into naked brutality things. I can focus on building a place to put my food. I can focus on getting the food, or I can focus on research, or I can focus on the pen, or I can focus on the, you get the idea. And right now I'm trying to focus on keeping the food and that going to get our skill up. Pretty much what I'm waiting on is Richmond to join. If Richmond joins, they become a researcher crafter, so they can work on that, which will progress a lot of stuff. I actually don't mind that's attracting animals over here. The bear sucks, but like the squirrels and that, whatever. But like our food stable, as we gain more and more skill in plants, that'll go faster and faster. I really need to get these pens up. That's actually the thing I've been debating doing, is toggling it back to having construction as the higher priority to knock that out real quick. Part of it is that's a fairly large rice field, but that's fine. Rice is one of those things that you get a lot of nutrition from it relatively quickly, but it has the downside of it's a little bit more laborious because you have to plant and harvest it far more frequently, versus something like corn you put down and it takes forever to grow, but then when you get your payout, it's really big. The downside being is corn is very vulnerable to stuff like, oh, I need to switch this anyways. It's very vulnerable to stuff like cold snaps and blight and that kind of thing because, instead of losing a little bit of nutrition from one round of rice lost, you lose all that time you put into... Well, screw you, Bear. You ate a whole stack of food. Didn't notice they would do that. Like, I know they would eat the food, it's just there was 3 or 4 meals there. Saving Tusk. Okay. So Tusk has 7 medical skill. Oh, that's when we got a caravan over there to save him. Rice can stay fresh on shelves for Yonkers, but who knows when you'll get that research. Well, I mean, all the foods in RimWorld have pretty similar shelf life. Like the potatoes and the rice and all that. Because usually the way I do it when I've got more colonists available... Oh, don't do that. Hey, forget that. That's a later job. Usually when I have people to spare, what I'll do is I will plant the rice, and I'll also plant like potatoes and all that with the idea of like kind of bootstrapping up from rice to other crops that are less labor intensive. I usually keep a little bit of rice just, in case I need a quick influx of food. Yeah, so they should chop down these trees, which will then let them finish building that fence. We could then pull the alpaca in here. I'll probably plant that to be hay grass. And you're finally repairing stuff. Major break risk. I guess you're just... Oh, you start having your bonuses drop off, so we're now having more and more penalties. Fine, we'll get there. I need them to clean up as well because how dirty the place is also contributing to the mood penalty. Alright, let's expand. We can stack the food to be too wide so they stop leaving the actual meals outside. Because them eating some of the raw rice I don't care about. And repairing everything. I wasn't in position in time. Because I could have hit that grizzly bear and been done with that one. Alright, 2 more conversations, and Richmond should join. Which means it's the time that Manhunter's Kudo right there, so I don't have enough time to run. That's exact moment when that happens. Okay. We've almost got everything repaired. Cool. So all the construction's done. We're now back to being able to grow stuff. These grizzlies. Okay, let me go ahead and hit these buttons to prep. Alright, so 0.7. So next in-game day, we should get Richmond converted. Not converted, joined. Then I'm planning on that guy basically attaching himself to the research bench and living that life. Because right now we're not progressing any research whatsoever. We are running the semi-random research, so I don't control where the research goes. And thank you, Canahawk, for the 55 stream streak. Catch the last 55 streams without missing one. So thank you so much for that. It did choose beer brewing first. You know, clearly very important. I mean, if you're going to run a crab shack, you're going to need beer. These are just simple facts. Poor Akuto's standing between a pair of grizzlies. Who both just woke up and so are probably going to hunt soon. I know you like random research, it would drive you mad. Yeah, no, like I said, I like that it does really kind of mix up your playthroughs, that you just don't have the control over it. It just requires you to be more flexible. So it's gotten to the point I don't like playing without it. Now some, like, it is another one of those things, oh, hey, Stone Crab is self-tamed. Alright. So for right now with the Stone Crab, we're going to go right here and go zone. Animals. Area 1. Because we want the Stone Crab to stay inside so it doesn't get eaten by a bear. And it's going to incredibly inefficiently eat my full meals. Because that's where we're at with this right now. Obviously, we don't want to do that long term. Okay. Now, downside is we still definitely don't have enough skill to keep it tamed. It requires 8, I believe it was. Yeah. And last I checked, we're at 4. So most likely that thing is gonna go wild again and we'll end up just killing it. Okay, I guess it's fine that the crab ate it because those meals rotted. We feel that fire before we lose track. So next conversation should have Richmond joining us, and then we can figure out priorities. Ship to the stars, we won't worry about that. Okay, there's only 2 grizzly bears on the map, so 1 left. And both are chilling on both sides of my house. Alright, this will be Richmond joining. Okay, new recruit Richmond. So let's go here. There's your recreation. Your ideology's already sorted. You cannot doctor, so you're going to do what you can there. You can hunt, but we're going to worry about that. You're going to research, and after research, you're going to worry about crafting. If you do find yourself with nothing left to do after all that, don't worry about it, I guess. You'll never have that time. Okay, so what is this quest? A refugee Nova is approaching, has been banished, wants to stay for 10 days. Sure. Nova, what are you bringing to the table? You are an adult, which means I can't trust you to not betray us, so we're going to have you drop your weapon. And we're going to go to your stuff. You can doctor, which is nice. Alright. So, the settlement name is definitely going to be the Crab Shack. The people of the crab. The crib. You can mine. You can also research. Honestly, for right now, I'm going to have you prioritize cleaning and hauling. And we'll worry about where to go from there after that's sorted. So, schedule, get you on recreation and all. Gotta love the crab people. Yeep. Alright, very first research is getting done. And do we have any more crabs on the map yet? Not yet. For the moment, go ahead and grab that awful knife because it's literally all there is available. I guess let's prioritize crafting higher on you. I don't have much crafting to be maintained. But having any crafting happening would be good. So that way Nova's going to go ahead and get this all cleaned up in that. And it's going to haul stuff around. And what are you all angry about? Oh, uncovered groin because clothing situation. Alright. And go floors, not that. So remove the floors from here. So that becomes available for other stuff. Ritual of... So Ranch Festival. So Ranch Festival is a drum party, so we can't do that. I don't have materials. Okay. Yeah, so we're not going to worry about the drum festival. That helps with the moods a lot. Where are you going to now? Oh, you're hauling those corpses into the water so they can just rot away faster. That's fair. We got a Mega Sloth eating all of our spare rice. I really need to get this done. And once this gets done, we need to get a storage building. Oh, it's an otter. Because I'm partly thinking we build the storage building out here with the intent of... Or we could start building the base out here on the water, which will be very costly on wood. Probably make like a little storage building just up here, just to chuck the rice in. Then we start building our actual base out in the water. It won't be convenient for any of this nonsense. But I think the reality is, with the shape of this map, I need to put this area to use, because the growable space is all the border of the map. Having this close to the edge of the map, we're one big raid away from that being trashed and not really having the ability to meaningfully respond. It's going to make this a very, very awkward map to play on. You know what I could see doing with the grav ship? I could see we send the grav ship to get the grav cores and bring them back and set up to use grav core power in our actual base. So even though we're going to be keeping a main base, having that be our main power source. That'll take a long time to get there, though. I'm not going to bother with the beer brewing at all, because of how close we're to the edge of the map. I don't want to deal with it. Once they pull up this flooring, I'm going to switch this over to potatoes, I think. Well, not that it's a potato, but like put potatoes down here to expand our crops into something that isn't just rice. Okay, beer brewing. Stone cutting was next. Stone cutting's not a bad one. I won't get as much use out of stone cutting because I'm going to end up be building on the water. So until we get heavy bridges, we won't be able to do much with the stone cutting. And then on top of that, even if we do get heavy bridges, until I get the deep mining, I'm not going to have a whole lot of steel to work with. So let's start converting that over to get some potatoes in here. Let's bump. Oh, you already have your construction turned up. I just need you to go out of your way to cut down these trees. And that should give you enough wood to finish that, and we can finally get those two in here. Did the air grizzly go away? No, they're just wandering. What I'll probably do is I'll move the crab into this pen as well once we get to the point that the pen's enclosed. It doesn't need the enclosed pen, but we're going to get the hay grass going in there and all that. Cool, so we're getting our first bow made. That'll be great to get actual... Oh, actually, we already have our first bow made. Yeah, go ahead and grab that real fast. You can ditch that Pila. Yeah, get the club off the list. Okay, and that's another bow. And then don't worry about making another bow for right now. Alright, so I need to cut down a couple more trees. Just trying to get the pen done. We'll need to go in here and say zones. Growing zone. You will be hay grass. Floors. Remove those 2 tiles of floor. And we got our first alpaca wool. Got our good way into our stone cutting. Not sure I want to deal with the stone cutting. Like, we don't have much stone on the map. I'm going to be building on the water, so unless we get heavy foundations and lots of steel to afford those heavy foundations, I won't be able to use the stone much out there. It's fine. There's more alpaca wool. Cool, so we've got them moved over. Disease, animal plague, the very second they land inside here. Cool, man. 1 animal sleeping spot in the corner of medical type. Okay. So probably end up needing to do a little bit of shenanigans here about letting them out and back in a couple of times. Meanwhile, let's go to our animals. So let's go zone, expand zone, area 1. That's area 1. Clear zone, area 1. That's not area 1, so the crab can stay out here as well. So it stops eating our full meals. Okay. So the next thing to build would be making like a little storage building up here. Stone cutting. Drug production. That makes sense. That tracks. This is RimWorld. And Ballistic Badger on their 90 stream streak, catching the last 90 streams without missing a single one. So thank you so much for that as well. Really do appreciate it. Okay, so we're going to expand that in here. And then shrink it. So that this becomes our little storage building. But the food doesn't just sit outside. That way all of our delicious food and clothing can get full of sand. As it was meant to be. Okay. So the next thing we want to queue up on our growing stuff. But don't want a big area for it. Gonna set you to heel root. We don't need to grow cotton right now. We have alpaca. The dye would be nice later. So it should be the minimum I would need for just covering our stuff right now. And then if we do find ourselves with some free time, knock down some of those trees. Okay, and our alpaca's getting ready to get through its sickness. I keep forgetting, usually I actually use regular walls instead of the fences for keeping the animals in, just because of all like the little annoyances of predators climbing over the fences and yada yada. It's fine. We'll end up having to have better approaches to some of this later anyways. You're not idle, are you? You're not showing as idle. Let's go ahead and put you on plant cut as a low priority. Yeah, you were idle. That way you'll bring in a little bit of wood. Okay, so meanwhile, Richmond is a member of the colony. Let's go ahead and get them named. So that'll be Cody Husky. Cool. You are going to be the person who your job is to see that research bench. You stare at the research bench. That's your job here. Your only job here, by the way. All right. We got one of the bears is over there now. And the other one's way down here. Honestly surprised that bear didn't get hurt too bad fighting buffalo. That's fine. And it does look like we did manage to get a alpaca tribal wear made. Let's go slowly get our clothing situation sorted. Okay. Shamblers approaching. Shamblers. 1. Okay, let's get everyone on deck because they're like right here and I don't want to not do anything for a bunch of time. So Nova, your job is, we've got a really clever role. You'll really like it. It's a brand new strategy called Bait, where everyone else does all the work and you stand there and take it to the face. Okay, so 3. Okay, we got our first hit. Second hit. It's not meaningfully slowing, so we're just going to keep those shots going. And sorted. Nicely done, team. Real tough fight there. Real touch and go there for a minute. Okay, so Kudo got high enough that they can now work on all of this. I really don't want to plant fibercorn if I don't have to. We'll see what ends up going on with that. Now actually, for the record, Nova, while you're here, just cut trees. Yeah. It was like, I don't want to punch the zombie. Okay, and the storage room is officially enclosed. Alright, so now we begin proper planning of this over here. So we're going to go ahead and build bridges. That's 10, 11. I'll make it by 9. Needless to say, that's not getting done anytime soon. That's big scale project where I'm going to get that building up there. We're going to set up a production room. All that stuff. Alright, so we got a wild animal coming in. Okay, there it is. Both missed. Hey, don't duck around. I mean, I'm glad it did because it ended up missing its attacks. But don't skip my melee person. Okay. Hey, Kalil, how's it going? I don't know why that boom rat died. Oh. Poor boom rat. It was just minding its business out there, died of a heart attack. Ooh. I will take a free full Muffalo. Back's a little sore, but not bad. Alright, so we're not doing the deserter. So one thing I might debate doing, and this is probably a mistake, is we adjust a Kudo schedule to include a little bit of meditation, because we do have the psychic tree here. And if we can continue to level up our psychic abilities with that. I do figure we're going to go with the royalty stuff on a Kudo. We'll worry about that when we get there. It'll also be good when we get the production room up, because then I'll get an actual stove put in there. Okay, drug production, smithing. So smithing's not bad. Smithing means I can get some helmets. What I really want to see is fishing. I feel like when we get fishing, I can just put 2 fishing zones over here and kind of just open them up to doing all fishing they want. And then basically wind down a lot of this farming down here in the extremities. And going from there. Are you set to be... Yeah, so construction needs to be lower priority than growing. Because we're going to really definitely need to get someone who can put more time on the construction front. Nova, are you any good? Would you be someone... Ooh, fast learner? Peg leg's not amazing. You don't have much of the way of passions. If it wasn't for the peg leg, I'd potentially sit there and tell you that that character should be our hauler cleaner. Even that, with the peg leg, I might just deal with it. They could also be our researcher, then Cody could be up, opened up to potentially being a cleaning / crafting person. I don't think they're good enough that I'm like, hey, let's go kidnap them. We'll see. Because also I found the rewards you get from the refugee missions can be amazing sometimes. I've had early game where I'm still running around with like a couple of my people rocking spears, no one in any kind of armor because I don't have the tech. Maybe one person has like a gun or a great bow or whatever. And then just suddenly it's like cataphract armor. Thanks for helping us. So you got a guy running around with, a steel spear and cataphract armor. Okay. So let's go here now, and I'm going to shrink this zone to like that. And go zone from here up. I'm going to switch you to corn. I'm just trying to reduce the labor costs of our food a little bit. And then kind of hedge your bets where, like, you mentioned earlier that the corn gives you the highest nutrition per labor, but is the most vulnerable to stuff like cold snap and blight. The rice is one of the most labor intensive for nutrition kind of thing. Potatoes kind of like, hey, this dirt sucks, but it will still do pretty okay. Berries, you don't, like, the big advantage, you don't have to cook, and you don't get the mood penalty. So I tend to, like, kind of hedge my bets where I do a little bit of everything. Also, just because we can. Being that we're going to be a ranching ideology, we're going to need to not be eating just the plants. We're going to be eating, like, focusing a lot more on the meat side of things. But the plan here is to make it a crab shack. We got our first crab, by luck of self-taming. But I need to get to 8 taming to get more, and then I just have to have another one show up. Once we get a breeding pair, then the goal is to just get crabs going as much as possible. Nova's a visitor. They are a refugee. That's what the, if you're ever wondering, there's that little hourglass thing there. That means they are a temporary pawn, is what that hourglass means. Which usually is refugee. Because remember, there's like, it's a quest pawn, there's a refugee, there's guests. I think they all show the hourglass. I can't remember, it's been a while. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and do this. And the only reason I'm doing that is we already had Cody tried to get away because this bed was here, and we brought food, and when I ran out, they left the food in the door because we had to deal with, I can't remember if it was a wild animal or raid or whatever. Okay, and we'll also want to go up here and go orders. Deconstruct these ruins when someone has nothing better to do with their time. In the meantime, Nova's cleaning and all that. Alright. So this can begin the beginning of our titles. So you are going to go and give that rank to Akudo. You have a man-hunting rat. And sorted. Okay. Because then an added thing is, if I give them the psychic powers and I just tell them to maintain their stuff, they will gradually get that going on their own anyways. Alright, so you are over there. Get in the shuttle and get out of here. Cool. And we aren't going to drag this out not taking the title. We don't do the deserter on this one. Okay, we'll have a poor quality ceremony. I'm not too worried about that. But that'll give us our first psychic power. I don't usually do a lot of psychic powers. It's just kind of with this run. I had made a save for making like the mushroom thing. Yep, terrible, don't care. That it would just automatically give my first pawn the psychically hypersensitive. And so I was like, you know what? We'll do it. So stunning. That way, you know, you can actually have the leader actually be a psyker. You're gonna say it, but you'll probably regret it. Decent start. Yeah. Well, I mean, we're still only on 2 colonists, and Cody here is a bit of a mixed bag in that they do have chemical interest and all that. That's not that bad, but they also can't care or social. So Cody's not going to be the most popular pawn in this colony. That said, they're getting our research done, so they're a very important pawn. They're just not going to be popular. Hey, chili cheese burritos, how's it going? You find that the psychic route is much nicer to take with the enemy instead of the royalty uppity nonsense. Yeah, I agree. Shelter for Travi. You are having psychic paralytic abasia. A masterwork recurve bow would be really nice at this stage. Now granted, that very quickly gets replaced the moment you start having anyone show up with proper guns. The standings is neither here nor there. 2 Glitter World and a little uranium is neither here nor there. That said, it's 5 days. I honestly could just short of not feed them and probably be okay. Complex furniture, that's a huge win. Let's go ahead and do the masterwork bow. Okay, so go rescue this person. Because, I mean, the food's not that big of a problem. You don't always find it? Most of the time you do. There are some exceptions, but it usually is there. It's just sometimes it'll be like way out here on the extreme, where you're like, okay, it's here, but using that tree is begging to die. This one's not too bad. The downside is only people with the nature alignment or whatever, which means tribal, can use it. I believe Akudo does... No, you're a... Ooh, what was it? It's not baseliner. Where was the thing that mentions their alignment so far as that? Because I want to say Naked Brutality, you don't start as tribal, you start as whatever the other one, so you cannot use the tree. You know what's in their info sheet? Where was focus alignment? MTB Lovin'? Oh. Okay, so you do actually have natural. Natural is available. Versus that one's artistic. And we don't care about the other ones. One curiosity is, I wonder if this will even let us grow the grass in that sand. I don't know how that works. That's fine. The big thing we're hurting right now is to someone be a dedicated construction person. The split between construction and growing, have them as two separate people. But that's just normal low colonist start runs. You always have people pulling double duty, and it's never great. Sand is time for anima trees? You do a lot of coastal playthroughs. Gotcha. You know, I don't end up doing too much in the way of desert and all that, which is where we ran to most of the sand. And the only reason for that is I like to run 2 mods, one of them called no research, which means you start with no research. So if I look at my research tree right now, you'll notice we don't have, like, the pemmican like you would from a tribal start. We don't have electricity like you'd have from, like, the baseline start, like the ship crash start. These are just what we've managed to get. Okay, so refugees leaving, that's fine. That's fine. And then we also, you'll notice, like, the UI here is different versus that. We're using semi-random research, so say, for example, it's like, you know what, I really want complex clothing. There's a big locked button. Literally, the AI has, or the, it's like handing the keys to dictating your research to Randy. I very much enjoy that mod. You think we do a hospitality spaceship run? I'm willing to bet it doesn't work right. To be entirely honest, I'm willing to bet hospitality mod has a lot of weird sideways bugs and all that with Odyssey. I probably won't end up doing that. I probably do like hospitality once a year, once every other year. I don't do it that much. I do like the mod, but yeah, no, it's it doesn't work with a lot of things, unfortunately. Oh, storage. Do not allow rotting corpses. Yes, unfortunately, we stopped cutting down the trees because that was what Nova was doing. But that's okay. Because with the way this has this outer border as the only growable space, I'm going to put the colony on the water, I think. Basically where the cruise ships at. No, I get the idea, and I don't think it's a bad idea. I think just realistically, the way the grav ship works in the game, I don't think it's going to work well for what you're looking for. If that makes sense. Like, there's lots of really good ideas of things you could do in the game that just, unfortunately, by the nature of how RimWorld works, they're good on paper, but when it comes to actually playing the game, they just mechanically kind of don't work. Alright. So far, we're not getting the mood penalty from not eating or ranching food. I believe it's one of those things that it's once you get to a certain wealth or you hit some type of threshold that the ranching will start getting a penalty if you choose to eat vegetables instead of animals. Because otherwise, when you started the run, you'd have to hunt or everyone just get there. 3 people? Yeah, it was something like that. I don't know, remember what the cutoff, because I don't do rancher very often. It can be a very limiting ideology. Alright, so we got the ability to make pemmican. And also cook meals. Do forever. With meat. So basically, if you got meat, prioritize cooking that first. Oh, I see what I did. Never mind. That's not going to work that way. Pemmican, just do forever. Okay. Pretty much I told is anytime there's meat in here, just cook it. And part of the reason you do that is when you look at how long the meat lasts, it's just like 2 days or something like that for it to rot. Did you get complex furniture? I did. Kind of the thing I've been waiting on is trying to get this done over here. But I should be able to toss down some beds or whatever to improve things. The problem is that'll be yet another thing I'm pulling them off to build that kind of stuff versus continuing things on here. We just need more people. Like right now this is stable. I don't need to mess with it. I could add a shelf right there for the food and that would help the beauty of the room like 2 points. Because then we wouldn't take the, or whatever it is, like 6 points or whatever. We wouldn't get the penalty for that anymore. I'm not super worried about it. Alright. I really want fishing to happen. Okay. So the alpaca population grows. Still the grizzly bears there. Permanent residents. Husky sitting. So May would join if we do that. So May is a jogger who's a wimp and delicate, so another genie. Also really kind of only capable of crafting and intellectual. We'd get development points. Why would I get development points for... Oh, because we're taking care of an animal. Sure. We can do that, I guess. So we'll go ahead and build another bed. Sit you to medical and sit you to not medical for a moment. Rescue you. Set that back to medical. Okay, so we've got a husky now that we are taking care of. A despoiler has... Oh, despoiler's the name of the husky. I was like, a despoiler's arrived? What do you mean? Alright, chat, so bear with me. What's going to end up happening here in just a second is we have it about at... This has been a while. So at about 9 p.m. EST my time, my wife gets home from work and all that good stuff, so I run downstairs to welcome her home, quickly throw some food in. It's my quote-unquote long break for the stream. It only lasts about 5 minutes. Then I'll quickly do that, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Duplicants have died. Hank starved. That's not what I wanted. Pank deserved better. So Pank was our construction person. Well, the good news is last I checked, I already had some gravestones made. Where were we putting the gravestones over here? Yeah, I had a spare gravestone already made for Pank. Not for Pank specifically, but, you know, just in general. I wanted to inform you that I've subscribed to your vlog. In the recent post, consisted of you in minimal apparel diving into a newly constructed natatorium. Afterwards, I took note the beads of water shimmering off your epidermal layer, and as such, I felt compelled to report my observations to you. However, my observations were inconclusive, so I have no choice but to closely monitor the future video logs for possible reoccurring instances of dermal hydrosis. Henceforth, the aforementioned subscription, all in the name of science, of course. Regards, Victoria. Oh, this is my co-worker. Not the... Hang on. I thought this was just some, like, inappropriate, you know, like, just inappropriate, unsolicited thing that she was trying to, like, talk up the science because she knows, like, we're some breaking engineer and everything. Nope, this is my coworker. Oh, you absolute jerk! That is absolute BS. Will had the plan. He shot the rhino next to me. Oh no. Did I not mark my ship? We might end up reloading when I die, chat. Well, actually, I'll probably come back in my medical area. I'm pretty sure we were around the silver, which is these asteroids here. Is there something I don't care about I can just toss in front? Hurry, 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 hurry. Aha! I have shields! I forgot how much of an impact that all has on your animation speeds and everything. I was like, we'll just grab the jacket, it'll be fine. We'll toss it on. I approve of this disaster. This is a straight up disaster, and I am here for it. You don't get to have a name yet. Right the heck up there. And you go run down there. Screw that turkey in particular, am I right? They defeated it. Gonna be honest, that was not something I expected them to pull off. He barely did anything to the whole situation. So, alright. There you go. One more. Kidding me? Alright, new run. The chance of actually getting tapped out and killed like that were very low with a regular club. That's some BS there. It happens.
You want a little wet one for us?
They're just sad. I do really appreciate that. You see nothing. You see nothing, worker. You move on. You killed 5 of my guards. No, get out of here, guard. There's nothing to see here. Oh, would you look at that? No. She does not put up with people who kill her guards. I don't know why you suddenly started going, but okay. So let's see how it does. Yep, we're doing good. Yep. Mm-hmm. Perfect. Exactly how I did it. Definitely. Where are you going? What? Okay. Ten out of 10, no notes. And I don't have both my melee people up this time, I have just the one. Alright, if you want to just grenade your own people, I am down to let you do that. Who needs what enemies when you got friends like that? Alright. Get out of the way, little car. Hey, I didn't get penalized for that one. You saw nothing. I definitely did not completely cut off and then sideswipe a car there. It's fine. The game didn't penalize me, so it didn't happen. To, like, tone it down a bit. Alright, so we should... Oh, that's a river. I was too focused on trying to, like, watch, like, okay, where's the gap in the tree is gonna be? Alright, sorry about that. Just had to clean up some real fast and it made a little bit of mess. That didn't help at all. Let's see, where are we at? You'd support that bot? Oh yeah, no, it's, starts a petition to change the game's title to Dungeons and Death Stars. Good luck getting signatures. Yeah. And let's see what else we got going on. Bestest Dimension. Rual, you showed the old man that me and him can get in and out of Walmart for cheaper than what we have been using a list. Based on this, only getting the things on a list with no deviation. And it was about 100 and something. Oh yeah, no, that's yeah. This is like a well-documented thing with grocery stores, that you deliberately spread out your groceries really far and wide in the store to force people to walk through areas, and you put all your impulse buys in the areas between. Because it was cognitive fatigue, that the idea is the longer it takes you to go around the store, the more susceptible you are to impulse purchases. And yeah, that's like, there's a whole science behind that. That is, none of that is, what's that? Can you kidnap those? I mean, it is a functionality you could try and do in the game. Can I, in my current situation, do that? Probably not. Most likely, I would attempt to do that, and we would die horrifically. Because, understandably, they would react. And it would be messy. What I can do is piss off a Mega Sloth on top of them. And then before we're done here, please don't explode the Mega Sloth with fire. Okay. So basically what we did there is I've had a bunch of animals just hanging around here making a mess of stuff. And we're getting that sorted out. Could you help with the fire, please? But hey, Arch. For those who don't know, Arch plays some absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Plays a whole range of stuff, including RimWorld. So if you're into any of that, which I assume you are if you're here, you know, hanging out and all that good stuff. Just finish it off. It's just burning. But yeah, definitely check them out. Always good times. That bear's a pretty far run. Cody, I'm going to try and get you to get that bear as well. Okay. Same deal. Cool. So unfortunately, the fire got out of control because one of them used something that explodes in fire. So we're trying to get that sorted up. Oh, you're still technically alive, that's fine. But corn, yeah. Hold up. Grab that real fast. Because they dropped goodies on the ground. Get back over here and help this. Meanwhile, you go and grab the excellent machine pistol. Alright, so that's all sorted out. So quickly haul these in. Because we just got ourselves a very quick uptech. No, it's just a monosword. But yeah, no, it's solid. So everyone's going to need to eat real fast because they're all angry about that. Okay, so haul that in. Haul you in. Haul you in. Haul the silver in. Haul the gladius in. Haul that in. Haul that in. Starvation on our guest. Let's feed them real fast. Where's my timer? Oh, I set the wrong thing. I didn't set a timer, I set an alarm clock. It's like, why is this UI so weird? My phone changed its UI over like the last week, and everything has been different, and it's been deeply frustrating because it shouldn't matter that much, but there is some stuff on it that just like, that's definitely a step in the wrong direction. They fell into the same trap of kind of hiding UI stuff behind things to like make it so you can see more of what's going on the screen. And then it's just much worse to deal with because then you're trying to figure out the stuff you're actually trying to work on. And it's just not visible. You got to figure out like where you have to navigate in the system to have access to the thing. So honestly, getting the Muffalo killed was not really my goal with aggroing the bears and the Megasloth. I was really just trying to get the bears and the Megasloth out of here because they kept eating all my crops. And then the bears are just worried they're gonna hunt me at some point. So amusingly enough, that worked out doubly for me. Now downside is, because the pen burnt down, the alpaca I've scattered. Once you're done catching up with the animals that we've got real fast, we'll get that rebuilt. Let's see, fumbles with the weapons, pressing all the buttons and triggers. We'll find out how they work sooner or later. Yep. And we got gut worms, because of course we do. Yeah, we got some goodies there. I don't really have a melee pawn yet, but we definitely want to get one. I'm gonna quickly just tell you to butcher. I don't want that to go to waste. There's cookies in the punch-in waiting room? Yeah, but they're all oatmeal raisin. And they're not like fresh baked ones, or those like really hard ones that you find in the boxes. They bring you that moment of potential joy and happiness, immediately followed by disappointment. And they're all sentient. Okay, so we got all those animals butchered, so at least we get the wool and leather and all that out of them. Trying to guess when dinner's gonna be done so I can run down, since I accidentally set the wrong thing and not a timer. So you're getting upset partly because chemical starvation. You want to imbibe, and I do not have anything for you to imbibe with. Sorry about that. Getting ourselves some new clothes. Right, and you have serious pain because of gut worms, which is going to take a while to work through. I feel like burnt cookies depends on the type of cookie. There's definitely some cookies that you could burn a bit and it'd still be good, and there's definitely some cookies you could burn and they'd be pretty upsetting. Alright, so slowly getting the psychic tree up. Those are probably just going to rot in there. Okay, so... carry you to the shuttle real fast. Okay. Alright, chat, so I'm going to run downstairs because I accidentally didn't set my timer. I do apologize about the double break. Normally, Tomb gets home a little bit earlier, but this is our first day back to work since our vacation, so I'm assuming it went longer. This should be a shorter break. I do apologize about the double break, but we'll be back, and then there won't be another break for a good while. But thank you again for tuning in. We'll be back in just a minute. So yeah, so I am trying to just continue. It's freezing. Can we have a heater? No. Oh, I see. This is the... oh, it's not freezing because you need a heater. It's freezing because we have a giant ice cube in the room with you. That is not the button I wanted. This is why games need an undo button. In the path I just took. So there's a good chance I'm getting myself boxed in. Okay, we're... oh, no, we're not fine. We're definitely dead. Oh, no, wait, we're fine. That was a trip injury. That wasn't a zombie hit. That was a trip. We're fine. We're okay. And the good news is my left arm, not my right, because your right arm is your weapon arm. There's no left-handed people in Project Zomboid. Oh, you go. Hi. Well, I found the bomb. I thought that bomb was going to be the treasure chest. I was not anticipating a bomb on a button. So this would be the Kurzawa Tartak, which I assume is basically saying it's the train station. All right. And now I just have one more business up this way. I think it's a business. Or it's the border. Who really knows? And then they'll bring a conclusion to our tour, and we can go back to our farming needs. I think it's the border. I think it's the border. So, we're going to try and make a break for it. The wizards can't stop us. They don't know. We can make it. We can escape this world. Hurry. Don't let me down, John Deere four-wheeler. We can absolutely get out of here. Oh. At least the wizards were enough to put a "you can't go this way" sign. Alright. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. With that, that does conclude our tour. This has been a fantastic tour. I believe this tour once. Did I see? Ah, that's great. That's great. If you want to see how dense the zombies are here when you spawn in, that's how dense. I love that we got our giant platform of pet zombies. Destroy it all. No tree lines. I'm getting boxed in real hard here. Okay. Let me over. Okay, cool. I don't like jumping over fences because there's always an RNG chance we trip, but that was one of those ones. It was jump over or die. Hoo, 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 hoo. Where's my flashlight? Where's my flashlight? Where's my flashlight? Okay, and we're back. No more interruptions for a while, so I do apologize about like those double breaks. That happens once in a while when I run down to make the food and tomb. You know, whether it's traffic or she's stuck behind work late or whatever. You know, typical things you deal with in a work job. In a workplace. You know, it can make timing a little weird. Wait, Zomboid with RimWorld is kind of a vibe? Oh yeah. RimWorld music works for most games. Only games that like really call for high intensity music are about the only ones that RimWorld kind of doesn't work with. So like the running the gauntlet kind of scene, RimWorld's music is a bit too chill for. Okay, so all in all, yeah, we got our pen trashed. We lost a chunk of our corn. But we definitely gained a lot more out of that, considering I got a mono sword up here. A steel gladius. I never use the Eltex. We got some good things. What's for dinner? And where's our chair? It's taquitos. Actually, I think it's Santa Fe chicken taquitos. But you never use sidecasts? Yeah, no, that's like the sidecasters are genuinely very powerful. It's 100% a me against myself kind of thing. That for me, RimWorld historically to me has been more like sci-fi western, not Warhammer 40k. So when they added like the whole psychers, as much, and for the record, I'm a big fan of Warhammer 40k, but it just, I don't know, it was very not what RimWorld is for me. Grav ships are very Western, of course. Sci-fi Western, sure. Sci-fi Western, you have your spaceships. Like, I would argue Mandalorian is a sci-fi Western, and they have their spaceships. Firefly is sci-fi Western. It's got its spaceships. I would argue Grav ships perfectly aligned with sci-fi Western. I mean, you could even make an argument that the psychic powers can align with sci-fi Western too. But like I said, for me, it just ran counter to what my expectations of it were. So, like, I'll use them, but it's not... People are correct that I don't use them very often. Yeah, Cowboy Bebop is sci-fi Western. Well, that's sci-fi Western anime all mooshed into one. Also, 40k has literally everything. Yeah. Yeah, 40k does cover a very wide range of things. No question about that. Like, each faction kind of hits their own thing. I wasn't even paying attention. What happened to you? Psychic Wandering? That's fine. Or Psychotic Wandering? That's because you're sitting there dealing with your gutworms. You wish there would have been more Cowboy Bebop, but then again, it would have dulled the story. Yeah, that's always kind of one of the things. When you get, like, a really good story and it plays itself through, you get into that weird place of, well, you can add more, but then by its nature, it's very difficult for it to be anything but not as good as what was there before, because you kind of tacked on more story that wasn't really planned from the beginning. Okay, let's get your construction queued up to a higher priority again. Maybe, maybe not. Every episode, basically, it's had its own story. Yeah. Like, it's certainly not that Cowboy Bebop couldn't do it and have done it well. But, most series that had some kind of a plan, once they go through that plan, it's time to, like, move on to something that went outside the scope. That's often where the plan starts falling apart. Because usually a lot of it, there's been years of planning even before it got proposed to, like, whatever series or whatever. Someone's been working on it. Versus trying to, like, on the fly being like, oh, we need next season. Well, when do we need to start working on next season for next season? Oh, we probably should have started that a week ago. Disease flew on Cody Husky as well. That's great. Hey, Cody. Your stay in this colony might be getting a lot shorter in the immediate future. Not by intention or design, but gutworms and flu is a little annoying. Granted, flu's not that bad, but the gutworms wombo combo on there is going to make it a lot harder to keep that going. Especially, I mean, we got decent doctoring. It's not amazing. What I do need you to do is to stop psychotic wandering and go to bed. Pods have arrived. Okay, so Nova sent us a small stack of plasteel for a reward for helping. Oh, you're gonna work on that? I want you over here working on this if you're gonna be constructing. Like, I do want to get that done. Wild boar. That's honestly not great for our situation, because Cody Husky won't go to cover. So hope is to walk the wild boar through the traps. Nicely done. Glad those traps are still there. Okay, so Cody's no longer psychotic wandering. And you stopped before your 10s ran out. Okay, so far you are leading against your flu and immunity by a little bit. Would you kindly take a break? Okay. So you're trigger happy, but poor shooting skill. Let's give... Was that an attacks immediately or you're going to prepare? So we're going to prepare for a minute. Just start tending. Just going to let that go for a minute. Let's see, some kind of aqua crop that could plant in shallow water would be neat. Yeah. Need to watch more anime. There's some good stuff out there. Way better than the modern movies. Yeah, there's definitely some solid anime. I wouldn't necessarily say modern movies are bad or anything. There's certainly ones that are. I do feel like right now we're in kind of this weird place where there's kind of what people want and expect is shifting a little. And that's kind of created this weird situation where it's been hard to kind of know what should be focused on where. I guess you move up. I'm glad that you're so focused on murdering that crab that you were just letting me completely and utterly wreck you. But yeah, so it's like, and it's even, it goes into gaming as well, that for companies with established IPs, they're not sure what to do, so they're just trying to like re-release their existing IPs, and that kind of stuff's like, Marvel's trying to keep marveling, which is fine, but it does end up being a thing that it's much harder to come up with new stuff that's resonating because they're having problems figuring out what the market is. And I think the reality is it's just, instead of before where you'd have, you know, your handful of movies that had come out in a given year and you'd have like your superhero movies or rom-coms and whatever, we're getting a much wider range that, or I shouldn't say wider range, because of like stuff like streaming, people can have their niches that they're into a lot more. And it's harder to deliver when you've got a broader audience expectation versus, you know, settling for whatever handful of things come out. But I honestly don't mind. It just might mean that the nature of movies watching as we've done historically might just be going away in favor of, you know, more smaller series, more smaller shows, which I honestly think is fine. Yeah, no, Lardine's mentioning that I'm excited to see what Hard Space Shipbreaker does as well. The devs behind that got the full rights to the series. Oh, new lovers. Well, that's cute. But yeah, so they got full rights to it, so they've announced that, I want to say they had 2 projects that are in the works now. They don't have any details about what those projects are, but that in the Hard Space universe we're getting 2 new entries. You know, whether they're going to be something in line with what Hard Space universe is, or a completely separate genre in that same universe, we don't know. But that's going to be pretty exciting. Because I really like Hard Space Shipbreaker. If you never watched Darker Than Black, season 1 only, ignore the second one. It doesn't exist. It's really good. Hard Space Shipbreaker universe. So there's a game called Hard Space Shipbreaker. Pretty much the idea behind it is honestly, the story of the game was such a disappointment. Oh, I disagree. I think the story was great. I actually really, really like the story for Hard Space Shipbreaker. You know, it's a classic company town story, but I thought it was done very well. Let's see if we can't get you drop some wood off. Does RimWorld run anything for special for Halloween season? No. RimWorld doesn't have like special seasonal content or anything like that. I'm gonna have to switch this back to prioritizing growing. That food poisoning is gonna be a bummer. Try and just get that done, because that's been taking too long. And you're out of wood, and you've got food poisoning. When's your next tend? Alright, well, if you're going to be solidly into food poisoning while that's going on, that's going to be great. Alright. Got a war merchant. There's 0% 10 there. So you're going to eat, and then you're going to clear the barracks. Clean the barracks, because that's going to be a problem with our future 10s if we don't catch that up. Try and clean up real fast. Okay, so with that, quickly tend to them, and then feed them. Come on, I know you've got food poisoning, but I need at least an okay tend. It's pretty bad. You'll be fine. Still trying to feed Cody. Third time's the charm. So I'm going to let that run. I would like to trade them, but right now, between everyone being sick and all that, it'll probably be a bad trade anyways. If we have to, we have to. Yeah, if we weren't... I mean, that's pretty far run. I was going to say, we didn't have food poison, I'd potentially pop the Ancient Danger onto them, but they're pretty far from that. And with food poisoning, we'd be way too slow to get away from it. I'm hoping to get this to at least recovering before they leave. Because recovering, the penalty shouldn't be as bad. Okay, so let's go up here and trade with you real quick. There's a consciousness penalty that's still going to hurt it, but at least it's not like the talking penalty on top of it. Okay. So let's get rid of the staff thing. Get rid of the short bows. Get rid of the other bow there. Get rid of the worn shirt. We're not going to have the use of high explosives anytime soon. Get rid of the knife. Get rid of the gladius. We'll keep the mono sword, but we'll get rid of all those weapons. And honestly, that's what we're just going to do. We're just going to take the cash. Okay. And you gave me a gift of uranium. And we want to... Yeah, we've already deprioritized that. So that way you can pull up some of this other stuff before that food starts rotting. The good news is you're about to be through your flu. And you're through our food poisoning. So Cody here is going to get a change in priority. I didn't really want to put them onto cleaning as well. I wanted to focus on research. But between everyone getting sick and all that, that's going to keep escalating if I don't get it cleaned up. War for hire. I don't need that right now. Okay, so I need you to cut down a couple of trees so you can finish up that fence and keep cooking. Okay. Because that'll get the pen back online, so get those alpaca back in here. And this is still falling back on the issue of I've got one person who's my construction and our growing person and our cook. So just a lot of stuff that we want to get done isn't going to get done. Ooh. Where they became lovers. That's a little rough there. 17 to 29 is not a small age gap. That's, yikes. Oh, wait. We got another stone crab on the map. We just need a female stone crab to show up so we can start breeding them. So that the crab shack can actually become a crab shack versus not doing that. Don't like that this warg is chilling right here. It's a crab bachelor pad. Bachelor pad for the crabs. That is what it's doing right now. Quest failed because we didn't go and caravan over to save a person we didn't have any information on. Fine. Okay, so let's go back to Cody's priorities. We're going to take cleaning back down so he can get back to research. And you can get your gutworms tended. Because you have the availability. That's a good tend. There you go. I need more like that so we can get to those gutworms faster. Versus all those 10% tens we're getting. To be fair, we're not using medicine because between the food poisoning and everything, we just haven't gotten much done. We are dealing with just 2 pawns. Okay. Part of it is you have to spend so much time meditating. That's okay. Sorry about that. Because eventually with the taking the time to meditate, we'll get more and more psychic powers. And they can be broken strong. Yeah, so it looks like we just have the one warg on the map as the only threat. Just chilling out pretty close to me and I don't like it. What I do know is I need you to find more time so you can actually harvest some more of these crops. What's the red blinking? This down here? That's the Ancient Exostrider. Basically, it lets you get the items for a Mechanator. It's part of the Biotech DLC. I tend not to do the Mechanator stuff very often. Mechanator's another one of those things that's really strong, but I don't know. I find a lot of the Mechanator stuff to be a little bit more annoying. Again, even though it's very strong, that you can go and make your little aggro bot, little hauler bot, little cleaning bot, and just let them run around. And honestly, for this run, it wouldn't even be that bad. Just a lot of times when you trigger that, you have to go and caravan off tile to go collect the thing. And with just 2 people, that could be a little tricky. Wouldn't necessarily be... Well, I mean, right now it wouldn't be useful because without electricity and all that, they'd be good until they need to recharge, and then they'd sit on the ground and passively recharge for a week. And then help out for a couple of days, and then need to passively recharge for a long time. But slowly, we're going to get things sorted here. So I'm going to go ahead and delete that rice field. And make that into corn as well. To again, reduce the amount of labor time I need to work on it for the nutrition. I need one more pawn. Honestly, literally anything that pawn, like one more pawn could bring to the table would be enough to stabilize things more. Even if it was literally they could just clean and haul. Do you have enough wood to refuel that torch? You get way more speed out of your research if you do that. Warg in the animal pen. Look, man, I really don't want to fight a warg with my little pistols. I mean, if it goes manhunt or something, I got a deal. But all it takes is one solid hit to, like, something that doesn't do anything, and then a bunch of misses, and that's a dead colonist. We got another round of animal flu. And then this animal should be departing in 13 days. Oh, I thought this wasn't going to be here that long. It's fine, whatever. Okay, so carpet making. Alright, so next we're going to get researched complex clothing. The Aurora, yep. The Lost Drifter. Okay, we will take the refugee. They are an adult, so we're going to drop their weapon. Because refugees can definitely be a good source of, you know, extra labor to help around. So it looks like I can have you work on construction. Yeah, we'll have you work on construction as your primary responsibility. Sorry, we'll clean, then construction. Don't worry about fishing, we don't have that available. If you find nothing else to do, you can plant cut. And that'll give me a couple of days of work. So what do you got going on for you? You are frail. And you're sickly, and you're a pyromaniac. You are someone, if you ask to join, the answer is no. Pretty much the way that's gonna work. The answer is a very hard no, if you want to join. How old? Only 60. Okay, so gave me children's clothing. Are you trying to imply something here? Please keep that tending going. 70% tend, love it. At least we're halfway through those gutworms finally. Oh, and storage. Do not store hay in here. Leave the hay on the ground in that area for right now. Later on, we'll want to actually store it someplace. Right now, I'm mostly growing it so that the animals have something to eat. All right. So I'm trying to remember. Yeah, that requires heavy support. I remember not all of the benches require heavy support. I don't remember which ones are which. I'm pretty sure you do require heavy support. No, medium. Okay. So I'll probably end up needing to make a couple of tiles of heavy bridge here and there to support, like, a cooking table and all that. We can worry about that when we get there. When we're just catching up on everything. Also, definitely want to make like a little defensive position because the idea is I want them to run along the docks to reach me, which isn't gonna be a reliable thing, but right now we're just kind of waiting on research and people. Honestly, could you please stop botching every one of those? We can also go here, bills, add. So we'll say burn apparel. Do forever if it is not clean. And burn apparel. Do forever if it is below 80% and it is not armor or utility. That'll be the most interesting one. Later you can strap engines to the pier and take off. Yeah, probably. The airborne crab shack. The big problem is keeping any meaningful number of animals on the grav ship is its own struggle. Yeah, so heavy bridges would be good. Because like I said, what I can do then is I put like 3 tiles of heavy bridges there, put her stove on it. It will just like spot the handful of places I need to reinforce it and use wood for the rest for now. We would obviously want more later. The big thing is we're going to have lots of limitations on our steel on the map. The entire ship needs to be a crab and fly sideways. Yeah, what you do is have it like the big crab shape here, but you just turn the actual console that like controls it sideways in the ship. So it takes off. Well, actually it'd be, yeah, no, that'd be fine. Stop botching them. It's already very expensive on the wood front. Okay, complex clothing. Noble apparel, of course. Complex clothing. Do you require medium weight support? You do. The marriage is on. Cody Husky and Akuto are getting married. Cool, I guess. Good for you. Alright. Okay, we're being attacked immediately by man with knife. So put you both up here. So now we'll see if you'll try to cut across here. He'll probably go down here, cut across there, then go around. I can certainly see pulling up that dock. Or you're gonna go the whole way around. I'm down for that. Okay. And you quickly haul that body into the water so it rots faster. Yep. Hey, DJ, how's it going? And you still have the flu, but you're about to get through it. And you still have gut worms. And we're out of wood, which is not surprising with how much that's getting botched up there. Alright. What's interesting is the idea that you have this, you have the patched dirt. The packed dirt. I'm assuming that's not just smooth floor, that you can't just do that. Yeah, my guess is that's one that's either already there or you don't get it. You know, not counting if you get mods, obviously. There's quite a few tiles in that game, in the game where if it spawns natural, then it can be there, but you don't have a way as a player to create it. Alright, so you got 10 days till the dog is out of here. Meanwhile, we're taking apart these ruins down here for the steel and all that. I'm mostly taking it away so that enemies won't have as many cover opportunities coming in. That later on, if we decide to go with sniper rifles or anything else, we have the options. We can't steal that packed dirt. Oh no. I know, right? That was, I was looking into, like, vintage stories and, like, what people were doing as far as, like, the drifters. Because, they have rules normally about how they spawn that, you know, it's pretty Minecraft-esque in that regard. But then there's some, apparently, like, some parts of the map that just have a higher temporal instability that they'll just spawn wherever they feel like, including, like, practically on top of you. If your temporal instability is down, again, they could just spawn on top of you. If you have a temporal storm going on, they could spawn on top of you. And it's one of those things that, like, yeah, it's really not satisfying. So I was trying to find a way to be like, hey, can I adjust the spawns in some manner? And I'm sure there's mods for it, because there's always mods for it. But it seems very much like you either turn them off completely, you can turn off the storms completely, or scale up and down the storms. But, like, the naturally occurring ones underground, without getting into mods or whatever, there's really not much management over them you can do. Oh, did you just ditch that one there? I really kind of wanted you to chuck that in the water. What are you? Oh, you're a seal. Okay. Checks out, makes sense. So again, the next round of crops already get sorted out, which is good. What's happening that you're not trying to tame the other crab. Oh, right, because you need 8 animal handling. That, right. So you're collecting the alpaca wool. Timeless one. A teenager's approach to your colony has a strange air of confidence about him. He wants to talk. You can send a colonist to hear what he has to say. Okay, so what do you got? You are kind. You can do animals and mining and crafting. You're 14. Your name is Twitch. Twitch? Twitch chat? Why are you in my game? And that's a lie. Kind. Kind? According to who? That said, the pink hair checks out. Twitch is barely more than a child. True. But his thoughtful eyes have a sense of ancient wisdom. Not true. When he speaks, the words seem to come from an unnatural knowledge of the endless time, also known as Google, or Wikipedia. He says that the stars brought him here to fulfill his destiny. He wants to stay with you for a while and help. Animals are skittish around Twitch, and he has an unnatural power to deform the flesh of living creatures, causing them to erupt into piles of twisted meat. Twitch claims to use his gift only to butcher animals, but it's clear he could just as easily butcher another person. He may be useful, but you sense there's something Twitch is not telling you. We're going to allow Twitch to join our colony. So, Twitch has something they're hiding from us. We don't know what it is yet. So Twitch very well could betray us. There's a lot of different possibilities. Honestly, in this... yeah, no, we're not eligible for... We can't have a metal horror this early. So, I will let you mine and craft and fish, but your priority is going to be cleaning and hauling. Actually, I lied. You'll clean and all that stuff. Is this backstory a special ability in addition to one of the DLCs? Royalty, maybe? It's Anomaly. Anomaly has these characters that'll join that they're called creepy joiners. So it's the one who never needs to sleep or eat as a creepy joiner. There's this one here where they can, like, if we actually look at this and I draft them, I've got Psychic Slaughter. And to give you an idea what Psychic Slaughter does, if we walk up to this baby seal, they're actually fully... Oh, no, that's a pretty young seal. We can walk up to this baby seal. And as you do, I could use Psychic Powers, and it turns into a big old pile of twisted meat. So you've got that one. You've got one that makes everyone have a small mood bonus in your entire colony. You've got one that they can... It's almost like having a mech healing serum, but it has a chance of having a side effect of making, like, weird, gross, like, tentacles and that come out of people. Why is everyone upset about the seal? Can we clone Twitch twice and Twitch twice the fun? I mean, if I get the obelisk to clone the seal of approval. Bonk. Yep. Fire starting spree. That you can burn all of the grass out in the beach you want. Yeah, that's right. You show that grass. Raid the moles attacking immediately. Staggering Ugly is pretty rough. So the problem is, I see you beelining to the actual building, which means I'm going to need to deal with that. So right now I'm going to put you two over here. And I'm going to have Twitch here ready to put out the fires. I know that goes against Twitch's very nature to put out fires. But look, man. It's just one of those days. Oh no, don't worry about putting those fires out. Let those fires just burn. What's you're shooting at? It's low. Okay, let's move over here. Please stop burning my stuff. Hey, man. Twitch is not used to fire up top. Oh yeah, that's right. From the raid. Twitch is not used to putting out fires. It feels unnatural to them. Why do you hate that stone ring thing so much? Stop burning the one thing again and again and again. Okay, there we go. Normally you send ducks. Yep. Ducks, chickens. The classics. Unleash them on it. Oh, speaking of which, when that comes off cooldown, that's a great way of dealing with dangerous animals. It's also got a pretty short cooldown. It's like a day or two. What we could do is that warg over here that's been harassing me, we could just walk over the ward and explode the warg. Okay. And it does work in raids. It's a great way of dealing with if you have someone running up who's like a really, really dangerous melee pawn. So you've got like the Neanderthal running up who's, you know, like Brawler 18 melee or some nonsense. You can just be like, Psychic Slaughter that guy. That guy right there does not get to participate in this fight. There's a hard no to that one. Masterwork alpaca tribal wood headdress. All right. Okay, so Psychic Slaughter is back up. Let's run down here. Where did that warg go? The warg is down here. You'll run right over to that warg. Goodbye, warg. And now the warg's gone. Yeah, so Twitch is helping with construction. Food poisoning, love to see it. I guess after that we can put... Yeah, you already have plant cutters after that. Yeah, so we got our cleaning and hauling person for right now. Granted, we gotta see... So, the things that can happen with Twitch here is Twitch can get Crumbling Mind. Crumbling Mind basically means they'll have a massive penalty to consciousness and be incapable of a bunch of stuff if you don't cure it in time. Which is like mech healing serum, that kind of thing. They can have where their organs are decaying inside their body, where you have to replace the organs or they die. They can just straight up betray you, the classic. That's fine. You'll figure it out. They can just join your colony and that's it. They can just leave. Like, not even a negative thing, just they finish their job and they go. They can be infected with a metal horror, which is kind of one of the worst outcomes you can deal with on them. This early in the game, that shouldn't be a possibility, though. Let's see, what else can they have? They can have one where if they ever get friendly fired, they instantly turn on you and summon a bunch of Sight Stealers, which are an enemy. There is one where they just summon a bunch of Sight Stealers in general. There is one where, every so often they'll put out like a psychic scream and everyone around them will collapse and be in minor pain for a little while. There's a pretty wide range of things that can happen. And some of the negatives are pretty insignificant. You can just kind of ignore. And some of them are pretty awful. And there are a lot of tricks you can use if you just don't want to deal with a bunch of the problems. Smoke leaf binge. I think I've got like one smoke leaf, so have a good time. The drifters want herbal medicine. Sure. Flash storm, of course. Alpha Thrumbo quested 29 days. I would love to be able to deal with the Alpha Thrumbo, but the problem is I don't have anyone remotely skilled enough to tame it. So I'd only be able to kill it, and most likely it's going to be nowhere nearby. Yeah, it's way down there. So we're just going to miss out on the Alpha Thrumbo. Okay, so we got Psychic Slaughterers back up. There's a Wolverine. Hey, Twitch. There you go. Alright. Must have been a couple of smoke leaf because Twitch managed to snag. Oh, there's actually a whole stack. Never mind. So if you do end up staying, we'll probably make Twitch the melee pawn. I could see doing that. We gotta wait to see what their negative is. I usually won't name creepy joiners until we see it, because a lot of the times they'll just betray and then die. And, you know, I feel bad if I have someone, like, get joined to the colony and immediately betrays and just can't be part of it or whatever. And what are your psychic focuses here? Artistic. And you're a prolicizer who's a shipboard. Prolicizer sucks. So one thing I could potentially do here is I could potentially arrest Twitch, convert them to our ideology, and recruit them back, which would trigger it so we could have a moral guide, while we wait to see what the negative is. Because at this stage, they're deconstructing and all that. Yeah, let's do that. If I'm able. 75% chance is not. Unless, is your social higher? No. I have social 2 in the whole colony. Nice. That's real winning behavior there. Cycloid Brewing, Penioxylin production. Yeah, so still really hoping for the heavy bridges and the fishing. Okay, we can go here and say floors. Rip that all up. And that'll be all the construction projects as far as that goes. And I can rip up this floor over here. I don't really care about it, but why not? A raccoon has chosen death. As the do. Cool, so what we can go ahead and do here is we can keep everything moving. They'll continue getting this area. I don't believe we have any more dangerous animals that I care about psychic slaughtering. If the Mega Sloth, I'm going to ignore it. If it does come down here and start eating our crops, we'll explode it, but otherwise it's just not something I'm worried about. Ah, right, so you're not staying, so I'm going to take you down a notch on construction and keep Twitch up a notch. Obviously, we don't want Twitch in construction long term. Betrayal offer. You're willing to give me 2 Glitter World for betraying this person. As much like 2 Glitter World is nice, and I could betray them by just having Twitch walk up and explode them and instantly win. But the refugees will give you potentially a random reward later, and those can be very generous, so I'm just going to leave them alone. Pedaloos for hire? Pedaloos, I don't know what that is. Okay. I wonder if there's an easy way to... I mean, if Twitch gets down for it, I think we can arrest them pretty easy. Leg power boat? Gotcha. So like a paddle boat. Alright, so pretty soon they're gonna outgrow this area. How goes your animal skill? Quite a ways till we hit 8. Which is why I need to get the crab farm going. That's fine, I'll just keep the animals and we'll keep you on it. Meanwhile, you're at 7. But you're also the refugee. Alright. It is pouring rain outside. So I'm also, just for my own sake, I'm going to go here and we are going to add that main part of the dock up, just so you put out a fires that start on it and repair it. That kind of thing. So many corpses piling up. Alright, so situation is slowly improving. What is your deal, though? The thing we check, so you've only been here for 5 days. Usually whatever they're going to do, it'll happen before 30 days. If they are still sticking around 30 days, you're probably just good. I also have just realized we apparently have no food left at all. Okay, well, that is not ideal. We will add some of those things on to hunt. And that means you can butcher that, we can eat it. And that'll buy me a little bit more time before everyone starts dying of starvation. I mean, part of it is we still have these freaking gutworms this whole time. Did you not butcher that, please? Also, we need to go to assignments, manage food policies, lavish, do not eat corpses. Get all those set. Want to carry medicine on them eventually. And as anything, go here. Do not allow tainted clothes. Okay, everyone having themselves a quick snack. Okay, where's another animal for you to hunt? Because we're about to get our first batch of the corn up, so we should be good. And you're mad at because of serious pain because you've had gut worms for like a whole season. It's fine. We're just farming that medical skill, that's all. We got Shaman Merchant showing up. Yeah, it's going to be a hard ancient danger to put to use because of how far they're after the caravan away. I mean, honestly, we move our base down here. I could see the caravan stopping there, and then it'd be pop that and run away. We can worry about that when we get there. So in the meantime, let's quickly do our trade. What's your deal? Why are you upset? You're high. How's your social? It's 1 point higher. It's still terrible, but probably better results. Take the smoke leaf. We can keep all the rest of that. You've got a bunch of money and not a whole lot I want. We are going to want the Nutrimine for the Penioxylin. I'm going to go ahead and grab that for the time being. We can't quite make it. Let me guess. Medium support on the drug lab. Yep. I need to accept that I'm making stuff over here. I really am trying to hold out to put down some, like, couple tiles of heavy bridges here and there to move my production out here. I'm being stubborn about it, and I shouldn't be. Because there's going to be those things that the moment we get the heavy bridges, I'm going to be like, slap down this one, there's the tailoring bench, slap down there one, that one's the stove. I just want to get away from the edge of the map. This will be a very defensible position. The hardest part's going to be dealing with the food nonsense. Okay, I need you to hunt something for everyone to eat. Like I said, we'll get that corn up anytime now. Okay, passive cooler. Don't stop hunting. People are starving. Alright. And don't worry about... What do you mean you're missing a corpse? There's a corpse right there. Oh. You're feeding the dog we have to take care of. Alright, so we got a gift of some cash. The Twitch is still starving, but has managed to get some food. Alright, so we got some of these at 90, 91%. A friend in need of helping. So right now, I just don't have a use for someone. Advanced components and all this, we're not going to have a use for. Well, I'm going to skip this one for the time being, because food is a real problem at the moment. Okay. Let's double check the animals up here. So I want to explode some of those dangerous animals later. Okay, so you can go run up here real fast, hunt that one. No, I didn't want you to stop. Keep hunting. Okay, there we go. So we can go down here. That'll give Akuto a chance to butcher that one. We injured the other one enough, it should also die. So he should be able to end up butchering both those. So we got a sandstone meteorite just crashed down there. That's fine. Alright. Yes, we're in the mid-90s now on some of these. Oh, I didn't even check. This is probably terrible soil. No, it's... Well, I mean, it's not great soil. It's fine. Medical treatment on Cody. Good 10, please. Alright, so one more 10 should finally have Cody pass the gutworms, which will help a lot, because gutworms does pretty significantly impact the amount of food you end up needing on a person. It's 93. And there's the ibex we shot the crap out. Oh, you actually aren't that injured. I misunderstood. I thought that ibex got tagged like 4 or 5 times. I didn't realize it was just one time. Okay. Meanwhile, we have a cougar that's in the middle of the water. I'm curious how it's going to do. And then we had a warg that's top left. And then wood is low because until they get this all planted and harvested and all that, that's going to be a thing. Need you to butcher again because food is low. Alright, passive cooler, then plate armor. We'll hide in room because malnourished. Animal starvation on the stone crab. Okay, so animals. We're just going to restrict the stone crab to home zone now and let it... I didn't notice it was going for the corn, but that's okay. It is what it is. Would have been better if it went after something else, but, you know. Let's see. We'll send the children's clothing, the crappy hat. Oh, we got a couple of poor quality guns. Then some medicine. We can grab the pemmican. That'll give us a little bit of food to tie us over till the corn's ready. Don't have to run quite as much back and forth. Keep him on task. Yep, and then that'll be the last of the stuff they could do construction-wise here. Do I have you set to low priority cut down trees? No, but we will. Not that I expect much to get done there, but that's okay. Oh, we got ambrosia to harvest. I missed that. Okay, 98%, so we're going to get that. That'll pop it in here. And the dog will be out of here in just a day. So that'll be one less mouth to feed. That'll help us out a little bit on the food front. That's unfortunate. Yeah, you got caught on your own because you're frail. That's fine. Well, I mean, probably would have been caught on their own regardless, but because they're frail, they were slowed down, so they didn't get back in much time. That's okay. That's just more practice for the doctor. So if you could, you know, treat them, that'd be great. And starvation on you. Alright, I guess we have to hunt one more thing. Let's see. Nothing great to hunt nearby. Yeah, most stuff I have queued to hunt is like way up in that corner. Raccoon may have to do. Hey, Warren! Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a good rest of your stream and all that stuff, but welcome in, raiders. So how's your stream and all that good stuff? I was lurking there a bit earlier today. I need you to actually kill that raccoon, please. But for those that don't know, Warren, absolutely fantastic content creator, plays a lot of RimWorld, does like a lot of no pause, 500%, that kind of stuff. So if that's your jam, you can absolutely find it over there. You did not kill the thing like I told you to. Oh no, you did, you just didn't butcher it. So quickly butcher that. But yeah, for everyone who's popping in, I am Rual Storge, who play variety games here on Twitch. Right now, we're just kind of starting out a brand new colony. We are doing a rancher ideology with the intent on having our main food supply be stone crab, which is taking a little bit of time because apparently you need a total of 8 taming for stone crab. I do actually have one already. I just don't have my breeding pair yet. But we are pretty early game. This is a map that's proving to be a bit cursed in that everything's near the edge. We did start naked brutality and all that stuff. Is that a petting zoo next door? Pretty much. I'm using that to grind my taming skill, or my animal skill up enough that I can actually get the stone crab. Yeah, no, for the record, the stone crab's definitely not strategically a good idea. It also hasn't helped that we've been dealing with like gutworms and that again and again. Oh, finally the corn is up. Because we had a bunch of rice up, everything was good, and then gutworms and fire and everything. But this was a naked brutality start, and we are slowly recovering from that. Twitch here is a creepy joiner. So if you notice me treating them weird, it's because we don't know what their deal is yet. Get this dog out of here. Oh, I forgot that was even for a person. What were you? Oh, right. It was another genie, because that's what Cassandra wants to give me this run. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get that. I'll just give everyone handler. So weirdly, most runs I'm struggling to have crafters and researchers. Well, crafters more so than researchers. Yet this run, that's all they want to give me. Okay, so we've got May here. What's your ideology, by the way? That's fine. We'll want to convert you at some point, but I'm not going to make it a priority. Alright. We'll let you also help doctoring, because we just don't have any good doctors. Good productive, lots of progress in the run. Nice! Glad to hear. Alright, also let's get you a weapon. What are your skills? You're going to use a gun. Go ahead and grab Cody's gun for right now. I'll grab a different one. Once we know that Twitch is going to join, we actually got a mono sword dropped by a caravan. Like, it wasn't going out of my way to kill their stuff. I had there's a group of 3 different grizzly bears chilling by my property, so I aggroed them all onto the caravan, and they ended up shooting their own muffalo with fire and knocking it down, and it gave me a mono sword. So, I was not unhappy about that result. Well, thank you so much for that. But yeah, so the big thing is going to be getting those stone crabs to show up. Cool, we're finally past the gut worms. So once your food poisoning's done, you should be back in your feet. Because unfortunately, both of these two are genies. So so nice of that RNG. Yeah. It also gave us the jump pack print, which we've already put in. And I think it gave me this machine pistol, which is excellent. Love when that happens. Oh yeah, I think my favorite RNG I've had is very early game. I helped a refugee in a past run, and I was, dealing with like all these research penalties, and they gave me cataphract armor. So I was running around with clubs and bows and that, and cataphract armor on one of my people. Okay, we got one person, decent melee skill, but not a very strong pawn. You're back up, so let's go ahead and grab a gun for you. I'll have you have the revolver so you got more range. They're gonna... That's a prepare? Yeah, so they're gonna prepare. And I'm gonna let them prepare because they got a long hike to reach me. Oh, and Twitch being the creepy joiner, they're Psychic Slaughter. Actually, speaking of which... I wonder if I Psychic Slaughter them, if they will drop their stuff or not. I don't think they do. Because, like, do I just run up here, stand here, wait till he gets over here and explode him? And just call it a day? I mean, the correct choice is to probably... get over here. Oh, you have food poisoning. That's fine. I should have waited till they're closer. Minor break on May because you are ravenously hungry. I'm going to need you to just put up with that for a minute because I sent you out way too early. That's on me. I usually don't have maps with this much water on them. Put that water to good use. You're Neanderthal? You're taking a lot of hits. Yeah, you're Neanderthal. Okay, and with that, go ahead and haul this body out of here so it doesn't rot. Or sorry, that it rots in the water away from us so we don't get the mood penalty on any more people than we need. This game with the spawn points, really 2 tiles in the middle of the water. Yep. But yeah, so my plan right now is we are going to be building our base out in the water. The whole thing is like a crab shack. How is that cougar not just utterly starving? Hey, you doing good? You're doing fine enough. Go say hello to a cougar for me. This is pretty much one of my main uses of Psychic Slaughter. Is to go, oh, a dangerous animal that I would probably want to get my group together to deal with. Or we can just walk a little bit closer. And I don't need to deal with it anymore. Anything else dangerous on the tile? Nope. So yeah, so we got our alpaca here for mostly just for material and to train our animal skill. We need a bigger pen for them, but it is what it is. Hey, Latch, how's it going? That pen needs to be bigger, though. Like a significant amount bigger. Let's go to our animals, manage. Do not allow more than 2 adult males right now. Okay, well, let's plan for this to be a bigger pen. What I could do is I could make it a stone pen like this big or whatever, because very genuinely, with this, I'm not going to be able to use the stone very easily. I'm also not going to have much stone on the map. What is our stuff on the map, by the way? Terrain, slate, and sandstone. That's not good, because I don't think I have much of either. No, I have plenty of sandstone. Okay, so let's go over here. Put like another 11 over this side. Make it like 30. Hop over here. Hop over there. I'll put a door up there. So you both need a rescue as a food poisoning downing you because one is frail and the other's a wimp. Cool, man. Let's see, what run you've been thinking of also? Looking forward to see this playing out. Yeah, we'll see how it works out. So basically, we had incompetent cook, and a whole lot of people all got food poisoning at the same time. Because when they cook, you get a stack of 4 poisoned food if you're cooking in batches of 4. Oh, I also just realized I don't have an extra bed for you, do I? Huh. My bad. I completely forgot about that. Colonist needs rescue, because another one's got food poisoning. So that's 3 people down from 1 instance of food poisoning. Let's go ahead and we can get our double bed. I don't have wood. Because we're trying to make that first thing, and needless to say, there's a lot of wood going to be needed for that. We could make it out of limestone, which is a pretty awful bed. But it honestly might be worth our while to just do that. Yeah, so we just need people to have time cut plant. Cut plant everyone's got is like a low priority. At least now they do. Make it out of marble? Well, the problem is the stone of all types usually do give you a resting penalty. I can make it out of alpaca wool more than likely. No, I don't have spare alpaca wool. I can make it out of camel hide. Yeah, so we can go ahead and make a sleeping bag out of alpaca hide. Or the other stuff. It's fine. We'll just do that for right now. We do have complex furniture. I'm just trying to get this built over here as more of a priority versus getting them better beds and all that. Bulk goods trader. Love to see it. We apparently killed a ibex at some point. And apparently none of them picked up their weapons. Color me surprised. Okay. Of the social, did you have any social? No. This whole colony has no social. Okay, so let's go ahead and we'll sell the twisted meat, because I'm not going to be eating that. Let's sell them all these trace amounts of leather that we got piling up that we're probably never going to use. Especially since I'm selling them, we're definitely not going to use. I'm not caring about that. That's fine. And we'll take the Nutramine. Because I do have Penioxylin unlocked, though we have not built the research bench. Or you haven't built the bench. We should probably just... I keep putting it up. Let's just get this stuff built. I should be using the fueled stove. I should have been using the fueled stove for a long time now. I will chuck you in there. We'll chuck the tailoring bench in here. We'll chuck the stone cutter in here. We can chuck the drug lab in there. We can chuck the fueled stove, or the fueled smithy in there. Let's see, and one time you even... Let's see. Also, how do people deal with Mechanator mech raid summons, honestly? So as far as every time you got the Epoxyton, you also burn your relations, summoning 4 allies to drop it in. So I've fought it a couple of times. I haven't had a problem with it, but it's usually such late game. So you're psychically hypersensitive, night owl, depressive, asexual. You cannot do skilled labor. Depressive is pretty awful. Depressive is pretty awful. It's a shame they died on contact. Real shame, that one there. Oh, we can't make that anymore, that's fine. Any useful gear? Nah, they just have clothes. We actually have the tailoring bench, I just have to build it. Okay, so the refugee is leaving, that's fine, they were frail. And the betrayal reward, which was 2 medicine, got retracted. Man, would you give me a female stone crab as an option? Granted, we still are working on our taming, or in animals, but still. Yeah, because we're gonna expand this out so that we can increase the thing. Because again, we are rancher. Do we have the requirement for rancher yet? No. I'm watching for... We've been eating a lot of vegetables among our stuff. Once they hit a certain number of people, we'll start getting penalized for that pretty heavily. Meanwhile, we can build a couple of copies of this. Oh, hey, I didn't actually mean to... That's fine. And get rid of the 2 animal spots in here. Oh, the butcher table. We definitely, for this run, really need to have a butcher table. Plate armor, double strand, of course. Not the art bench. Where am I struggling to see the butcher table? It should be... There it is. Nah, we need... Oh, I'll make it out of steel. Wait till we actually cut down some more trees. You can complete your current run without the grab ship bugging out like last time. Next time you just want the grab ship to start Raider ideology, just go around murdering people. I did that before I went on vacation. That's pretty much what I did, is we did a Raider ideology and just went around causing mayhem. Alright, so add that to the home zone. Need to add you to the home zone. White walls instead of fences. So stuff like wargs can't go in there and start hunting my animals, and they won't go run in and burn the field. That kind of thing. I usually build walls to begin with this particular run for whatever reason. I started with the fences, like, oh yeah, I usually make the walls. Oh, and I did not name Twitch. That was genuinely the natural name it gave the creepy joiner. And they've claimed to be kind and everything. And look, man, we all know that's not true. Oh, we should go in here real fast and say storage. Block. No. And block. Yes. We got some cargo pods. Full of patchwork leather. Sure, why not? So the food's holding up, but our ability to cook it is not. We could switch this back to prisoner
Take a
to kick
sip.
you out.
What's the worst that could happen?
And this was, when we chose the tile, it is a harbor and a bay. So this is just the building that's here. There's a couple other buildings, but we ripped them all down. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. What is your deal, Twitch? You Pepsi is the opposite of hydration? No, it's hydration. It's not healthy, but it is hydration. It is mostly water. That said, it's not healthy. I fully acknowledge this. I had limeade up here, but I drank it all. Let's see. Forced weather, you're going to give me a rainy thunderstorm. And you are willing to give me a book to teach crafting and a map I don't care that much about. Or Glitter World. Let's take the Glitter World since I have none in storage. Just in case we get, you know, malaria or something else serious happening. It's always good to have a couple pieces of Glitter World in the back pocket, just in case. The fact that this run I've got 3 crafters and 2 people able to research early on, where usually I struggle to have crafters, is surprising. Would you prioritize an architect arm on a melee fighter or a crafter? Probably a melee fighter personally. I don't feel like, while you get an extra bonus to the speed of being able to craft from the higher manipulation and all that, so that's kind of a nice thing. It's not one of those things to be like, oh, this is going to make or break anything. Fishing! We've been waiting for that this whole time. Oh, we are running the semi-random research mod, so I actually don't have control of my research. So if it seems very odd, my research choices, just understand we walked up to Randy and said, hey, you're in charge of R&D. And he said something about spaghettifying carp. I don't really understand, but it's probably fine. But yeah, so we will 100% get water wheel on here, and Blank can go okay, because you can't use water wheel on anything that isn't a river. Alright, cool. It goes to the melee vampire then. Your main crafter already has 2 arco arms. Yeah, oh man. A vampire with arco arms at a melee is a very solid pawn. Also the one that gets into social fight and kills your pawns. Aggressive can go die to fire. That's, I have a little bit of a weird thing when it comes to my personal prioritization of, like, what pawns I take and what ones I don't. To me, like, the things I avoid the most are the stuff that lead to social fights. So, like, abrasive, you know, meandrous, misogynist. Those, to me, are like, man, I'll take pyromaniacs all day long over them. Like, I actually don't mind pyromaniac very much. What is needing taming inside? Did you untame yourself? You monster. Gourmand is now a big no-no. Gourmand is rough. Gourmand is rough. Chemical interest, I'm perfectly fine with. Chemical fascination, it's not a deal breaker, but you gotta be bringing a lot to the table for me to consider it. You cannot claim me. Yeah, we're gonna let the crab out of here before it breaks down one of my walls. That's fine. We're basically stuck until we have, 8 animal. Then we'll be able to tame the crabs. Gourmand just has the binges back to back and nothing is happening, which is bad enough. So far, look, that hasn't happened to Gourmand. That's the worst one. You have a fight, and you'll have your Gourmand doing something important like running the EMPs. and you just see that trigger, you know, is binge eating, and they're like, well, they're running away with my EMPs. I guess we're just doing this without EMPs then, because that ship has sailed. And the two colonists here that we got towards the beginning, 29, well, at least they're 18 now. It's not, when they got engaged, they were not 18. And so you're just like, great. Yeah, sickly I'll avoid pretty heavily. Things gotta be pretty desperate for me to consider a sickly pawn. I'd rather just not have the pawn than sickly most of the time. Oh, speaking of the EMP blasters, do they do AMP in single hits on impact? Oh, if you're talking EMP guns, it's only what they hit. If you're talking like EMP grenades and EMP grenade launchers, that's an area of effect. But any weapon that's like a conventional gun with the EMP modifier, it's only what they hit. And it's like a mini EMP stun. We went a long time with no food poisoning, despite having only 2 cooking, and it's weirdly we've been having bad luck all of a sudden. We can probably go in here and chuck a torch in that wall. You found a pistol with EMP rounds. Does it do normal damage in addition to EMP? It does normal damage plus EMP, which is what actually makes them worth considering, because if it was strictly the EMP, they'd just be worse than EMP grenades. But they do their normal damage, and then they'll do like a mini EMP on top of it. So they're really good for weapons that you're going to be doing like really fast firing on them. Just so you can like get a lot of hits out in there into the group to like do like stuns. Wanderer joins Herman with animal level 9. We'll let this person in. Okay, you get to stay. Fast walker psychopath. I usually don't end up taking that many psychopaths. They have a lot of utility. In this particular case, because they are bringing cooking and animals to the table though, welcome to the colony. You get to stay. So, Earth Rush, you get to be our psychopath. Earth Rush Stony. And let's get your schedule all sorted out. I forgot to get you on recreation here. Okay. I need more actual doctors. Okay, so you're gonna help with that. You are now our cook, so you get off that. And you will hunt and fish if there's not something else for you to do. Yeah, well, Twitch I'm probably going to give the mono sword to once we know what their deal is, because they're a creepy joiner. If they're a creepy joiner who's something I can keep around kind of thing, then we'll give them the mono sword. I also need another ranged weapon at the... Oh, wait, no, I don't. There's no ranged weapon up there. I need better ranged weapons, but that's a perpetual problem until late game. Yep, so Earth Rush is going to try to get this back. What is with the injured animals? Ah, you're just all getting burned by the storms and all that. Oh, you got burned and then got an infection you're going to die from. Cool, I guess. Okay, so you're back up, so let's have you grab that. Alright, bills. Let's not do the simple helmets yet. Bills, add, cook meals, due for. We will prioritize if they are made out of meat, due forever. 4, if they're anything. And then we will never get to the pemmican, so we'll do the side T. Whenever available. And then we can go over here and say zone, fishing zone. Have a good time. Okay. And then the only one metal horror at worst. Is it possible a creepy joiner ever join just be just fine? Yes. One of the possible outcomes is they just join and that's the end of it. It's actually got pretty good odds, but it doesn't feel like it has. Oh, alright, so once Twitch is done fishing, we're gonna explode that mega sloth. Stop eating my crops. Oh, I can't. I didn't realize you couldn't do that. Well, you've won this round, Mega Sloth. I almost never have the explode things with. I'm not that worried about it, but I just figured with like literally sleeping there, I wouldn't mind dealing with it. Yeah, there's some that will just join you and stay. There are some that will join, some period of time will go by, and then they'll leave, like without causing any problems. There's a whole range of things that creepy joiners can do. Oh, don't do that yet. Once it's enclosed, if I move that up there, build this wall, and then tear down this wall, I won't have to worry about, like, at any point having the animals running around. But so you had one with 4 death refusal stacks, and you harvested, 5 high subcores out of them. Yep, corpses explode, a trade caravans pack animal for science. Yeah, it'll just be seen as a hostile action. It's the same thing where earlier we had people was like, hey, can you kidnap those people in this giant trade caravan? It's like, I mean, it is functionality in the game, yes. Can I, in that moment, not survive? Understandably, when you grab people, their friends tend not to be the biggest fans of that whole situation. They tend not to be particularly accepting or welcoming or whatever you want of it. What are you doing? Oh, let's, you need to have lower priority on your fishing. That's the problem. I was like, why is our construction stopping? I forgot we had turned that up before we had fishing available. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I need to quickly use the restroom, so I'm going to do that real quick, and I'll be back in just a minute. But thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. That's fine. Solving the problem, chat. Solving the problem. What is this magic? We're just delivering a truck that drives really badly. You momented too early? Oh, was there a moment? That would be it. You got a clip? Yep. That would be the one. So everyone is here. We just beat our all-time record, which our old record was 111,220 zombies. So we have exceeded it by one. And we had done that in 1 year, 2 months, 8 days. So we beat that quota, like, that record by, about 2 in-game weeks. And there was the gifty subs. Let me go ahead and get those actually called out. So Gusty OP, Father Lemon, Sneaky, let's see, Sneak, EDTS, Dar Scorpius, and Charlester. You all have yourself advertising previewing as well as access to the emotes. Thank you so much, Pretty Big Ooh, for gifting those emotes a channel. But thank you. But I could absolutely put myself in a hurt locker with how much spicy I'm into. Like, one of my favorite flavors is habanero. Like, I think I have genuinely somewhere in the area of like 12 or 14 bottles of different types of habanero hot sauce in the house. I don't have a problem, you have a problem. I can quit anytime I... And this is March. This is the best month. And the reason it's best month is we're gonna go, woo, happy birthday to me. But I want to eat the pizza. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately you got beat up too, so... Is it just like because I had an expensive colony earlier? It's like, no, we're just going to keep this going. Just, no, never let up. Just keep it going. Ambrosia addiction, why not? Let's add it to the pile. Disease gutworms, okay. What is this? Oh, good. Ducks join. I actually would like the ducks. The ducks would be lovely. Rare thrombo. We're gonna leave those alone. They're gonna eat all my plants. It's deeply upsetting. Alright. I still never did figure out what's going on with that. For that last clip, there was just something going on with the storyteller was just triggering event after event after event after event. Like, not necessarily like all negative or positive or whatever. It seriously felt like I was playing with TTK turned on, where just, you know, chat just spamming the events as fast as they can come up. And it's just like, yeah, it was like, what do I even do? It's just non-stop. It was just like weird. And I kept being like, I'm not, so like I've run very, very light on the mods. Like, I usually run just a couple of UI mods and that's basically it. I don't change, like, I don't usually run mods that run any story stuff. Like, the only impacting mods I have on this run is I got one mod that makes it so I don't start with any research at all. And I've got another mod that makes it so I don't control my research, it's randomized. And it still follows the same restrictions you have, like you have to have, you know, you can't do the microelectronics until you have the electronics and all that. But, you don't have control of it. But otherwise, all the other mods are just UI stuff, music, that kind of thing. But yeah, no, that's, there's definitely something wrong with that, because, like, I'm not someone... I know the vagueness of how a bunch of the stuff works mechanically in the game so far as the, you know, Cassandra will trigger an event between X and Y amount of time and all that stuff. The specifics I don't know, but it was definitely one of those ones where I was getting, like, raid after raid after raid, and then, you know, just a bunch of stuff. I think we had one person who ended up having, like, 3 stacks of disease at the same time. Like, they had gutworms, flu, and malaria all at the same time. And, like, they had triggered on them in under 2 days, and I had all those separate instances of stuff. Have you ever tried overhaul mods at all, like RimWorld and Magic? No. I generally don't like to mod my games very heavily. It's just not my preference. So the big overhaul mods are usually deal breakers for me. Hey, Frothing, how's it going? Truly a cursed name. How's it going, all that? See, you got the John Ong emote going on there. That horse is sussy. That's just Jonathan Ong, man. Very genuinely, I actually do recommend Jonathan Ong as a content creator. Is a music content creator. Does a lot of really fun stuff. I'm doing pretty good. But does, like literally will have someone be like, hey, I would like to, you know, can you play this song? And we'll, like, live on stream, you know, go, okay, you know, play, like, a little bit of song to themselves, and we'll actually work through the whole song. Is that Lurk Queen? The Thrumbo butt shake. The biggest the biggest mode you have is 70 different dinos in your game. You got Allosaurus and a Brachiosaurus. Yep. Trumbo dunk. But yeah, no, it's and it's not just even a RimWorld thing, it's a general thing. Like, that's actually one of the things I run into that I find as a pain point with Kenshi. I really enjoy Kenshi. I've kind of exhausted everything I want to do. but half the time to do more interesting things in Kenshi, you gotta mod pretty heavily. And it's always one of those difficulties. Honestly, running a rancher ideology is kind of rough. Yeah, we haven't gone to the point where the rancher part of the ideology is really kicking in yet. We'll get there. I believe once I get one more person here, with our ideology, the rancher thing will kick in. Well, if you're gonna do that anyways, go ahead and replace that with the sandstone. Honestly, we're at the stage with that wall coming down. Let's just queue it up. I'm gonna go over here and say dismantle this. Because that lightning hit that wall and destroyed it. But yeah, no, that's the whole thing, is Rancher with having to, you know, basically grow a bunch of stuff to then feed the animals, to then butcher the animals. It ends up being a whole thing. Alright, so we got our first, we got Stone Crab 1 is back. Ancient Ranch Mono Sword. We will get the quest for recovering that. We'll make that one of our goals, is to get that. Oh hey, we actually reached a point where you're cutting down some trees and getting into proper wood. Let's see, you're like legitimately only circumventing the can't grow food via Agrahans, and somehow almost looks like in-game years. Well, you can grow food as ranchers. That you can do. It's just if they eat the food, you know, as vegetables or whatever, they'll get really upset about it. Versus, you know, you grow the stuff to then feed the animals, to then eat the animals kind of thing. We'll reinstall this back here, because that's not flammable, so you don't have to worry about fire spreading to it. Okay, Stonecutter's bench. If you got the availability, just chop it. We've got the Crafter's Despair, weirdly enough. Actually change that. I'm going to regret setting that. So it'll be sandstone, do until you have 400. Then it was slate. Do until you have 400. And don't make more than that. You thought you saw the mood penalty for sewing? Let me check. Not unless there is a... I mean, it's entirely possible. Gotcha, so we're getting upset about the number of animals on our property. But this is our person who is planting and all that, and getting no penalties for any of that. Okay, so we got a raider, they're going to prepare. Group of 4, all melee. Neanderthals? No, they're just baseliners. Oh, for the record, one of the few changes we do have is we've got all the normal raiders, but we have also added in the cannibal pirate gang, those ones that they got rid of with, I believe it was ideology, or no, it was biotech. Because genuinely, I'm a little sad when they got rid of all those, because now we have, like with biotech, you get like the impids, and they're all impids, and you get the Neanderthals, and they're all Neanderthals. To me, I actually find it pretty, well, actually, we can hang back and shoot at them as they come in. I actually find it a lot more interesting when you have these ones that are really mixed and you don't really know what to expect out of them. Drenching ideology is actually carnivorous? Like actually getting upset about eating vegetables? Yes. Well, they'll get to that point. They don't start that way, it's when it becomes your primary ideology. Yeah, you checked Wiki, it's -4 for sowed human food. Gotcha. Yeah, so we haven't gotten that penalty kicked in. We just got the scarce animals kicked in. It's interesting, because I haven't seen that yet. It's probably one of those things that once your ideology advances enough, more than likely it kicks in all that. Big agree it's a lot more fun with mixed xenotypes. Makes you have to adapt to the planet more. Oh yeah, no, I had a colony that we had a raid that looked like it would be perfectly fine to handle. I got myself positioned with the idea of, you know, shooting at them. We'd duck into the door to rout them. And there was one Yatkin in the group. And so if we pretend this is the door I was going. So, you know, we're fighting, and this is not going to be the angle. Let me just draw it. We can use the planner. Yeah, so pretend here's my base is in here. There's the door. And then they got raiders coming in from up here. And then my people are over here. So they're kind of, you know, chilling right there by the door. Not nearly that many. So I'm like, cool, I've got a lot of range here. They're primary melee. We'll deal with that. Once they start to close the gap, we duck in here. We have our defensive position somewhere. I don't remember where it was. What I didn't notice, because I was kind of like this, watching for when I was going in, is right up here. I can't remember. I think it was a Mega Sloth. So I was sitting here, the Yetkin runs up just off screen, shouts that thing to aggro, and so I'm watching for when I need to duck through, and I see this Mega Sloth coming along, and I'm like, what's going on with this Mega Sloth? Not realizing it had been manhunted. And it got to around here when it kind of was like, oh crap, that's hostile. And then it was just one of those things that I couldn't retreat through anymore. I got caught up at the door, and so instead of having a fight that would have been an easy win, it wiped the colony, because now I had to try and hold down a very melee strong army just straight on open, running up to each other, which is not the right answer. Alright, so they're working their way over. Why are you a different color than the others? Huh. That's weird. That one's highlighted dark. I don't know what that means. Alright, get into position. Eating vegetables is fine. They can't grow them for self-consumption. Toxic fallout. That honestly sucks pretty bad. I appreciate them slowly running around. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, none of you are amazing, right? No, not really. Alright, so we're not going to worry about collecting those bodies, because that's not going to matter. We're going to need to go here, orders, harvest what you can. They're going to die because they don't have a real good place to shove them. Deconstruct that for a moment. We can go up here and go misc, caravanning point. Drag them indoors and then slaughter and eat them. Do not sow any of these fields. We don't have face masks yet, so we're not going to be able to like just chill out there for any real length of time. I think the reality is reading the alpaca. Because I can't keep them outside. Can you just build rooms in their pen? The problem is the pen's broken. The pen got struck by lightning and it burned down part of the wall. So I have to have them on a caravanning spot till I get it fixed. So we're just going to bring him in here. And we're just going to go through one by one. And knock him down. Meanwhile, for the crab, area 1 is now in here. But yeah, normally if this was an enclosed pen, yeah, I could slap down a ceiling and that'd probably be fine. We'll send the crab to chill inside. Make sure... Do not cook on that anymore. You got struck by lightning? Of course you did. Stop being slowed down. Alright, so the reality we're going to have here is that I'm going to need to start restricting where they go. We can improve our stuff a little bit by going... There's a ceiling up here. There, so get that set up. What are you doing? You're relaxing socially, playing Hoop Ring. Alright, so we're going to need to get them in here because they're slowly building the toxic buildup and for no real benefit. So let's change our zoning here. We're going to go ahead and make a brand new zone. Manage, new, rename your home, expand, not in that area, it doesn't exist. And who is our cook now? Earth Rush. Butcher the alpaca before that corpse rots out there. Oh, I didn't assign them to the zone, did I? That's not the right zone. Oh, and I once again need more beds. What do we got so far as fabrics laying around? We got patch leather, so let's go furniture. I don't have a wooden storage. I do actually have wooden storage. Yeah, that's gonna suck. I did what I do. Even the plants can be ruled over, but they die after a few days. Yeah. No, it's just in this one particular case, because this is, like, broken, I'd have to fix it first, then get the roof up. And honestly, I'll just kill a couple of the alpaca. Waste clearance. That's fine. Blight on the hay grass. They're just trying to be extra sure, being like, no, really, your crops are super dead. I need to go out here. Go juice. We won't worry about that. I don't want to prioritize it. We're just going to deal with that. I need to, I want them to just keep harvesting what they can. Because if the blight kills it, that's one thing. If the toxic fallout kills it, the point is they're still going to die. There's no real salvaging it. It's just getting what we can out of it before it goes. How's everyone's toxic buildup? It's probably terrible. Everyone's still at initial sad wander. Okay. Gaz making this a tough run? Yeah, she's just trolling the food. Honestly, that happens more than I like. For me, it's usually not straight up raids. That's how Cass causes me the most headaches. It's just stuff like this, where it's just like blight, disease, cold snap, toxic fallout, volcanic winter, blight, and you're just like, come on, man. And then, you know, once everything's mostly on the side, it'll finally be like a raid where your colony's struggling to stay afloat, and they'll just do the raid to finish the job. That's it, I roll credits a lot. That's fine. You being out here... Alright, so... Unfortunately, I really can't keep you locked inside the house, because we don't have where you can walk between them fair enough. There, so you're pulling up the corn real fast. Actually, you can. So zone, new zone. Actually, I think area 1 is already indoors. So we're gonna go ahead and for right now, Earth Rush is gonna be set to the indoor zone because they're starting to get too much toxic buildup. They're risking dementia and cancer and all that. Don't sleep out there, I said indoors. A rat has chosen death. Okay, now let me have Earth Rush go in more areas. Muscle parasites. Cool. That makes my life easier. Not. Okay, so with that we've already got at least this set up. Where we can run between all of our buildings. Anyone else got some decent toxic buildup going on? Yeah, so it's just Earth Rush because they had that sad wander out and about. Animals. We can knock off another one. Well, I mean, at this point, it's probably time that we'll start switching. Well, we can't switch over to the animals yet. We don't have enough of them. Aurora. Get rid of that trap. We don't need it anymore. That's just for the beginning when we were, naked brutality of just one person. What's your story, Twitch? You've been here 22 days, you're not dead thing. Twitch is probably just going to up and leave when they're done. Oh, you need to not be restricted. Earth Rush, please butcher those animals before they rot. Needless to say, between the blight and the toxic fallout, these crops were not going to make it. Okay. Now we're starting to get people standing around. This is kind of where you'd want to have multiple research benches, in all honesty. So are the animals starving yet? They're not starving yet. But they'll get there. Oh, good, we got the tailoring bench done. So let's go ahead and start getting our tailoring set up. So we'll say button-down shirts, do until you have one of at least 80% quality. We can go to our pants, where we find those. Oh, actually, we have the royalty stuff. Let's just get fancy clothes. Alright, so pants first. There we go. Do until you have one of 80% quality. Then we can go over here, and we will say, alright, you're going to get a formal shirt of 80% quality. Why is my brain not doing this right? You need it the other way. We'll do the vest. Of 80% quality. We get a cape. Of 80% quality. We will get berets of 80% quality. None of this is min-max or strategically the right idea. Face mask of 80% quality. Remember you had a toxic rain when it was still learning? What you did is a bunch of single block walls and then roof them. I used to like make column, because I used to like make these like big spread out bases. I used to put columns in between all of them, leading in between all the different locations. Bandolier is actually not a bad one to consider. So it used to be a whole thing where you could just walk around the whole base and not have to... Tree sowing. That'll be good for after the storm. Could you not stand on that? Oh, also... uplight. We have a turkey that got burned and is dying. Okay, hungry hitched animals. They're just hungry so far. We're gonna deconstruct that. We're gonna open the door. We're gonna let those animals scatter out there, and we're gonna hitch them back up. Okay, and we'll go to miscellaneous, caravanning, plunk it back down. All right. Oh, you both still have flu. That's cool, I guess. Stay in the home zone. Colonist needs rescue because they were struck by lightning. Please hold that back in so it doesn't rot in the toxic fallout. Alright, so the fallout's done. So assign all that. We can allow sowing again. Please cut that plant first. Oh, hey. Deconstruct that caravanning point. And I'll put this caravanning point inside there. Actually, don't build it there. Build it down here so they might be able to actually reach some grass. Alright, so the storm should also be letting up relatively soon. And for now, we're going to switch you over to rice again. Because now we want to get that bootstrapped back up quickly so we can get the rice going, and then we can worry about switching over to other crops. Interesting that you're not willing to sow those. Okay. So all in all, things are not in too bad of shape. We do need... This was intended to be our storage room. That's become our production/storage room, which isn't really what we were aiming for, but that's where things are at for the moment. So if you leave, who would... Cody could be... Well, I know there are... The problem is these two are genies. And then you're terrible at melee, and you're terrible at melee. Sorry. And it's like, Twitch is also terrible at all of it, but being the one who's going to want to be close to do Psychic Slaughter anyways, I feel like they'll be pretty okay for a melee thing. We Psychic Slaughter the first one to gum up everything and clean up. Oh yeah, you're meditating to catch up your whole bit here. And then once you're done with that, you'll start planting everything again. Please, of all the places to start with the food we need to live. Then you can start focusing on the other stuff. Twitch's departure. Alright, well, Twitch left the colony, and everyone immediately celebrated. Harsh. Twitch left, and they're like, he's gone! Finally! Twitch left the chat. As you do. Accepting a child. A 5-year-old child named Anessa is going nearby. She's being chased by pirates and mole. They're going to send 2 gunners after us. She has a highest skill is shooting level 1. Yes. The answer is yes. Alright, what are you bringing to the table? Okay, so you're a clean slate, basically. I'm pretty okay with that. So full recreation schedule. We'll keep you restricted to the home zone for right now. And you will... You are now our hauling and cleaning person. And you will fish... I'm trying to think of how I want to do these priorities. Just can't drag them left and right. You'll fish as able... Oh, you can't plant cut, so that's fine. So there's Anessa. And there's the raiders following you. We're attacking immediately from the opposite direction. And have come with a bolt rifle. I like upgrades. Ooh, okay, if this person goes down, we're grabbing them. Okay, if either of them go down, we recruit. So in the meantime, grab all of you and tuck you behind some wall here. Actually, that'll be probably a better place to fight from. I'm gonna even Anessa here. Let's have you hide inside real fast. Yeah, luckily the one with the bolt action is really terrible with a gun. Genuinely kind of dangerous up close. You know, honestly, this is probably a fight I just want to shoot my way through. You're a Delilah. Okay. Get enough hits on you. Drop back. Because you're done. So Spence is the other one we have here. This'll work out. They're busy stealing the monosword, not defending themselves. Alright. Sadly, they both died. I would have liked to get one of them involved. So we'll haul that out of here. You go ahead and grab the bolt action. That'll be an upgrade for you. You grab that. Cody here, you haul this back. Please don't leave that in the door. You're needed doing other things, so you will haul this body out of here. Alright. So the big thing we got as a problem now is Inessa doesn't really have much they can do around here. So we can go ahead and let's have you start making some slate furniture. They were both unwaveringly loyal. Oh, I wasn't paying that close attention. Because stuff like Anomaly, half the time I don't even notice it anymore. Because like unwaveringly loyal, it's like, yeah, it's a solvable problem. Okay, so we're gonna get a slate desk there real quick. Using Earth Rush, she was consuming a simple meal, and once you're done with that, we're gonna have you build that. We're gonna have you focus on that. Because we get that done, then Inessa can use the table there. So meanwhile, Inessa here is a member of the colony, so welcome in Rongor. Definitely, there'll be no tragedy here for you to worry about. Did you just ignore that? Not assigned to construction. Oh, wait. Oh, right. Twitch was our construction person. Boo. That means construction's going to start lagging behind again. All right, is there someone else we can open up to construction? We don't want to do that. I want you to be our cook. Honestly, for either of these... That sucks. Honestly, either of you, if the research bench and crafting isn't available, do construction. It's fine. There we go. So Rongor will actually get lessons, and that'll be good. But that Rongor is just standing there by themselves being like, please? Anybody? Cool, so the rainy thunderstorm is going to go away. And Earthrush is over here fishing, supplementing her food that way. And I don't think that fishing is going to go nearly fast enough yet to be able to be our only food source. We are definitely going to need to get these animals up and running, but we'll get there. The big thing here is I need to get a female stone crab so I can start scaling up that operation. Now the good news is I did make sure to keep at least a male and a female alpaca. It honestly wouldn't be a bad idea for me to tame the other two alpacas and bring them into the fold as well. What's your problem? Serious pain. Serious pain? Oh yeah, that's actually... Oof. 19% pain on a scar. That is genuinely pretty nasty. One of the higher pain percents I've seen on a scar. Yeah, scarce animals, we'll need to deal with that. Alright, is there anyone here who has an ideology? Yeah, so the cannibalism ideology, we definitely want to consider... Why is randomly typed that way? Why is randomly typed that way? I don't Oh, yeah. In quotes, don't worry about it. It's just a joke. Because everyone will be like mod luck, streamer luck, all that kind of stuff. It's like, nah, it's fair. There's no shenanigans happening here, according to the official record. I'm going to tear down this wall again. Or ceiling, not wall. Okay. I'm honestly waiting for those to just die on their own because they're blight. So don't sow that one. Yeah, so the only reason I don't want to prioritize them one on cut that badly is I'm just worried about them just going out and cutting the trees the whole time. Okay, finish what you're doing. And then we'll have you clear that field real quick. Be done with it. Alright. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, wait, no, it's not fine. That did bridge over. You need them to go over there and cut that field. I was putting it off because of the toxic fallout and everything, but now we're trying to get stuff regrowing. It needs to be sorted. And the way you usually do that nowadays, you set blight plant cut 1, but that'll also prioritize cutting down trees. It used to be the way you had to do is you had to go over here, make a whole new zone, be like only in that zone. Get out here because we're having more blight spread. Then you're meditating again. Because unfortunately my construction / growing person is also our Psycaster. Because that's our initial pawn from the Naked Brutality. Nope, don't go to the poplar tree. Start cutting the blight, then we're going to deprioritize cut. Because while I would like the wood as well, I need the food more. Nope. I want you to do that one down... Oh, not queued. Would you... That's weird. Okay, and with that, we can drop you back down to this priority, and you'll get back to farming. Destitute refugees, the answer is yes. Okay, so they are all adults, so we're going to tell them to all drop their weapons, because they can betray us. And it also means we can go onto our schedule, recreation for all of you, work. We start by choosing all those. Okay, we can allow that on temporarily. We'll make these for our colonists. And add extra set of rooms. Then we can go in here and say, okay, you can be a doctor. You can work on those. Okay, you can help cook. We got yet another crafter. Let's not have them craft just so they don't start stuff and leave it half done. But I don't mind you two doing research. All of you can help clean. Put fishing as a low priority on everyone. We don't have any mining that needs doing, but okay. You can help with construction. None of you are going to hunt. Put low priority on grow. Well, actually, we'll leave it like that. That's fine. So primarily going to haul, clean, and then fish or research as they have availability. There's a couple in there that could do a bit of construction. We don't have any mining queued up, so it probably just won't happen. But yes, the fish there should definitely help us keep everything moving along. So we didn't get the heavy bridges, because that's what I've been hoping here, is I can put like a little heavy bridge here, then put like, you know, our cooking area and all that on that area, make this into our production room, and slowly build our base out here. But until those heavy bridges are unlocked, we're kind of not getting any of that done. Okay. And we're missing the drug lab due to components. Oh, well, that's easy. I think we've got a ridiculous number of ship parts on the map now. Alright, so queue that up where they can disassemble that if they have the opportunity. And then that'll end up being a bunch of all that taken care of. Alright, so our spare people should be able to get that construction done now. And that should get the pen done, and then I'll work over here on getting this room done. Okay, we tamed with the other alpaca. Alright, and that timber wolf has gone down. Go hunt it real fast before it gets back up. Right. What's your problem? Oh, you probably got things. Hide in room because of a mediocre barracks. That's honestly fair. Yes, hopefully we'll quickly be able to get a bunch of construction. May, what are we... You're doing construction? Oh, don't do that. Not that now I got these other people here. Let's prioritize other things. Okay. Yeah, we need to get another one of these people onto our ideology. Most likely I'm gonna need to imprison someone. I keep putting it off. I'll need to take whatever people who's not super immediately necessary, imprison them, convert them, bring them back out, get a moral guide, and start getting everyone switched over. At that point, imagine a lot of the limitations with Rancher will go into effect, and we'll just have to live with that. Okay, so once we get those wooden doors built, that pen's ready. So pause all that for a moment so that they use the wood to get those doors done. They're getting a lot of bluefish we're pulling up here. Okay. You're getting over that. We still have the stone crab over there. Because the other thing that can happen is once we get the penalties start taking effect, are we going to starve due to 9 mouths? Oh, we're definitely going to struggle a bit. We're not going to starve, though. Worst case, we send our people out and start hunting a bunch of these big animals. The refugees probably won't be here that long. Yeah, it's just 11 days. And then plus, we have multiple of the refugees out here just fishing up everything. And we got rice planted, so it's already mostly grown. The big thing is... you have smoke leaf withdrawal. That's your problem. Do we have smoke leaf? We did. I don't have any anymore. Okay, so we did get the drug bench going. We're going to tell them penioxylin forever. And now we're going to go to assignment for you, no drug policy. Manage drug policies. The no drug policy is now the default. But we're going to go to the social drug policy. Well, sorry, social drug policy. I'm going to go in here to the penioxylin. There you are. And I'm going to say every 5 days you take the penioxylin no matter what. So all of our people are still on the social drug policy. And the reason we just have it set that way is that way when, like, we end up taking quests from the Empire or whatever, a lot of times their ideology will be they get pissed off if they take a drug. They'll show up, get the penioxylin, get the mood debuff, and then you'll fail the mission because suddenly they're running around with, like, this minus 15 because they used a drug recently. So I'm just getting ahead of that real quick. Alright, so orders. Cut down trees if you got the availability. Work. Give them all plant cut. Yeah, who's the construction one we have here? Yeah, we'll give them all some priority of plant cut to get that wood in, because I'm going to need a bunch for this area over here, too. Then to keep our stoves going and all that nonsense. Someone needs to be a dedicated hauling person. You can. Okay. That way we can get those components in and that kind of stuff. Alright, we got all that cleaned out. It's also a thing that fishing, you can pull up all sorts of cool rare things, and they could be... Some of them are junk. You'll pull up, like, corpses and skeletons and all that. Other times you can pull up some really, really amazing stuff, like persona weapons and all sorts of nonsense. Alright. Are there any of them I would want to join? Yeah, so we'd definitely consider Post Us. I would be willing to consider yet another genie there. Oceranine is straight out a very neurotic genie who is too smart. Oh, you are a dangerous pawn. Mental break threshold plus 14 plus 12. Oh, actually, that's not bad. Yeah, so honestly, the only one I wouldn't take is this one on the right. The Hussar. I didn't even read what that was. Mad hair. It's a good way to lose people, is just not pay attention. Okay. But yeah, so honestly, the refugees, the only one I wouldn't keep is this one here. And that's because Abrasive nervous meandrus. Just a pile of drama. Now granted, they are a Hussar, so they'd be a solid fighter, but I don't have the ability to produce the drugs they need to live. So, well, actually that's not true. Wifey, I love you more. Okay, you sleep well. And actually sleep. I love you. Those don't need to be mutually exclusive. I really need these animals to not be inside my pen. Is it me or does that 5-year-old have a revolver? The 5-year-old has a revolver. I do arm the children. I tend to try and keep them out of a fight, but it is RimWorld. You'll sometimes just have them in a room and a drop pod raid will drop right on them, and it means whether they won or not, they're on the front lines. And then sometimes things go really sideways. Random wife appears. Rual used. Please feed me. I hunger. Critical success. Alright. Oh, yeah, so with this one, stop making those. And I totally forgot that we were going to build the butcher spot, and I didn't have the materials. So get that. Alright, so Manhunter pack down here. Manhunter pack of squirrel. We got a lot of people way off into the fringes, unfortunately. So let's run over here. That's probably not the right point. I'm hoping that what we can do is that these ones over here can kind of get into position in the meantime. So you're the one who's going to stand in front of everybody. Normally you want a bottleneck. My fear was just all the other ones off on their own and splitting them up. I wasn't going to bother to doing the inventory of who was separate and who wasn't. They can throw a lot of bullets at them, but they are squirrels that are hard to hit. Nicely done. Is that all of them? Yep. Okay, so the only other problem is you got a nibble on your toesy. And by that I mean a nibble on your neck, and torso, and leg, and foot. And probably your side and your face. You got a nibble on your yes. That's where you got a nibble. No one gonna do it? Gonna just, there you go. Alright, so problem is I've got all these animals in here, and they are going to be punks about this. I need them to get out. And there's a trick of how we can do this. So what I want to do here is I don't want to actually hit the animals. We're going to run over here. We're going to shoot at that wall. I'm going to shoot nearby those things till we panic them, and they make a run for it. Rhino, I'm shooting a gun next to your head. If you could do me a favor, there you go. And the reason I'm doing that is because otherwise, eventually they'll get hungry. Honestly, you know what? We got the rhinos out. You, we could tame, and then we'll slaughter. Alright, electricity. And the next thing they researched is IEDs. Because, of course they did. Alright, so wildlife, or animals. We go to the yaks, and we say, yaks, no thank you. Oh, right, I'm gonna need to go in here and say, bills, add, children's pants, do until you have one at 80%. Bills, children's shirt, 80%. Bills, children's parka, 80%. Because we do have a child in the colony. And with that, you are free to make more alpaca. And also, you can allow that again. So orders. That's not going to get done anytime soon. Join offer on you. The very neurotic, too smart, wimp who is delicate. This is the one that's a little dicey because those mood break thresholds are really high. But they are a capable pawn. Man, that's rough. Because it's plus 12. That's plus 26 mental break threshold. Do I want to deal with that? To give you an example, that's a normal pawn, where your mood breaks start here. That's this guy. It's literally his medium break is about the max on that one. You break at 50%. I'm gonna say no. It's a fun pawn because very neurotic, that 40% work speed. And the faster learning is like, that would be a pawn who can get crap done if I can keep them happy. But that is a very difficult to keep happy pawn. And he'd be the third genie. Yeah. And on top of that, he's addicted to smoke leaf. Yeah, so these two are a no. You two are definitely yes. Great memory with no negatives. I mean, that one's another genie. Why is everything a genie? Can't imagine how that addiction happened. Yeah, right. Who is our cook again now? Earthrush. That's fine. So I could probably go to our meals now. And say 20 meals. Okay, so we're going to be switching back and forth between cutting down trees and building the platform and all that. To start trying to get ourselves, you know, where we actually want to live and not being this close to the edge of the map and all that. I'm more curious how we're going to keep these crabs fed as we get them. Speaking of which, still just the one crab on the tile. Got a grizzly bear, too. I'm low-key tempted to grab the group here, take a shot at the Ancient Danger, and see if we get any goodies out there. It'd probably go fine. My concern, though, is with two genies in the group. There's a good chance the opening volley, those two fall over, and then these two are genies here as well. Is it you that was also a genie? Yeah. So these two are genies here. So 4 of them, if there was like any type of decent AoE or whatever, would just drop. And then we'd have a child in these two. Psychic Soothe, that's fine. They're slowly getting the hay grass planted. And how are you doing so far as... Yeah, so we're officially getting to the point where we're getting the penalty for sowing human food. We're not ready to switch over to animals yet, not even close. I haven't got my group up. One thing we can do, begin the festival. So that one will be fuse lector and all that. That'll have the potential of like a really good outcome of just having a bunch of animals show up. Okay, we tamed the yak and immediately slaughtered it, as you do. I guess that's one thing I could work on for right now. We have the hunt scent pretty low. Earthrush is set to hunt as able. Alright, so we're going to take the approach of the hunting and just say, hey, all you little animals all over the map, you are to be hunted. Except the muffalo, because you can potentially fight back. We'll try to tame you, and if we do, then we'll butcher you immediately. IEDs, nutrient paste. It's not really what we're looking for. Okay, so we got the better butchering table set up. So butcher creature, do forever. Get rid of the butchering spot down there. And we're still fishing. You probably don't have much longer till you're out of here. 6 days. And they're wasting wood because they're botching the construction. This whole base is going to take forever to build. And I do think I want to put like a little bit of a wall up here once we get the heavy bridges. So I could put like a slate or whatever wall on this. Or like any type of defense. So we can fight stuff as they run in. And just kind of use the terrain to our advantage. Ranch Festival Opportunity. Which was the drum thing. Yeah, I don't have that. We're already this far in and we barely have any of our base built. Not having a dedicated construction pawn has certainly been a pain. So how long does the mood penalty sit for doing that? 2 days. And you're mad about sowing it, not harvesting. Which is interesting considerations. Oh, is that same person with the bat? With the, No, that's not the same one. The one that was frail. I think that's the same name, though. Yeah, interestingly, it shows them as having been a colonist for 16 days. They had frail, and now they don't. Oh, no, I might be thinking of the other one. Sickly pyromaniac? No. You would want to send 2 people to stay at my place. They do not work. And then do that. We're going to go ahead and accept it, but not yet. I'm going to wait till it's closer to when these ones get out of here, so we can kind of get rid of them, get the next ones in. Not too heavily over tax my food. Also interesting that we're making all these clothes and I'm not really seeing them put that to use up there. Also, bills due forever. We're going to say 90%. Major break risk on May. What's your deal? You used a drug. And your ideology does not like it. Okay. May. What do you do here? You're a researcher? Alright, so... can I realistically arrest you and it not go badly? Because we want to convert people anyways. Yeah. So we're going to convert May here. Wait, what's the deal? Oh, May was a joiner. I should have named this person. Alright. So the person who is getting arrested to be converted is Sentient Cookie. And welcome to the colony. And your first act after being named is to be thrown in a prison cell and told that your views are heretical and that they must stop. As you do. And also... who's free to do... okay. So there's nothing that you're willing to burn right now. You're in a daze due to your drug withdrawal, that's fine. Yeah, that gunsling out there doesn't make me happy. Need to clear up some of this. Alright, storage. Clubs. No. Knife. No. Storage. Club. Yes. Knife. Yes. So haul this out of here. And haul that into there. So it doesn't just rot out there. We can also go in here and say steel and uranium. Don't keep it in there. You can keep it out here. Alright, the alpaca population is climbing, little by little. Yeah, we got the one. Both the grizzly bears are up on that end of the map. That's fine. Alright, so we're still getting this first platform built. And then the plan is to eventually make that our production room. That's going to require the heavy bridges we don't have yet. Which is also going to require a bunch of steel, which we really don't have as well. Days due to serious pain. Nutrient paste. Now you got solar panel. You're the one with a really bad scar on your foot. Yeah, so definitely want to get you a prosthetic leg or something like that. Okay, so we're definitely going to need a bunch of steel as well. We actually haul back the components in steel yet? I'm pretty sure we did. Because otherwise we'd have a bunch of steel laying around everywhere. Yeah, there's all the components we got from the ship. So we got like 50 components from those wrecked ship pieces. Which is overkill, and we don't want them sitting in a big stack like that, but that's what we got. Alright. We can hack the drone. If hospitalities for allies expires in 5 days. And then the refugees get out of here in less than 5 days. Alright, what's your ideology? Okay. Prisoner. Once you're done throwing a fit, we'll get you converted. And then we can release you. So we got 240 steel laying around. That's not nothing. It's not a lot. That's okay. It'd just be really nice if you would grab the heavy bridges. I'm having this weird, like, deja vu feeling that we get a big raid right as I start wrapping up heavy bridges. We actually finish it with one of the genies on the research bench you can't fight or something. I know we had a run like that where we were doing something exotic, and that's just how it worked out, as we had our pacifist researching during a raid, and things went under, and we got the research we had been waiting on while the raid was going on. It was like, okay, cool, I guess. See, hunting doesn't seem to be too reliable since pawns will attack squirrels from a longer range, causing animals to run away. You should have had set up a stockpile with all but corpses and chunks right outside the storeroom. Cool, man. I didn't ask you. But, cool. For the record, I've got almost like 4,000 hours in this. I have played this game and been on the maximum difficulty and all that. I do not min-max and all that, so, you know, that's literally one of the reasons I don't play on those higher difficulties anymore, is I got tired of min-maxing everything. But yeah. Like, genuinely, I used to do, like, not the no-pause thing, but, like, 500% naked brutality before I was streaming and everything. That was kind of the way I played.
Thank you, Kervik, for subscribing for 13 months. Thanks
Hey,
to Randall Thor 1812 for my sub gifty.
Hey, Kravik, thanks so much for the tier 1 sub. Been sub to the channel for 13 months, and yep, and thank you for continuing that sub from Randall Thor.
Thank you, Kervik, for subscribing for 13 months. Thanks to Randall Thor 1812 for my sub gifty.
But yeah. Corpse chunks right outside the storeroom, outside, inside manually set up storage setting for the future. Man, I can't read your sentence. It makes sense of what you're trying to say. But yeah, no, actually, so like we have all our rotten and our human corpses go there, regular corpses go here. I know I should have them right outside the storeroom. This isn't intended on being long term. This is the initial base, and we had this set up beforehand. This is just a stopgap. We're trying to build out over here. It's just taking time because we did start with Naked Brutality, and as Naked Brutality goes, you just don't have people capable of doing half the things you need them to. So you make do. And 4 of these are refugees, they're not my actual colonists. So we're starting to get to the point where I won't have all that stuff be an issue, but we're working on it. Okay, so let's get these knives and those out of here. Honestly, we'll get rid of the auto pistols. I might regret that later, but I just don't feel like dealing with it. We got enough money I could get a better weapon if we want. I'm keeping the penioxylin. It would be good to get some real medicine in here. Yeah, let's get the real medicine. Let's do that. You're a pretty long way away from that ancient danger. Do we have someone... You're fast walker. We'll make this happen. Because I think if we hurry up, I could shoot this ancient danger open and run clear to this group beforehand. A little bit of a hike, but outside of getting plugged by a lancer right as the thing comes open, the bigger thing is shooting this far away from a bolt action. I should have softened it up a while ago. Come on. You're almost there. Okay, that wouldn't have been very bad anyways. Have a lovely time. Okay, so they got all that sorted. We can pop the pods too. Unfortunately, I didn't put myself at an angle that's realistic. I'm gonna have you run up here really fast. Actually, I'm not having you do it. How are you? Oh, yeah, you're not doing it. Any of you got fast movement speed? Yeah. What's your deal? Stop it. So unfortunately, I didn't hit at an angle I should be able to shoot through there. But most of the time, if they are hostile, a lot of them will pop out, take some drugs, do that kind of stuff, so buy me a couple of seconds. We'll pop these pods, and that's only assuming they're all hostile, which isn't an assumption that... That'll work. Ooh, that is run. Run, 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 don't get hit. All of you, stay the heck out of this. Yeah, so we got marine armor on multiple, recon armor on multiple of them. Some pretty okay weapons. Are you on Go Juice? Is that what I'm seeing? Yep. Okay, carry on living your lives. Alright, you're just chill. Because you're going to immediately run back out there. So they are utterly wrecking the raiders. Or they're wrecking the caravan. So I've got a shield up. We'll get these three involved. Throw shots into it as well. They also have a shield that's going to be still up when this one goes down. We got 11 more seconds in that shield. Alright, let's get you back out of here before the shield goes down. So you're pretty messed up, you're pretty messed up. So they're gonna retreat in not too long. But that said, they're all shot up now. Okay, so Paul here didn't die. A hard-working wimp. Man, I don't need more people to do that. Honestly surprised. That's like a full wipe of the caravan. They're still not messing with it. Alright, Rongor, I'm going to have you retreat in here real fast. Yeah, because you are about to go down as well. Yeah, no, that's the thing. They full wiped that caravan. And they're, like, don't get me wrong, they're full of holes. I mean, a bunch of them are high on Go Juice. Okay, get on that one. What are you doing? Get back behind the wall, force him out of cover. Get on him. Get on him, please. Yeah, it's bio-coded. Alright, and then there's the rest of you to jump on that one. And then you get in here. Hello, the NASA t-shirt. Where'd you get it? I used to work out at the Space Center. You can get them from other places too, but I used to work out at the Space Center. Okay. So you need a rescue after having your stomach destroyed from a shot to the gut. You go ahead and grab that. We get a good bolt action there. Do we have a gun? I want to use more, though. Yeah, because unfortunately that's bio-coded. So you go ahead and grab that one. Okay, and you are a hardworking wimp. I don't need more wimps. So we can rescue you. You can rescue that one. Wait. Oh, I don't have a spare place for patching you up. Sure. We can rescue you. What about you? We can rescue you. You are already hauling the buys up there. Can they live with their stomach destroyed? Yes. There's just a lot of penalties to it. Meanwhile, go into this room, zone, and bio-coded. We do not want them to keep the bio-coded stuff in here. Okay, so medical treatment needed on all of you. Just do your best to patch everyone up. Oh, I should also check, did any of them have backpacks of any kind? So strip that one. And then let's also go in here real fast and say tainted. No tainted clothes. Because I want that fire foam pack. Strip that one. Orders. Allow everything. And pop the box. Then go up here and say doors. Sandstone door on that. To close it in there. We do have an orbital... Oh. Okay, well, one of our prisoners did not get patched up in time. And we will cue them to be stripped for their smoke pack in case of turrets. Alright, and Cookie is not. Disease infection on Paul. Okay, someone's already on it. Catatonic, because awful barracks. And molecular analysis, that's fine. You just go apply that thing so it's not laying there. And haul the glitter world back. How's everything coming along? Good. It looks like it's bad, but I mean, that's just some refugees getting pissed off because of their ideology issues. And then Cookie we're converting. We just popped the Ancient Danger, which surprisingly they, like, the actual Ancient Danger is no problem. The people in here literally wiped out an entire caravan on their own. And I had to kind of go in and mop up the last bit. You know, they're already really softened up and everything. But it gave us an assault rifle and some bolt-action rifles, so it was definitely an upgrade. There's marine armor in there, but unfortunately all of the enemies died. So it'll be tainted or people just get mad about it, so I'm not going to bother. We're still working on getting the ranching set up. We've got our place for doing it. But we did start Naked Brutality, so we had just the one pawn. So it is just taking time. Cookie's mood's gonna be ruined for a while. Fertility procedures is what the next research at Randomized was. Not anything I remotely need. And the best part is, if I do manage to save these ones, we'll get standing bonuses for helping them, even though we were the one who created the situation that got them in trouble in the first place. And we're just getting the bodies of everyone in that caravan into the water. Major break risk on you because you were insulted a bajillion times. Which is fair, because you were the one doing the insulting, if I'm not mistaken. Alright. Meanwhile, they leave in 2 days. Which does mean this one person is likely going to stay past when that finishes, which is fine. And then we'll queue up the very next quest where they want us to bring on a bunch of extra people onto the colony. That made good progress, at least. I also like that we didn't get any type of rep penalty for the caravan being full wiped. We don't have any mods changing that either. There's just like a lot of times, you know, one person will get injured and it'll be like, oh, here's your mood penalty. Alright, so not gonna worry about the distress signal. We got too many people here who need tending. Okay, and with that, you will slaughter that muffalo. And that's dinner. Yep, those to be hunted. Yep, all these to be hunted. Alright. It's also a shame we have all these bolt-action rifles, I just don't have the room to put them anywhere. Probably get rid of a bunch of that. I don't want to make that a storage room. Have you ever spoken with the dev of RimWorld? Like, directly talked to Tynan and hung out and everything? No, but I have been involved in stuff that, you know, Tynan's been involved with. Like, I don't know Tynan, like, personally or anything. The RimWorld Hot Potato, we've had Tynan hang out and all that before. But I don't want to I don't want to mispresent it that like, you know, we hang or anything like that. I've gone to like have communication with a lot of devs, but not Tynan. Like, as far as like direct communications, all there's lots of devs that have been pretty big that I've gotten to hang out with and all that. I want to, as well as ones I always want to be careful about what names they say, but like as a content creator, who, you know, once you get like a certain level of established and all that, and you start playing different games and all that, the devs and their PR people and their media interactions people, or whatever their title ends up being, you end up doing lots of communication with them to set up, you know, sponsorships, get a hold of keys, all that kind of stuff. Alright, Cookie. I really need you to get with the program, buddy. Alright, so you got visitors coming. That'll be good to clear up some space. And who was the one with high social? Of course, the one that got downed. Oh, they're visitors, not trade. What am I doing? They, of course, left food in the door, so that the door is left open. It is RimWorld. It wouldn't be RimWorld if it didn't do that. And we got reputation for having attended member go. Please work on getting Cookie converted. Because once we get Cookie converted, I can get a moral guide, and then we can just use the moral guide to chip away at people versus needing to imprison someone just to get them through things. And Alpaca has self-tamed. I can get on board with that. Okay, how much longer on the refugees? They should be leaving like any time. Masterwork Cape. So the refugees leave in 1 hour, and then you're joining here. Let's take the Neoformer. Okay, and those two will not help do anything around here. Let them do that. I'm imagining neither of them have nature as a, yeah, neither have nature as one, so I can't just plop them on the tree. Okay, what just triggered? Refugees leaving, that's fine. Oh, the one who was catatonic must have just gotten up right at the end there. Cool, and we've got the other person out of there, so we got about 30 reputation from betraying that caravan. Surprised that Yak's still in there. Okay. So hopefully here we can get Cookie converted, get them brought in, get a moral guide set up and start chipping away at everyone else. We don't really have anyone well suited for being the moral guide. Akuto's probably going to take that responsibility because someone needs to. Earthrush here. If I were to give you... Oh, I need to get you to the actual MISC. Sorry, ideology spot. Because you are basically dealing with the animal stuff. Oh, you're not the right ideology. Right. Yeah, the animal specialists. They won't be allowed to cook and all that. Okay. Yes, it have higher taming, training, and fishing speed. That is an interesting consideration, is the fishing speed side of it. So basically, if I got a different cook, then it would be worth making Earthrush the animal specialist, potentially. But right now, I don't have a spare cook. Okay. And telling you just run around and hunt stuff isn't really worth my time, but if someone finds with stuff, are you not going to, let's see, are you not going to get a raise for that extra responsibility? No. We need you to be a team player. We're a little short-staffed right now, and we really need everyone to just, you know, pick up the laps. You know, we are the ones who determine the stat, you know, like the budget as well as how many people are involved. But don't worry about that detail. Okay. I'm going to tell you to work that. So you burn a bunch of these clothes and all that are rotting out here. By that I mean apparently just one. I want this done. This is going to have to become storage in the short term. Is what's going to ultimately happen there. And I'm trying to be stubborn about it and not do it, which is not the correct answer. So you're mad because no recent conquest. That's just the way you're going to live your life right now. I'm glad that's at least sitting in the door and not rotting outside. Anything else here I do not want stored in this building. Not particularly. It's your obligation to work the 14-hour shift with no potty breaks. Exactly. As all true team players would do. Yeah, I figured. We'll try and get that enclosed, and that might just become a storage room for the time being. Then we'll get, like, the actual storage room built, move the stuff to the storage room, make this into production room. Oh, right, we also, we did get the tree sowing. So with the tree sowing, we can make this not as much of a thing. So we'll put poplar for our trees. Okay, and did any of you get, like, the smoke pack? So you got the smoke pack, you got a fire foam pack. We got a mad ibex. Okay. Bring everyone over here. You'll just miss all the shots with their decent weapons. Alright. Well, at least you can rest on Sundays and have good insurance. Yeah, about that, you might want to not count on that too much. Alright, so we got Shamblers. Oh, that's actually a decent number of Shamblers. Not a lot of Shamblers, but enough that we'll need to be a little bit careful. Because normally you want to choke point this. Yeah, no, it's just been a tough year. We just hit record profits, but they weren't quite as record as we were looking for, and that we had promised the shareholders. So we just need to make some cost cutting moves. So we're just gonna go ahead and cut the insurance in its entirety. You know, it's very important we take care of the most important people to us, which is our shareholders. This is not the way to engage us, and I knew it the whole time going up. It's okay. Our guest will hold it down. It's fine. Weathermax here wasn't even in real danger. So what injuries did we take? Because that was just messy. It's just a neck injury. It's nothing to be afraid of. Yeah, and I just didn't want to wait for them to get up here and all that, and that's just me being impatient. Luckily, we didn't get too punished for it and everything. We are going to need our people to all go in here and start getting bandaged up and all that. Okay, so of our people who can doctor... Okay, so that's literally everyone who's a problem. Alright, so just start patching people up as fast as you can. We need to get the medicine moved closer. Okay, get the next one. Alright, and then you're tending. So good, everyone will get all tended up. Combat supplier, that'll be good. We'll be able to clean some of this junk out of here. And no matter what I do... Oh no, there's no penalty that'll affect the trade. Okay. Yeah, and normally you always want to bottleneck the shamblers and all that if you can. But yeah, that one is just impatient. So let's go ahead and get rid of those guns. We got more goodies back there. Get rid of the Yayo, get rid of the Flake. I'll take the medicine. Honestly, get rid of the bolt action too, just to free up inventory. Because then they can run around and pick up some of these like EMPs and all that laying all over the place. Rongor growth moment. Okay. The Rongor growth moment, we got the choice between Psychopath, Iron-Willed, and Tough. Because this was a kid who joined the colony and they were already well into 5. Honestly, there isn't a wrong answer between Tough and Iron-Will. I'm going to probably lean towards Tough, I think, with the intent of them becoming a melee pawn later if things work out. Because usually I can work my way around mood penalty stuff quite a bit, but that really can be kind of here or there depending. So you can now fight fires, and you can now help cut down trees. I'll probably leave it at that for now. Because I don't expect they'll go idle with the cleaning and the hauling. Yeah, so you'll be good shape anytime now. You will as well. You're going to take a hot minute. I just realized both the guests here have hearing loss. And one of them is well into their 70s. So, you know, that's... Well, I mean, not well. They're in their 70s. Cool. That's definitely a thing that we sent a 71-year-old to fight a horde of zombies. Welcome to the colony, Bill. There's so many bolt actions up there. Alright. Who is there one who's actually hauling? Oh. We don't really have one of those, do we? That was back when we had the refugees visiting. Yeah, so you could probably take you. Have you haul that back. They've already filled up these things. It's fine. Okay, so haul that actually in there, and then maybe someone will put on the cape. You can also go here. Yeah, it's interesting that says it can't work it. Because we have it if it's below 90%. It's not armor or utility, they can get rid of it. But I'm looking at these pants. Oh, those are above 90, that's why. That makes sense. For some reason, my brain, I thought it said 85. Okay, so I've got them. How long are you here, by the way? 20 days. That's fine. So all in all, take a little bit to get the run going. That's pretty typical. We'll keep letting them hunt everything. Part of the reason I'm hunting so aggressively is I'm under the impression that that will cause you to get more animals to show up faster kind of thing. To hopefully get the other stone crab to show up so we can actually make that happen. Meanwhile, Earthrush Stony here is just climbing up on their animal skills. I didn't actually check. How bad are the crabs so far as food? Let's see. So, meat per day growth is 3.15. That sounds pretty awful. Versus an alpaca, meat growth per day is 7. I mean, considering how much less they probably eat, that's probably not the worst. Please hold that back. Please hold that back. I don't want that just to rot out there. Okay, so Cody did put on the Masterwork cape. That's good. Oh, come on. They were harvesting it. When they harvested it, they dumped in the door and let all the animals out. So clear, critical, hey. Please get that out of the door. Alright, so Insane Rambling, you're still in there, that's fine. How are you doing in being converted? Alright, so we've almost got Cookie converted, and then we can let Cookie out, and that should alleviate a lot of stuff, because that'll have another pawn back, that we can get them back to work, and then we can start using the moral guide thing to chip away at Rongor and Earthrush, to get their mood stuff to not be a problem. We're getting pretty close to, honestly, where with the fishing and all that, I might be able to get away with not planting as much crops for us and continuing to let the population grow here, the alpaca. I'd really like to get another crab to show up on the tile if at all possible. We just gotta wait for it. We can go over here and go to allow manage zone. Crab. Expand. And basically that's just going to be inside there. Animals. Crab. So keep the animals in there. How's your fish population? You only have got a small river. It's very, very much not enough to live on. 540. And we're down to 527 out of that with a bunch of those going. I don't think we'll be able to keep a decent-sized colony alive on just fishing, mostly because of the labor time. But, Yeah, so I just need to get that last little bit to be converted. Saving Pan. You're a prisoner nearby, that's fine. Microelectronics. Oh, man. So we got to electricity, and we are just jumping right to microelectronics. Still don't have the heavy bridges I was really hoping to get, but that's whatever. Yes, Earthrush is basically fishing up a couple of fish, then cooking it. So it's honestly just the time span it takes to do that. That's more the concern there. That's basically Earthrush's day. Fish, cook fish, go back to fish, cook fish. Occasionally mix in something else if something else is available. Alright, what do we want to do? We want to switch any of this out? And we got that queued up for trees. We got our medicine. Not really planning on getting cotton or anything like that. But you can see most of this is just laying on the ground now. We're not even bothering to haul it because of the space. And the fish seems to be doing okay. And we are getting the occasional alpaca we're eating when we end up getting more adult males. We'll just keep breeding and getting the population up. What I need is a dedicated hauling person. Try and get it done, man. Okay, one more conversation and Cookie should flip. And then once that happens, we can go and get all that sorted out, get Cookie rearmed. We still don't have our melee pawn. Everyone is poorly suited for melee because half our colony is genies just by happenstance. And it's not really, like, you can make all ranged work, it's way trickier. It usually depends on a lot more of kiting. Using areas where you can duck through a door and get to go around. Okay, so with that, prisoner release. And that's Cookie back into the fold. Welcome back, Cookie. We have dealt with your heresy. There are no more gunslaying in there, but that's fine. We got a normal quality bolt action up here for you. Schedule, you're fine. Work. Right, so you are... I forgot, you're a crafter researcher as well. And with that, we've got 3 people here. So social, moral guide. Let's get it done. And then Earthrush is the one who needs to be converted the most. So we're going to try just going straight on for a conversion ritual. If we get the lucky, like, 12 to 18% or whatever it is to do an instant masterful conversion, then it's sorted. Very unlikely. If that doesn't happen, then, like I said, we just kind of keep hitting it with conversion each time it comes off cooldown. I mean, effective. That was 30%. Bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, and I'll be right back. But thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a minute. I just need to park it on the space, and I push a button, and the logs vanish from the ether. Oh my god, all these logs that are sideways. Okay. There, fixed. I think it is. Don't tempt me with this. Okay, it's not. I thought I was gonna have the graviton spheres. I'm like, don't tempt me with the things where you grab them and all hell breaks loose. I am not prepared for that. I am not prepared for the consequences of my own greed. I was debating if I wanted to be picky choosy about which ones I sent. I'm like, yeah, it's fine. We're just gonna go up here and say, "Yup, get on out of here. Have fun, fish. Enjoy space." Like I'm someone who'd actually talk through all that kind of stuff. Because I was gonna put up a review that said, "Well, great, the bot's busted." Yeah, I don't know about anyone else, but if you have a colony where you've got 12 kids that you've raised there, definitely MVP parent. Because that is a lot of kids. Yeah, so we gotta find a lung, an eye, and a kidney.
Well, he certainly doesn't need that anymore.
Man. Nicely done. I have been claimed by the landmines in many a place. I'm honestly curious why I'm not seeing more zombies by my house. Where'd the other two go? They should be here. Oh crap, I didn't see you. That was a back hit. No! No! I didn't see the zombie over all the bodies. Our run is over. That's a bite. That is not the way to go. I looked away for 1 second. That's Project Zomboid. One mistake is all it takes. There were so many bodies, I looked. I am with you. We will stop the oppression of the trees. We knew this all along. They didn't believe me. I tried to be understanding. Monty Python. Oh, right. All right, let's get back to it. Ah, yes. Gotta take down the trees. They'll get you. Gotta be real careful. They're in league with the zombies. Memes from Project Zomboid. Okay. So we got our moral guide going on. We did knock down Earthrush's ideology about 30%. It's going to be really hard to convert them, but we'll get working on it. If we're lucky, they'll have the mood penalty will knock him down at some point, but more likely we'll just have to deal with it gradually. You have a villainous rat trapped within your animal pen? Rat. I don't see a rat trapped in our thing. We got our crab. Yeah, no, that's our crab. We just don't have a breeding pair quite yet. I haven't had a female one show up on the map at all yet. Please stop leaving stuff in the door. It's not hard. You see this? That's not part of the stockpile. Please stop leaving crap in the door. One thing we could do to help out, well, I mean, it won't really help out that much. Alright, we still have all those, and then we should be done with that. Do you play with mods? I play very, very light on the mods. It's mostly just a handful of UI mods, and then we have one mod that disables all starting research, and then another mod that randomizes the research we get after that point. but generally speaking, it's very, very close to vanilla. Yeah, now if you look at that, Harmony doesn't do anything itself. Self-dying will make it so they can dye their clothes themselves versus me manually telling them to do it. Camera, just camera. Music Manager, P-Music, OST Unlocker. All of those are music. No research, random research, the ones I mentioned. Oh, I don't even remember if I have more gene information still loaded. That one just gives me a UI thing, so when you are doing the gene stuff with stuff other than Baseliner, you can actually get an idea what the results are going to genuinely be. Floating menus doesn't do anything in itself. Follow me lets me set the camera and stuff. I don't actually have RimWorld exploration mode turned on right now. And then vanilla expanded framework doesn't do anything in itself. We were doing that the last run and I didn't take that off. That means I can also disable the vanilla expanded framework as well. I'm not doing anything with that now either. Because that was only there for RimWorld exploration mode, which basically gives the world a fog of war. That wouldn't be relevant in this run anyways if we're not doing grav ship nonsense. Like we might do some grav ship nonsense later to like send the grav ship to go out and get grav cores and come back. Because I could see setting up the grav cores for being my main power source later on. Okay. You tend to mod a heavy. There's a lot of people who do. I've gone on the record to say a number of times that for me personally in the games, grav cores make power. Not directly. If you go up here to advanced grav tech, there's grav core power cell. These are like one of the best power things in the game. Because it's something like 1200 watts, but it's a 1x1 tile with you never need to repair or anything like that. But yeah, so I could see definitely making ourselves like a small, really efficient grav ship. And that's just what we do, is we just send it out to go on a mission, go get a grav core, bring it back. And we'll just have like where you put down the grav ship paneling on the floor inside our base to just leave it there to put those kind of things on it. Please get out of my home. Okay, and you are upset because you were imprisoned and you're in serious pain, and you're resented being converted. Okay, so the mood penalty for the animals has improved. It was -2, it's now -1. Because we are starting to get more animals going on. We're continuing to get that all sorted. Yeah, the problem is now I don't have a dedicated construction person of any kind. That'd be another thing for Rongor to potentially get into when they age up to 10. Because you're basically handling our cooking. These are crafters, researchers. And then you're a grower who can sub in as needed on other stuff. Let's switch you back over to corn. And delete that zone. And expand you. So make all that corn, which would be far slower. I really just need another colonist. Okay. So what do we got we can do here? I'll take the medicine, because I'll always take the medicine. That's going to be it for now. You're back, finally starting to get better today? You're going to go lay down and continue the process of regrowing my spine. Alright, Nick. I do hope that back feels a lot better. Back injuries are never a fun time. Thanks so much for hanging out. You know what we could do? I've got a lot of food sitting here. Don't allow so. Leave that alone for right now entirely. All right. Sorry about that. Okay, so we get to do our next attempt on just a regular conversion on Earthrush. We get to see how bad this is going to be. Rongor converts easier. It's just I don't really need to convert Rongor right away. So 6.7 or 11. We'll just keep working on it. Gift an advanced component. That's cool. Oh, you know what I can do as a terrible thing? Let's grab your settings. This is not the solution we should do because this is way too far. Oh, you never built the door. Never mind. I was gonna say let's make that into a stockpile as well. But yeah, never mind that. And I guess we can deconstruct those. Deconstruct that. It happens to be the moment I looked away, they did haul the stone in to build the door. So who can do that? You? Finish building that door. Spines are cheap, you know? You opted for your do-it-yourself option? Yep. We'll do right now, so go like this. Low priority. Paste. Cool. So with that, they'll start hauling something up there. Quick question. Can you harvest animal organs and use them to replace your own if you need? No. I mean, people will be like, there's a mod for that, because there's a mod for everything, but base game, no. Generally speaking, in base game, there are very, very few operations you can do. You can give them penioxylin for whatever reason. Like, basically, you can give the animals different drugs. You can sterilize, anesthetize them or whatever. You can euthanize them, but you can't, like... There's no organ anything with animals. There's no bionics or prosthetics or anything for animals. Again, not counting mods. I know there's always the person who pauses like, with a mod you can do that? Yes, you can do just about anything with a mod. That's when people ask questions, they're asking base game. Unless they specifically say, is there a mod that does X? At which point, then yes, they're asking about, mods. You end up with some guy that wanted to join your colony later, came out, he said he needs a new heart and kidneys. Yeah, so that's the one you'll have to remove one kidney, and you're going to have to find a donor when someone raids your colony that survives. You'll need to take their kidney and then their heart. And then get lucky and get all those surgeries to succeed back to back to back. Alright, so you're going to throw a tantrum. You're smashing stuff in your room. That's fair. And that's because they're the other ideology, and they're getting really angry that we haven't conquered anyone. That's the reason we're actively working on fixing that. What are you upset about? You're hungry, you're sleeping alone and all that. Oh, you just need to cook food. Ah, you can't cook food because you're out of wood. and no one's dealing with that. We'll move that over a hair. Delete that. Do up another bed. You still not managed to plant any of that this whole time. Yeah, the problem is I've got one person that's just tasked with way too many things, and then plus that on top of it, there are person with the psychic abilities, so they're meditating at the tree for a bunch of time too, and they're helping take care of our animals. It's the classic. You always end up with that one colonist who they're just like the only one who can kind of do everything, so they do end up doing everything, and it just other stuff just doesn't get done. Okay. You have to, let's see, you have an item that lets you resurrect someone they die, so debating if you want to use it. Gotcha. I mean, if you think it's worthwhile to use it on them, because it depends on the colonist. If they're a good colonist, it's certainly worth using, or a colonist who built up a lot of levels on it. But if it's a creepy joiner, which is what I'm guessing it is, then you probably just recently got them. That's a little bit harder of a sell sometimes. Food poisoning. Cool, man. That'll help my cause. Plant cut. Tantrum. Smash stuff in your room. Well, I'm gonna have you quickly go and deal with cutting down a couple of trees. Because you're not cooking because you ran out of wood. And you're fishing up all these fish. And they're just going to rot out there. So I really do need you to actually get some wood for cooking. Plus, beds are getting destroyed and all that sort of stuff. Because people are getting crabby about eating raw food. And you're ravenously hungry because you don't want to eat the vegetables. There's pigskin, but has like 19 shooting and social. But yeah, it's some guy dressed in red who showed up and wouldn't take no for an answer of joining your colony. Yeah, no, that's they're called creepy joiners. It's a special event. Yeah, if it's creepy joiner with unnatural healing, yeah, no, absolutely. That's what I was thinking. It's like, the thing where they explode people, I probably wouldn't do it for. You know, I wouldn't use a mech resurrection. Joyous, probably not. But, you know, unnatural healing, it's like, what are they? Don't care. Body mastery? Body mastery is certainly worth the argument. Everyone's getting food poisoning. He is joyous, kind, forget the archery. Yeah, joyous. Yeah, no, like, by all means, do whatever you want. Like, I mean, if you have the mech resurrection serum, you don't have someone else to use it on, and they do die, it's not a wrong decision to resurrect them. Mech resurrection serum is just an extremely rare item. So it's like, is that a pawn you want? I mean, but you said they're joyous, and they had, what was it, 18 shooting? 19 shooting. And social. Honestly, that's not a bad use of mech resurrection. A shooter with like super duper high social is not the worst. Especially if you get them on your ideology and make them into your moral guide or something. Pigskin can be a little annoying, but not the worst. They're definitely nowhere near as obnoxious as an impid. The impid just being upset by existing is pretty annoying. Can't touch my ideology yet? Gotcha. Alright, so convert again on Earth Rush. Just trying to maintain the amount we knock them down till our next big ceremony to see if we can't knock them down completely. And every interaction, we're working on our social just a little bit. So that's about to level up to where we can, you know, get the next psychic power. A small, impressionable child. I'm gonna need you to step up on growing up, if you don't mind. Have you considered being an adult yet? But the main DLC you've been playing with recently is Odyssey, which has been fun to travel around. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, so everyone's getting their face masks and all their alpaca stuff. Definitely want to get that done. Manhunter pack, and what do we got showing up? Another Manhunter pack of squirrels. Okay. We're gonna take advantage. Odyssey hard crash with anomaly. Then you should probably check your mods, because I always run anomaly and I haven't been having any problems with Odyssey. Do you have food poisoning? That's what's going on? Oh, you've got cataracts and all sorts of stuff going on. Oh, Weathermax, I really need you to pick up the pace. You're supposed to be there taking hits for me. Okay, so don't shoot past him where you actually pop him in the back of the head, because that'd be my luck. Okay, that's fine. So with that, Rongor got a nibble on the leg, and then Weathermax got a bunch of nibbles. Which is not really what you want. No, you mean Odyssey being able to leave messes with Anomaly since Monolith doesn't come with you? Well, the Monolith will re-trigger to show up pretty quickly between locations. But yeah, no, it is the nature of Odyssey that because you are moving around, events that require you to not move around obviously get left behind. That's we had that whole conversation at the beginning of stream that Odyssey kind of has this weird thing where you haven't seen it pop back up. Oh yeah, no, it'll keep popping up. What you do is you look here. Sorry, not there. You look at your list of quests, and you'll see something like mysterious signal or strange signal or something like that. That is what you do to trigger it. So I can't do that. I don't have room to keep them in. And it'll just sit there literally forever until you accept it. And then when you accept it, a couple, like, very shortly later, the monolith will pop up. And if you leave again, you know, you go to the next one. And then you'll wait till it says, again, I think it's Mysterious Signal is what the name of the quest is. But it makes the monolith show up. Because that's the same thing if you start on a map where the monolith isn't, which can happen. You'll get that same quest will pop up to make the monolith teleport in. It's very shortly after you get in there, like a couple of in-game days, like 5 or less days or whatever. There is a cooldown where if you accept it, you make the monolith show up. And then you leave, you have to wait something like 10 days or whatever, I don't know the amount, for it to show up again. Alright, so once you finish maxing out your learning, I need you to get to cleaning up everything. Alright. But yeah, no, that's one of the conversations we've been having on the stream. That was like part of what was leading me to a big gap between my runs in RimWorld, was wanting to engage in the Odyssey content, because that's, you know, the new thing that's fun. I've been very much enjoying it. But with a lot of like the challenge run ideas and all that, Odyssey can kind of be, you know, limiting. Why is their learning going down? It naturally goes down. It's just like hunger and everything else. You max it out, it gradually comes back down, and then they have to fill it back up again. Honestly, should be done similar thing with the Mechanator instead of the mech. The similar thing for Mechanator instead of the mech. Oh, the quest where it appears? Yeah, I could go with that. Versus just having the walker thing smashed down there. There are quests that'll get you the mech stuff as well that pop up, but it's like the Sanguiphage quest that just... They'll eventually happen as long as you're surviving in a run, but sometimes it could take a pretty long hot minute. Yeah, we are starting to dump stuff up here. Which I'm using that as kind of like a secondary thing. It's got a lower priority, so they'll only dump stuff in there once this is full, which has perpetually been a problem. The only thing that's going to happen here is very soon, that's going to let me get up to, I think it's the 19 of the grass there. And that'll let me get another psychic power. Major break risk on you because no conquest recently, and that's just going to be the way it is. And wanting human meat and all that, that's ideology stuff getting me in trouble. Alright, so we got a problem that I got a grizzly bear chilling right here inside my home area. There's not many animals nearby. So we definitely should deal with the grizzly. Let's get everyone pulled aside. Okay. Someone please hunt the grizzly before it gets up and murders everybody. Okay. Because the concern was if I left that the way it was, eventually it would just go and hunt someone, probably Rongor, and then that person would die. Yeah, no, I do actually like the design choice with a lot of the DLC where you just play and then like a couple days in it goes, oh hey, you could do this thing, that there's some early game trigger to kick stuff in to get going. Now granted, I could see a thing that if we imagine in the future we've got 10 or so DLC or whatever, if it goes that far, that could be an unsustainable thing where eventually it'd be, you know, day 4, event trigger, day 5, event trigger, day 6, event trigger, day 7, event trigger, day 9, event trigger, and it would just get obnoxious really quickly. But that's something that I have to figure out when we get there. So we need to get a barracks that's nicer. I want to get that constructed. What I need to do is stop being stubborn here. Which of you is the better researcher? Well, you should... So they should be getting done... They should be getting done with some of this, so they'll... Yeah. I'll just keep leaving, because eventually they're going to run out of things to craft, because everyone will have their clothing and all that sorted. We don't have the bricks going infinitely. Part of this is we're getting mood penalties, because that's being used as the barracks, because the beds got destroyed. Like, I need to stop being stubborn, take with the people who's bad at construction, make them a dedicated construction person, and just deal with it. Let's see, nah, it would be like starting an Oblivion run with all the DLC installed. You leave the tutorial area, and you get swamped with journal entries, hunted down by messengers. Yeah. Oh yeah, now the one that stands out to me isn't even Oblivion, it's, oh, was it Fallout 3 or... there was one of them that you walk around, you just have like one person run up to you after the other, and it's like, you detect this radio station, you detect that radio station, you detect that radio station. You had this whole thing. Your brother died. Well, that doesn't help. He is going to destroy a dead grizzly bear. Thanks, man. I'm actually okay with that. It's just a little random that you targeted a grizzly bear's corpse as what you wanted to break. Yes, as well as cases that we have a guest here. Why do you keep getting insulted? Oh, because insulting spree. I missed that was the break. I thought they were doing psychotic wandering. Yeah, that explains all the insults. Earthrush, could you stop being awful? I really need you to be slightly less toxic. How have you not gotten a fight with that? Alright, so meanwhile, how long did the conversion ritual? 11 days? Alpaca 1 is having a heart attack. That's unfortunate. I'm not really committed to doing this. It's just a chance to get some medical. Because it honestly doesn't matter. If it dies, it becomes food. It's not like I need that specific alpaca either. You see your kid again? Nice. It is often how this works out. Okay, so you got a bunch of prisoners. You're gonna send a proper raid at me if I accept them for 3 Glitter World. Nah. We're already dealing with enough drama because this base is taking for... Oh, good, they're actually getting some construction done. Right, because I gave them a much higher priority on the construction stuff, didn't I? That's right. Oh, good, we actually got a 2 poplar tree planted for a tree sowing. What's Earthrush doing? Yeah, so you still... Okay, yeah, you still have the high priority on fishing and all that. Major break risk. A serious pain. That's going to be a constant problem. Alright, what did you send me? Pods have arrived. So for helping the thing, they sent us a map... And they sent us a gene pack for Red Eyes. So haul the map in. Oh, we had, I completely forgot. We had the Ancient Soldiers. There's 2 Ancient Soldiers, and they are unfortunately a really long hike from here. We'd like to go for that stuff for, like, the unique weapons and all that. This place obviously has a gene bank. Yeah. I mean, on the plus side, if it does survive, it's like $200. Not 10 minutes ago, I was telling Pawn to grow up. Yep. Because I need you to do other things in the colony that you can't do as a child. So I need you to grow up, so that way you can do those things. Gene Bank needs power? Yeah, no, I actually have electricity and solar unlocked, not batteries, which is part of the reason I haven't put the effort in. But really, like, I could set up the electric oven, and then, you know, just put down the solar power or whatever for that. I just haven't felt much need to do so. We'll definitely want to get electricity set up. Transport pod crash. Okay. So, a delicate and greedy pawn who is only good at a fight. It's unfortunate they died on impact. Bulk trade's good. Well, guest, your son has shown up to visit. Alright, so let's see here. And apparently has brought a giant pile of human meat. That's certainly something. I don't feel like I want your son around here anymore. Get rid of that. Do you even have anything I want, though? Not really. Because we got all the vegetable I get rid of as well, but it's fine. I mean, we get the pigs. Because the pigs are actually really good food. Yeah, it's 11 meat per day. But we already have the alpacas, which are 7 meat per day, so not quite as good. That's fine. We'll take the money. We cleared out some inventory and we took the money. Are we only eating crab? That's the plan. I just need a female crab to show up. We've got a male one. I just need a female one to show up so we can start breeding crabs. So in the meantime, we are breeding alpaca. But the intent is to go full crab. But pretty much for the time being, I just gotta wait for it to have possibilities. Let's go ahead and begin this ritual that's gonna have a terrible result because we're not doing it. I do have a 14% chance of a group of animals just joining the colony. But this could potentially boost our development points, give us more options, that kind of stuff. Alpacas join. Okay. We just had another pair of alpacas show up, apparently. And as they become adults, we'll cull them. Now we're gonna need to figure out how many is the maximum amount of alpaca I want to allow. I mean, they're still upset that they want us to have even more animals. It wants us to have a ratio of the mass of 4 per colonist. We're at 1.6 mass per colonist, or whatever it is. And that's almost twice as many alpaca. Well, I mean, it's more than twice as many alpacas of actual colonists. These are guests. That's going to be a lot. Oh, a meteor of gold. Let's not mind that, because that's a lot of wealth. As we need gold later on, we can put that to some kind of use. All right. Oh, you can get all the way up there because that's part of the home zone now. That's fair. Okay. And we're getting to repairing things, so Cody should be free to work on other things soon. Like plant cut. So you should slowly start getting that built again. Oh, I see. You dropped it in the door again. Alright, let's go here and shrink that zone by 3. So hopefully they won't drop any more stuff in the door. Because now one needs to scatter and reclaim all the escaped alpaca. Tantrum Chris. It says because you're tired, but it's because your brother died. Okay, and convert Earth Rush again. Cool. Could you stop doing that, please? You've weakened every single wall in this place. Solar flare, don't care. Alright. So there's a lot of things that we made progress on. If I got the heavy bridges, I can get this area to be my production room, and that'll get that moving. If I were to also get heavy bridges, I could potentially put the windmills out here on the water, I believe, which would be interesting. I haven't done that before, or the solar panels or whatever. Same idea as we could set up the electricity to start doing that out there. The fact that we're going for like the microelectronics and all that is not helping anything. I just need to get a construction person dedicated. Like Sentient Cooking, now that I've got them set up the way they are, Sentient Cooking and Cody are slowly getting it. But Akudo, between the psychic stuff, the taking care of the alpaca, and being the farmer, and doing this construction, isn't really working out. It is a real struggle. But we are making progress. The alpaca population is doing that. You need to be rescued. Food poisoning? Yes, sirree. And it's your really good gun, so please haul that back before that rots outside. You won't do it. We're getting the conversions done, which is taking time. Rare Thrumbo. Have a Thrumbo farm. I imagine they're terrible for the food production. Yeah, their meat production's the same as the alpaca, but they eat way more than the alpaca do. You're just gonna walk into the water? I don't want to chase you across there. It'll just delay my one person even farther because you're walking... You're literally just going into the middle of the lake. Okay. I need to get this person converted. That human meat, conquest. That's like minus 20 between all of that. You two should be out of here in not too long, right? Hospitality for allies, 2 days. Well, 1.5 days. We need to get those beds built. They've got the tree stuff queued up, but I only have one person who can really grow things. We got Rongor queued up to help if Rongor has time. But Rongor seldom does. Okay, so you need to stop doing that for a minute. because this lack of wood is killing us. Now, on the plus side, all that alpaca wool, we will be able to just dump off for money. Alright, Night Dweller, you take it easy. Thank you for hanging out. We can always just trade away all that alpaca wool and potentially just buy things we need. Alright, we got a raid showing up here. They're Yetkin. Mostly ranged with 1 melee. Of the range, are any of them super dangerous? You're not well, no, you're fine. The other 2 are pretty rough. Yeah, so Vaughn who has oh, you are not holding your gun. Go get your gun. And everyone else gather around. Small child. You stay way over here. That's attacks immediately, right? Oh no. We can initiate on them. Are you all dealing with food poisoning? No, wooden foot. Okay, so we can initiate on them. And we're lucky we can knock a lot of them before they even start their run-in. So Rongor, you're a small child with food poisoning. You just sit this out, buddy. Okay. Alright, everyone. There's your target, and stun them. You are full of all of the bullets. How are you still going? Okay, we did good there, so let's force that one out. Now run down here. Same deal, we'll force them out where we have cover and they don't. And here's normal quality. Alright, and sorted. After the ambrosia, I know, right? You probably are something I don't care about. Nope. I usually won't take Yatkins most of the time, other than for biotech shenanigans. They've got a lot of pretty rough negatives I don't really want to deal with. Okay, insane ramblings on the person who's responsible for a lot of the stuff we need done around here. Love to see it. Alright, so there's someone I can afford to bump up on plant cut really high. I can put you up to 3, which isn't... I mean, that's still not going to happen. You're just going to go back and forth between fishing and cooking. That's what you're going to do with all your time. There, we bumped that up even higher for the plant cut. Yeah, serious pain from that scar they showed up with is pretty rough. Cool, so we did get one of the beds sorted out, so let's switch the owner of that to Earth Rush. That'll at least help a little bit with that mood. We need to get Sentient Cookie down here as well. Quest expires. I'm not doing that one. This has been like a weirdly slow progression run, just, again, wood. I gotta have someone dedicated to just cutting stuff down. On the plus side, our research, for better or worse, is getting done. I'm glad I didn't go with the multiple research benches like sometimes I will, sometimes I won't. Because we would have made way more progress in our research, but had even less availability to try and get base stuff done. Okay, so you're cooking again, that's good news. Meanwhile, let's go over here, orders. And tell you to cut down just literally any tree you can get your hands on. Because it's a lower priority, they'll build before that. And we're going to need more wood than I can ever do with. Alright. And we're keeping the clothing coming. The shuttle has arrived for you two. Get out of my colony. We finished microelectronics and now we're researching Wake Up. We got the Psi Neoformer. Let's not use that on you, because you could just keep going to the tree again and again. Anyone else here have the nature... the nature one? So you can also do the nature thing. I'm gonna make bad decisions. So you also get time to recreation at the tree. Cody, you go plug that in your head. Alright, so Cody's got that, and you got Chunk Skip. Because the idea here is if I can get our two nature people to both have the psychic abilities, I could take them off of having meditation as part of their schedule, and just their maintenance of the meditation will keep the tree building up. Alright. Because that'll also speed this up as well. It'll just keep giving psychic powers to anyone it'll let me to. I don't usually lean in on the psychic powers. It actually increases the wealth of your... sorry, the cost wealth-wise of your colonists. So 5 more days on that, so we'll go ahead and hit you with the conversion yet again. So probably have 2 more, like 1 more actual conversion, and then like the actual ceremony be next. I'm not sure if I want to use the ceremony on them or go right for Rongor. Just because if I get a bad result on the ceremony, which is very likely, it can lose progress. So Rongor doesn't have any progress on them that's meaningful. So that'll be fine. And there's next to nothing stored up there, that's fine. Yeah, it says they're researching. Alright, so we don't care about that. We're researching, then crafting. We should be about good. People are getting their capes and that slowly, all that being sorted. We got another raid arriving by transport pods down here. Was that attacks immediately? No, they're going to prepare. So we'll let them land, see what they got. It's not looking like much. They've got 1 revolver to their name. Is it just the 3 of them? Oh no, there's 1, 2 up here. Okay, so there's 5 of them. So it's an even fight. But we can separate out and knock them. We'll have you You just do your own thing. Stay uninvolved. So you're gonna try and knock a couple of them here. Just Death Starred that one. You're using that for cover? No, you are using it for cover. Back off. They're slowed. Okay. Now let's run up here. That is one nice thing about all the bolt actions we got. Is we can bully them from afar really easily. Okay. Okay, looks like they're repositioning to get cover. So we'll back out to force them to... Not the plan. Okay, what are you bringing to the table? Quick Sleeper, Ascetic Brawler. Huh? Oh, I guess we must have hit them again while they were down, because it's like the exclamation mark. I'm like, but your lungs are gone. That's not how this works. Pessimist, Bloodlust, no. Okay, well, that's that. Yeah, no, one shot must have been in the air when all of that went. Good gear in the Hussar? Ooh, yeah, you're not wrong. Man, I always forget to strip them. Yeah, there's flak. We can do that. Who's the closest up here? Not you. Cody? Go strip that person. And you haul that down. And you're attending the party. That's fine. Grab that on the way down. That'll give us some flak. And after the party, we'll have them grab the other one. What's this quest? Only 200 for 15 Glitter World. We are struggling in construction. Let's keep focused on getting what we've got. You're gonna wear the flak pants. And then haul that down. Okay. You're going to wear the flak vest. Alright, and we've got visitors, which aren't going to trade, so that's fine. We're starting to get bodies everywhere. We don't have a dedicated hauler, so they're not getting sorted. But that's okay. We've only got 5 colonists. This is basically kind of the same thing when you start a Crash Landed, except we have a child in our group. So with Crash Landed, where you're usually a little bit short on stuff at the beginning as well. You know, same difference. Alright. Okay, tree linking. Alright. Oh, is Ascension Cookies also eligible? Okay, 1 second. I didn't think you had the natural. You do. Okay. Let's make terrible choices. Yeah, so you don't have an ability. Oh man, we actually have a lot of people who can do this. Okay, well that's fine. Yeah, let's make it Sentient Cookie. Because we're gonna get each person on there. And honestly, with 3 of them on there, just them maintaining their psychic stuff should keep that going. That I shouldn't need to have any of them specifically scheduled to meditate. And we're just getting low crappy abilities. I'm kind of hoping just to have a lot of people that we can keep the tree going rapidly to hopefully get there. It can be really nice if you can have someone who's not necessarily useful elsewhere. Alright, so with Sentient Cookie, you got Burden. So we literally got 3 different ones. Alright, all of them will try and maintain the 50% focus. Got another Masterwork Cape. So what we can do now is let's just make everyone have the same schedule again. And see if with that now, if they'll be able to keep that going just from them trying to maintain their psi focus. Because it should get to that point with not that many people. Sentient Cookie's doing the animal handling. Do I want you to be allowed to do that? I probably need that, because eventually we're going to need a lot of people animal handling for ranchers, so I probably should just let that slide. How's Earthrush doing with their animal skill? It's got to be pretty ridiculous with all the fishing. No, it's still 11. Well, 12 now, as I'm watching it. Are we getting a move bonus? No, still few animals. We're at 1.9 out of the 4 they want. So the number of alpaca I have, my colonists want me to have double that. And then a little bit more. So 13 alpacas. They want us to have somewhere in the ballpark of about 30 alpaca. For 5 colonists. Rancher is wild. That's too many. That's what it wants to not take a mood penalty. Or I think the desired amount is probably a mood bonus at that stage. That's the whole thing, is Rancher just requires a lot of animals to maintain. Now, one downside with the crabs, if you notice, I do have to keep up their tameness. I believe the other pet animals I don't. That might end up being a very big limiting factor for the crabs. Is that someone is going to have to full-time just be taming crabs. Hopefully that's not a problem. It didn't used to work that way, but it was around, I can't remember if it was ideology or biotech that they reworked the animals. Oh, I mean, 5 manhunting guinea pigs. Oh, it's a location that's never mind. That's the, I misread it. It was the discovery location, not the one where they attack you. Yeah, they just keep making capes from the looks of it. That's fine. The wake-up production. So the good news is that Kudo is finally getting to the point of actually planting the trees. Because with that, that'll end up being a thing that'll be a good... Like, once you get those going, it ends up being a ridiculous amount of stuff. Partly wondering if I should just leave that alone and let you plant this and let you harvest these trees. I like this because I don't have to babysit it. Yeah, so we're already getting multiple of the grass happening just by people maintaining, and we still have Sentient Cookie hasn't dropped to the point of needing to maintain yet. What was yours? It wasn't natural. Yours was artistic. Can we name the crab to Mr. Krabs? Sure. We'll ultimately be eating Mr. Krabs at some point, so just be aware. Oh, I just forget it's somewhere else here. There. Mr. Krabs. You did the thing you're not supposed to do, chat. You made me name the food. You're not supposed to name your food. Wake up production, watermill generator, cool. Let's see. That's fine. Drifters seek charity of medicine. Ooh. Crypto sleep fighters. All your chicken nuggets are named Bob's. Are we a river tile? No, we are not. So the watermill generator is gonna be useless. But that's random research for you. The good news, we're starting to get the walls built here. I might disallow sowing and have them just start cutting those trees. Like, finish planting this and cutting the trees. I was about to ask if there's any moving water in the tile. There is not. But that's the nature of random research. You just get some useless stuff from time to time. You need to be able to convert into a giant hamster wheel and make the alpacas run into it. I'm on board. Zone. Don't make that part of the home zone anymore. Okay. I'm gonna tell them to not bother that. Because what they can do is they can just start plant cutting all these trees once this is planted. Prioritize the alpacas. Because we are starting to wind down our food a little bit. So I'm really going to need the alpacas to start shaping up soon. We are getting a lot of males though, so as they become adults, we will butcher them because we don't need tons and tons of males. We need tons and tons of females to get lots and lots of alpacas quickly. Classic farming things. Okay, so you're just going to fly through there. How are you doing on your plants? Yeah, so your plant skill is coming along well, luckily. Let's see. Could go tame more to speed up the ranching. Was there more to tame? Oh, there is, isn't there? That's fine. You've taken shoving unwaveringly loyal prisoners into a bioreactor mod, so at least they make energy. Yep, just RimWorld things. Like, honestly, the speed they're going is pretty fast. We're ending up with usually like 4 or 5, you know, like in the middle of having more alpaca pretty steadily. Okay, so all the tailoring's done. So Cody here is getting stuff built. Alright. You got that one last corner there, and now you're going to start cutting down a bunch of trees. We got one more that can have... Yeah, so we can have like 5 being born at a time right now. And it'll just continue to build up. Okay. We're not planting any crops for our own consumption at the moment. That might come back to bite me in the butt. You wonder if flooring will kill natural grass? Oh, flooding will kill natural grass? I believe so. I believe what I remember is when it floods and then the water comes back down, I want to say it's mostly just dirt until it has a chance to regrow. Siegrass? Oh, this? I don't know. It would suck if it does. There we go. Cutting down those trees for wood. That's what's been holding us up this whole time. We just need more wood. Because then we can get that built. And like I said, the next step for this is to start moving this production stuff in here. Then get room down here for, you know, storage in this area. Then probably get ourselves like a barrack. We'll probably not even go for the barracks. Let's go for the individual bedrooms and just do it. It'll take a while. It's going to be a slow burn base in that regard. We should also go over here. We'll never fill these all up, but at least they're all there. Now we're filling in all the gaps that the pack end up eating up as well. Alright. Is random research still bugged with the Nolly project? Yes, so the one you want is semi-random research. But if you look at the tick box down here, the select randomly automatically, it will work the same way as random research, but it does work with anomaly and all that. So you're actually, the name of the mod is semi-random research. Random research, I believe the developer behind it was UG, I believe is the name. Unfortunately did pass away. So that will never be brought up to speed. I mean, someone could make a clone, a mirror, whatever you want to call it. A fork, that's the word I'm looking for. But, you know, developer's not around anymore, so can't exactly maintain it. Yeah, no, it's, did a lot of mods for RimWorld, so yeah. Seen a bunch of folks taking on maintaining those mods? Yeah. I think with random research, it's probably one of those cases they probably won't have that one, because semi-random research, you know, completely overlaps, like eclipses what random research did. So there's not really a need to go back. Versus a lot of the other mods that UG had, you know, did their own unique things and whatnot. So it's just one of those cases that, you know, UG had made that mod and then someone kind of like, that's the one thing they wanted to do, so semi-random research happened. That's my understanding. Oh, and so we can go here, begin conversion ritual. I'm going to do it to them. Yeah, because there's about a 30% chance of a negative outcome. So we're going to go and hope for a masterful on this one and instantly convert Rongor. If not, that's fine. We just keep working on Earth Rush. So Earth Rush will probably gain about 5%, 10% ground on us, versus if I were to just keep hitting him with the regular thing. Yeah, so if I would have done that to Earth Rush, we probably would have undone more than half of our progress. So that's the reason why I, you know, took the chance in the other one. Yeah, we got everyone up here just doing their psychic power maintenance. That's going to leech a lot of productivity time, which is going to hurt a lot of stuff. But at the same time... Oh, well, I guess we're getting to eat soon. That many sick alpaca. Okay, so let's go in here. Forget those. All the other clothes are in good shape, and I'm not here to try and get a bunch of money. We still have that monosword until we got a melee pawn. I will take your tiny little pile of pemmican that is very creepily exactly the amount of money. Oh, is that not literally the same group we saw before? Did you just, like, refresh it? Well, time for a lot of... Time for a lot of practice. Medical. Man, any of them that die, we just eat and that's fine. Okay. Oh, I forgot there was the one right in the middle there. Yeah, get rid of that one. That was because earlier our pen was just that big. I'll probably have to make it bigger still. A lot bigger still. This is honestly probably not a good map for what we're doing. We just grabbed it because it's like Harbor and Bay. I'm like, alright, I want to see that. But we're going to need a really big food supply to keep the animals fed. So I can see putting a second pen up here, and a third pen up there. Oh, weird, the bot double posted. Huh. Yeah, no, it's, like, obviously I don't mind the cannibalism comments because RimWorld, it is a mechanic. I did that because we had jokes around cannibalism following me to every game, and there was eventually a point I got pretty tired of it. The way I usually explain it is like, if you can think of that one friend in high school, they told him a your mom joke once, and it was genuinely funny. People had a good chuckle, they had a good laugh, and then that became their entire personality for the next 20 years of their life. That's kind of how that started getting where it, you know, just followed me everywhere. Yeah, no, I get that you were talking about using it for making chem fuel and whatnot. Also, though, with our ideology and all that, if I were to do that, ooh. Okay, geothermal's good, and we do have a geothermal vent right here. So for having our little base over there, I can put like a little box right there. Just pipe that power right on in there, and that'll be good. Other geothermals. So I got that one there. I've got this one over here is pretty usable. That one over there would be a mess. Where are the... Oh, and there's... Yeah, these ones over here would be... Yeah, these three up here would be hard to get to use. These two here are very usable. Like, ultimately, I can use that if we get to late game. I can just pipe the wire the whole way there. It's just a significant undertaking versus slap wire. And how are the alpaca doing? Decently so far. Alright. So we'll get the first room done and all that. But yeah, and also like using the people for power kind of thing without mods or anything. You do have to have your colony either needs to be totally fine with butchering people, which most ideologies won't be, or you need to have your colony mostly staffed by like psychopaths and, you know, other people who don't care about it either. So genuinely, if you're not kind of going out of your way to set up for that, then it's pretty bad. Water wheels are pretty okay. Is that a big river you can use the wheels on? In ocean now, so you can't use it in this. It's only flowing water. So literally the water wheel does me no good. The reason we have water wheel researched is I am using semi-random research, so I don't have control what it's choosing. So the fact that it gave me solar, water wheel, and geothermal without batteries, you know, that's not very useful without batteries. Windmill's not useful without batteries. The water wheel, if we were on a river, would be good, but we're not. So sometimes random research, and by sometimes I mean like pretty close to every time, will just absolutely troll you. Alright, so we're probably going to have to... Well, I mean, we are fishing with Earth Rush. So it is keeping the meals coming in. It is interesting, the idea of having our cook that literally just fishes and cooks. Honestly, that'd work really well for if we put the stove right here by using the heavy bridge. It would literally be just have a little shelf of fish there. Fishes, puts it on the shelf, cooks it, takes the meal to the freezer, fishes, puts on the shelf. Not the most efficient, but it means whenever Earth Rush isn't needed to cook, they can resupply. So it's kind of a supplement. Ultimately, we'd probably need more people fishing later on. What I need, though, is I need another crab to show up. Also, now I'm thinking about it, it'd be totally fine if the crabs went wild again. Because as long as I keep the breeding group on it, we can literally just have them trapped inside the little room and hunt the ones that go wild. Use batteries a lot for your first few bases, and then just stage Stone Age for light and heating, and cooking with wood until you had a constant power. Yeah, no, usually the way I approach power is with random research. Sometimes if I get battery, I'll accept using solar or whatever. Most of the time I end up waiting for geothermal, or I will instead use like the wood or the chem fuel thing, you know, if I get the tech unlocked. Primarily if we're doing grav ship stuff, because you can just land and knock down a forest to just keep everything fueled. Right, how are you doing? You're at about half, and you're maxed out. All our stuff's crafted, so I don't need to worry about that right now. And that's bio-coated, so we're just letting it rot. A lot of these out here, well, I mean, that one's not bio-coated. We just don't have enough storage for everything. Rongor here isn't too terribly far from aging up. And when they age up, we'll be able to have them help out with more. I do imagine whatever, like, if the crabs end up not working because of the tameness, we'll probably want to get an animal that does not give us wool or anything, so I don't have any maintenance to just let them breed. Because we are getting lots of alpaca wool, which is really good for money, but that is a time sink for our people who are our handlers. And ultimately, for the rancher, I'm going to need something low maintenance. But we're gonna get the crabs going. We're gonna see how far we can take it before things start to be a problem. Yeah, that's going really fast with just them maintaining. No scheduled meditation. Yeah, and all of them being sick is eating up our time yet again. But we're getting lots of animal skill, so that'll be good. All right. Okay, so geothermal will take a hot minute. And I could put down another research bench, but then that'll slow down the construction. So I'm kind of just accepting slower research right now. And one thing we can probably do is dumping stockpile right here for right now. Storage, clear, critical. Do not allow that. Corpses. Animal corpses. So basically, when we grab one of those, if we don't have the cook, we put it right there, so it's right outside where we're going to butcher and everything. We'll want to move all that up there later. That'll be honestly the trick, is when it comes to living back here, where I want to set up the animals and all that, to try and minimize pathing. One nice thing about the crabs is you can actually zone them, which again does mean I have to maintain their tameness, which is a bit of a mess. But that does mean, as far as like regular feeding of them, we can potentially just put them in large zones of stuff and just move them around as needed. The big issue I have is all this. Okay, so we got group attacking immediately. They're weirdly all piled on top of each other, which I don't love. Let's zip you all over here. Yeah, so there's 6 of them. And 5 of them are ranged. Okay, so that's the revolver person. There's literally all of you shooting at the one. Okay, we're not in a great position. It's cover to cover, even Steven. Which is not what I like. You really want to be in an advantageous position as best you can. Okay, we're fine though. Alright, so let's see what we got here. Creepy Breathe the Masochist, definitely not one. Okay, so you're beautiful and nothing else. This would alleviate a lot of problems because this person would be our dedicated planter, which means I get a kudo off of planting. Alright, so you capture that person. Do you have gear we care about? Sure. Strip them. Hold the jacket. Alright, so it's not the greatest. As far as our injuries go, you got pretty roughed up. So prisoner, start converting them. You'll want to strip them. Actually, don't bar stripping. They'll just have regular old clothing. Okay. Medical emergency on the prisoner. Yeah, so this isn't my favorite, because beautiful I actually see as a negative. Hunting a child. If you accept, you'll have to fight off pirates on their tail. The group of pirates consists of, honestly, a pretty respectable amount. I'm going to have to accept that soon, and we are already injured. And decently so. Let's look at that quest again. So here we'll join. They have a cooking skill of 3. They are an 11-year-old, so they're pretty close to being what RimWorld considers an adult. But they are going to be bringing on us, what? 6, 7, 9... 9 ranged pawns against us. I shouldn't accept it, and I know I shouldn't. But I'm probably going to. I'm going to give it a minute before we accept it, though. to try and give our people a little time to get a couple more hit points on their various injured spots. Because it really depends on what they show up equipment-wise. Schedule home zone everyone really quick. Alright, here's mistake making time. Okay, so heroes here. A lazy, careful shooter capable of construction. I mean, that's a bit of a mixed bag more than just straight up bad. Lazy's pretty awful. But, with all that said, the fact that they have a specialty in construction is at least workable. Oh, you put traps down? There's no time for that. The raid should be, like, immediately after them. I'm a little worried that... Okay, so raid is drop potting in down here. And they're going to besiege. So that might actually be good for us, the fact that they're going to besiege as opposed to straight up raid. Because depending on what they're packing, it could probably harass them. Yeah, so they got a couple of pretty ranged weapons. They got some decent flak among them, which I'm not loving. But what we can do is we can probably soften a bunch of them up. Could just orbital bombard them and be done with it. I don't think that's the right call, though. Okay. Keep it going. So good news is a lot of them are damaged. Heroes still on their way to get their gun. Oh, no, you're all shooting. Okay, so with that would be the best place to make a position at. Well, insta-kill on Cody. Yeah, that's no good. That's really no good. Where are you going? Well, so we gained a person and lost a person. That's not a great exchange. Because Cody got one tapped through the liver. It wasn't even one of her injured ones. It was just straight up got blasted through the liver, and that was that. And we gained a not so amazing pawn that does actually fit things we need done. So, pros and cons there. Versus Cody and Sentient Cookie covered the exact same use in the colony. Meanwhile, we need to rescue you. So you haul that back. You haul this back. A jogger who's incapable of cleaning and really high medical. You know what? This might work out. So you're rescuing, you're moving. We got a lot of injuries we got to deal with. Psychic Soothe. Patch people up as fast as you can. Prisoner, start converting them. Yeah, so it sucks that we lost Cody. Yeah, no, we did lose the Neuralink, but it is what it is. Yeah, they were yet another genie. Rongor, buddy. Go to bed. You got a hole in you. That's not great for your health long term. Tantrum, gonna smash things in your room because you're in pain. Oh, you were the one who's going to treat that injury. You're already treating people. Oh, right, Hero can actually doctor. Well, and we got our brand new colonist here. So, the very last Lardine. Okay, so we got multiple people on pretty big break risks. Because we did lose a colonist. Let's try and get over here real fast and go to Misk, Grave. You make the grave. It was saving you that cost us a colonist. Therefore, it will be you who does the work. And a funeral real fast. If we could have a good outcome here, that'd be really nice. I also noticed our food is in terrible shape. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So we are going to allow sewing our food again. Which I didn't really want to do. Actually, wait, I can probably get away without that, right? Don't allow sewing that again. Because we're about to get the alpaca up. Earth Rush will be able to fish in a moment. Berserk Teddy, because they're malnourished. Look. I really don't want to deal with your crap right now. Sentient Cookie? How strong is Teddy? Teddy's got a decent amount of combat ability. Okay. You three is a little dangerous. Do not fire at will. Go punch Teddy in the face. And you two just go do something else. If they're already in a lot of pain, there's a good chance it'll only take one punch to knock them. Okay, so no big issues there. That's good news. Okay. The big thing we need to do is get food happening. And all the people who would be dealing with the food are currently the ones downed. Did they drop any amazing weapons? No, the ones that had the good weapons looks like they got away. Because of course they did. That's fine. All right. So harvest those real fast. And you're angry because no conquest, intense pain, no cannibalism, all that garbage. We're working on converting you. It's taking entirely too long. All right. Meanwhile, with the animals here, though, we got a couple of them that are coming up to adulthood that we should butcher. As soon as Earth rushes back up, they'll get back to fishing. I just got to get a little bit more time out of it. Oh, don't let Ultra hear you say cannibalism and garbage. That's her whole shtick. That's a lot of people's entire personality in RimWorld. Not saying that's Ultra or anything. Ultra's fantastic. But yeah, now she's also doing naked brutality on a really rough tile and all that. And that's just the nature of the beast. You gotta get what food you can get. Now granted, when you know the game really well, I'm actually curious if I did a Grasslands naked brutality, how that would go. I don't think it'd be nearly as bad as what she's been going through, but that's because I know a lot of levers I can pull that she would kind of be unaware of. No, you can say it's her entire personality. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to plant this. Alright. I need you to get over your injuries. It's gonna take a while. Medical emergency on Mimi due to malnutrition. Please feed the prisoners. Alright. Crisis of belief on Mimi. That is actually quite convenient. Medical emergency on Mimi due to malnutrition. I literally just fed you. It's been precisely 30 seconds since I fed you. Is everyone already gone? Oh, the Shamblers had, like, no time on them. Okay, that's fine. And everyone's gonna get real hungry real soon. Or the alternative how we deal with this is a lot of you are bumping up your priority on hunting. Okay, orders, allow all. Sentient Cookie is doing Psi Focus. Rongor is sleeping. We got a couple more meals down there. That's good news. Oh, we were under a Psychic Soothe? Okay, and that was... Everyone was still pissy about... I mean, this one is because Earthrush ideology is just awful for us. Between the cannibalism, the raiding, and everything, and we're doing none of those things. So it's like -20 as a permanent status until we get that fixed. Alright. And how are you doing so far as your mood stuff with the animals? And you're upset that your wife died, which is valid. It looks like we no longer have a negative penalty from... Oh, it's probably because we lost one of the 3 people in our ideology. We are no longer getting the thing required for having enough here. Or having enough animals or whatever. Okay, so Rongor is trying to hunt. We don't need a lot of food to come in. Just a bit. Medical emergency on Mimi, because our only warden is injured and not wardening. They're about to be properly out of food. But the good news is Earthrush is back up, and they're going to start fishing and all that, which again will not solve our problem, but will mitigate it. And once you're back up, you'll be able to help as well. Sure, I don't care about that. Probably go over here and do this. So I'll get trace amounts of berries and all that in. Okay. Lardine is repairing everything. Well, what is your ideology? Why does it show that? Lardine's gonna have a rough time. That's all I gotta say. Animal personhood in this one. Masterwork alpaca face mask. Understood. Okay, so you're fully healed. That's good. That'll be dealing with the animals, being able to pull up stuff. Oh, don't go out of your way to harvest those early. I need you to do literally anything related to food as opposed to what you're doing right now. Okay. Slaughterer. That actually works out. Don't kill the crab. Because that'll be instant food on the table. Also dealing with the alpaca that we're going to need to deal with anyways. Well, we no longer have a male crab. It's fine. What's your thought on mountain bases? Those are fine. They're the more defensible bases. Anyone who gives you a big stink about it can mind their P's and Q's. I don't do a ton of mountain bases, but I definitely do some. Like, it kind of usually depends on what we're looking at doing. There's definitely times I'll go and I'll do a mountain base. Like, I'll do a lot of outdoor bases, and then every once in a while I'll be like, yeah, let's do a diggy hole base. Medical emergency, because you are not being fed. Why are you so against feeding the prisoners? Okay, we got you. I wanted to keep it to just you. Earthrush is going to have to step in and help with the wardening. There's a daze because you ate meat. That's fine. Alright, we're getting close to getting Earthrush converted. And you'd be the one growing, and you'd be upset about growing that. We do have fish up here. So what's going to need to happen is I need to bring in a little bit of wood to get the stove online, because then they'll be able to cook the fish. Okay. Because we're going to have a lot more alpaca coming in. Cargo pods. Okay, they gave me alpaca wool. That's not something I need. I'm starting to build up a decent amount of it. And it's worth a lot of money. So it'd be good if we had a trade caravan show up, because then we could dump a bunch of alpaca wool to trade for food, medicine, maybe a weapon, whatever. Whatever works in that moment. Alright, so we do have freed up beds, so stop using these. Alright. We're still trying to get construction done there. We have lost a lot of our ability to get that done with Cody going away. But on the other hand, now with Very Last Starting, we actually do have a dedicated pawn here to do construction. Unfortunately, they are lazy. Yeah. Selling organs is a good source of money. Yeah, to be fair, I actually discourage pursuing money. Like the alpaca, I'm not doing this for the wool for the cash. I'm using it for the wool for maintaining our clothing versus growing a bunch of cotton. Generally, one of the traps that a lot of people get themselves into in RimWorld is to be like, oh, I need to get a bunch of drugs to sell it so I can make money, or I need to harvest orchids so I can sell them so I can make money. But the thing is, the threats you face are based very heavily on the money in your colony, your value of your colony. And so it is a thing you got to be careful about, not growing your wealth faster than you can handle. And I do find a lot of people, especially when they're doing the memesy, like, human leather hats and organ harvesting, their wealth just explodes. And then they're like, why am I, like, I'm at 10 pawns, why am I suddenly being hit with, like, 80 people? And it's because your wealth is astronomical. Yeah, Lardine is going to be inconsolable with their ideology. It's also not just hoarding wealth, but rather investing into combat items and differences. Yes, you also need to do that, but it's also those things that you only get so many opportunities to trade for getting better weapons and all that. And so if you are getting wealth very quickly, you know, it might be 2, 3, 4 seasons before you see a caravan come in that can get you weapons. And if you're just up to your eyeballs in cash, it doesn't do you any good to have that money if you can't dump it on something. Hey, FG, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for FG Squared, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform, fellow member of the House Heat Frequency stream team, and plays a whole lot of RimWorld as well as other indie games and all that. Definitely someone to recommend. Been playing a lot of Story of Seasons Bazaar recently, which is a slice of life game, and all that. Just got home with the walkies? Heck yeah. We are desperately trying to get a crab shack going, and crabs seem to not want to live. But yeah, go ahead and check out FG, absolutely fantastic. We got our male stone crab, and we never had a female show up. And then eventually, as we're doing the conversion on our rancher to eating just animal, we had mood breaks after a bunch of our food got ruined and everything. And then we lost a colonist. You know, the good old RNG popped a liver in one hit, died. But if we do get these two people, it means I will have lost a colonist that was duplicating things I needed from one colonist to gain 3 colonists, which would be a great exchange. Now, granted, these ones aren't ours yet, so you never know when they're going to fight and, you know, just die and all that. Meanwhile, we're having the children help hunt and all that. Ooh, don't... Yeah, leave the porcupine alone. We don't need anyone getting quills and needing surgery to get rid of them. What I need is a trade caravan. That's what I need. Because we're getting a lot of alpaca wool. And we could dump all that. I also need more crabs to show up on the map so that we can tame them to start the crab shack part of the crab shack. Does it really help when you could stop being a hoarder and just dump stuff off the map and delete it when you're struggling with to turn wealth into more combat strength? Yeah, well, I mean, it used to be, I mean, still is. You'd have people like literally that see something like this and then just run up and Molotov that and get rid of it. If they're not going to use it, just burn it. A lot of people would have like a little spot tucked in a mound or tucked in a corner that they would haul all the things that they weren't going to use and then just Molotov it regularly. That's one of the reasons I don't play on the 500% naked brutality stuff anymore, is I didn't really like the whole I need to constantly keep destroying things because the game is going to punish me for them continuing to exist on my tile. It can be fun, but I would much rather be able to make a larger base and all that kind of stuff, and none of that's really a meaningful option on the very high difficulties. You just have to be so careful about your wealth. That's fine. Major break risk because your husband died. Oh, sorry, wife died. You can't console yourself, so you just gotta live with that for the next 2 seasons. Do not rearm that trap if anyone sets it off. Alright. And the alpaca are reproducing rapidly. Yep, and we don't, like, obviously I was answering your question and all that. You know, I don't need an announcement every single time the ads come up. It's obviously different if it's like, hey, you know, how do I whatever in RimWorld, and the ad drops right then. By all means, be like, hey man, I got caught in an ad, I'll have to catch you on the other side. But we don't need people announcing every time the ads come on. It gets weird after a while. You know, all content platforms, you're gonna have ads. It's the reality. If you didn't pay for it, you're paying for it somehow. Either selling your data or advertising to you. One or the other or both. At least Twitch, if you pay for like Twitch Turbo or Sub, you can get away with no ads. Versus a lot of the like streaming platforms like Netflix and that, they're doing the thing where you gotta drop like 20 bucks a month or 15 bucks a month, and then they still give you ads. Or you can pay like $25 a month to finally actually get rid of ads. But yeah, no, that's the thing. If you're on Twitch any regularly and you can afford the 12 bucks a month, I 100% recommend Twitch Turbo. Like, absolutely recommend it. And you'll have people be like, no, but that doesn't support creators. It does. Very genuinely. So, like, I don't get a kickback directly because people have Turbo. What happens is the ads you would have seen but don't because you have Twitch Turbo, I am compensated as if you did. Which I don't run any more than the minimum amount of ads to get rid of pre-rolls. But very, very genuinely, they do support. Sadistic Rage. So you're going to go beat up on the prisoners and lose that fight, most likely. You know what? I'm relatively okay with that outcome. But yeah, no, Twitch Turbo is great. Like I said, $12 a month. And see an ad like a year. Yeah, for those who don't know Twitch Turbo, I should probably explain it. So Twitch Turbo is a thing that you can get on Twitch. It's like $12 a month. It'll vary a little bit depending on your region and regional pricings and yada yada. But it's usually in the ballpark of about what 2 subs are. Straight up psychopath. Do I want to deal with what is even the quest? But it's about do you change how many ads people get? I do the minimum required to get rid of pre-rolls. Most creators do the minimum required to get rid of pre-rolls. There are some who go a little bit over that. But generally speaking, do I want to deal with this? I think no, actually. Because it's yet another pawn whose social is going to be awful. But yeah, so I run the minimum. Because you can choose pre-rolls or mid-rolls. You have to do 3 minutes of mid-rolls to disable pre-rolls. And unfortunately, the reality is, a lot of people, if they click on a stream and instantly get hit with an ad, they immediately click out. So the unfortunate reality is, while objectively speaking, you do get more ads by doing mid-rolls, the unfortunate reality is because of human behavior, it very, very much punishes your growth if you're running pre-rolls, because you just don't have a chance to get a lot of new viewers, because those new viewers, they click, they see the ad, they leave. You don't get a chance to convince them that you're worth putting up with an ad. But again, get Twitch Turbo. It's like $12 a month. It's nice and cheap. And it's effectively no ads on the platform. Technically, ads can still happen with Twitch Turbo, but I, as a creator, would have to be like, yes, I would like there to still be ads on my channel even when someone subbed. I don't know anyone on the platform who does that. But it is technically an option I have as a creator, is to be like, show the ads to the person who subbed anyways. Which seems like a pretty jerk thing. You saw that setting used on subs once and never subbed there again. Oh yeah. It's also, I very genuinely don't know. Oh, there's one more. Very genuinely, like, I don't know how that works from, like, the revenue side. Like, if you get compensated for the ad plus all that, which again, I don't, like, it wouldn't be worth it. I'm literally dealing with something. They all have great bows. Or all have bows. Stacking events. Let's see, an attacking immediately. Let's see if we can get into position in time. I think they're imped, so they'll probably beat me there. Berserk Mimi. You two just do your thing, I guess. Oh, they're gonna be entirely in their position first. And I don't have a good position to fight from over here yet. Okay, focus on these two that are flanking. Because I can't have cover from both sides. Alright, you got that one. Get the other one. Because we do that, then it's at least cover to cover. But actually, it's me having cover and those ones not having cover, or bad cover at least. Come on, knock him. Yeah, do you... What do you think is the best early game guns? Whatever you can get a hold of. Usually you're not going to be, like, crafting, oh, hey, I'm going to get an auto pistol, oh, hey, I'm going to get this. You're going to be very opportunistic. You are in honestly pretty sad shape. Okay, that's good. We're not going to chase him. Because they still have prisoners. And we still are struggling on the food front a little bit. There you go. So you're gonna take what you think. You think it's probably only corporate events that wanted that option? Mid-rolls, mid-games? Mid-rolls, mid-game? Yikes. Well, it's just one of those things that, like, you're on a channel running esports tournament, they let mid-rolls happen mid-game despite subbing. Absolutely not. Yeah, and I've heard there's been live events that I don't know if it's some negotiation they have with Twitch or how it comes to be. That I have heard of times where those will be the handful of ones that, Alright, well, Mimi here is getting to the point that I might not put the effort into saving them. Transport pod crash. Jogger very neurotic kind with no serious problems. They can just be someone who runs stuff. Wait, what was the age on that? Oh, 44, that's fine. You go rescue this person. I would like that person to join us. It's a medical emergency on Mimi, so apparently you're just not going to deal with that. Tending to Mimi. Because that losing a leg is pretty bad. With no prosthetic capabilities and all that for someone I haven't even gotten in there yet. Alright. What I need is a chance for our people to recover. Oh, we still have that Shambler down. Okay, the Shambler... Where is the Shambler? The Shambler must have timed out. Or I finished it before I repositioned, like, they fired the rounds off, I just didn't see it drop. It's definitely not still here. Because that was the bad thing, is we went from raid to Shambler to raid with, like, no recovery time in between, really. Get that corpse out of there so you don't complain too much. Alright, but that's okay. That just means we're using up all those raid points. A big part of that is all of these animals building up our wealth. Crisis of belief. You almost completely went back off of the ideology we're trying to get you going on. Yeah, very last Lord Dean here is not going to manage in this colony. Because we're a rancher colony and they're a animal rights person. So they're upset about us eating meat. We haven't conquested. We've slaughtered animals recently. We've killed innocent animals recently. We've slaughtered fish. I don't think I could honestly stack more negatives on one pawn that easily without going out of my way for it. And that's just existing in my colony. You need to be fed. Because if you lose your consciousness at all, that extreme blood loss is going to finish the job. Unfortunately, don't have food till things settle. Honestly, if they die at this stage, I don't care. That, them being on 2 peg legs now, just by the circumstance of what happened there. Crisis of belief. Okay, I mean, that actually works out. We want to convert that person anyways. And apparently, while they're in prison, Teddy here has been hitting on Mimi constantly the whole time. Alright, stop hunting the little ones. Start going after the bigger things. Royal Tribute Collector, we don't need to worry about that. Rongor, buddy, please don't stand at the big pile of corpses to hunt. You gotta shoot your shot. I guess it's like, hey man, I think we're gonna be here for a while. You interested? Something shared trauma. Hey, parsley trees! Thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you guys have a good stream. And hey, Wickhammer, it's good to see you as well. Can I get a shout out for parsley trees, by the way? But what were you playing tonight? All that stuff. I also understand if you got a raid and run, don't let me keep you. But obviously, I'd love to hear about what you got going on, all that stuff. But if we can get a shout out, that'd be great. Otherwise, I can get it here in a moment. Hello, people who invaded the stream. Yep. And thank you for all those files and all that stuff. Alright, Parsley Tree playing some Valheim. Excellent. I hope you had a good time with Valheim.
For subscribing for 37 months. Good to be back.
Hey, Wick. It's good to have you back. And also, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, was it? It was a tier 1, right? Why aren't you telling me? Tier 1 sub, I really do appreciate that. 37 months you've been subbed to channel. Oh, Paisley. Paisley not part... That makes more sense. My apologies. I was like, wow. Parsley is a really interesting choice for name. It's the... Oh, you're gonna drop right on top of me into the Empire people? Hey, deliberately pop that door and run through that door. It's okay. It's so common we have a Parsley emote. Excellent. Oh, Akuto is nuts. Just gonna get wrecked because of being broken and just standing in that room. I'm really hoping... We come around this way. Oh, that's not what you want. Everyone on that target. I'm playing on hard difficulty. Alright. Back raids. No time to recover. Drop pod this early on? Yeah, no, the problem is because we're rancher and have all these animals, if we were to look at our wealth, our wealth is already at almost 60,000. So that's the issue we got going on here, is like rancher, like this, it was something like 24 alpaca, and our colonists were upset that we did not have enough alpaca compared to our five people. Oh, hey, you, I actually want you to be alive. You don't care about. Rongor, just start hauling these corpses out of here, buddy. But yeah, so we're like weirdly just getting slammed with raids again and again and again. None of them are like huge raids or anything. It's not like, oh, 30 people showed up and just kicked our teeth in. It's just a whole lot of, hey, here's another 5. Here's another 5. Here's another 7. Here's another 5. Here's some shamblers that we're just not getting a chance to recover. Is this 500%? No. We're only on Strive to Survive. I just haven't done Rancher in forever. Just the wealth is really rough. Because even with these alpaca, granted, alpaca are not great food animals. We were using them for the purposes of clothing and trying to get our food set up. And not quite getting there. Could the children not fight, please? I already have enough fires to put out without you killing each other. Okay, so let's bury you. At least we could deal with that. Soundtrack always makes sure to play. Soundtrack's excellent. You are going to haul the corpse. I know you're trying to work on your learning, but honestly, right now, everything's on fire. And they're starving to death. Okay, well, everyone's not injured, but no one's moods are fine because everyone's got multiple levels of mood penalties and they're hungry. So we're gonna need to go into our alpaca. Right now, I'm gonna set that to 20 max, but I am gonna have to go out of my way to knock off at least one of these to deal with our food right away. Oh, that was our cook too. Well, congratulations. You get to be the cook again. Alright. Okay, working 6 times. Alright, you sleep well. Thank you, thank you for hanging out, Fox Lady and all that. Really do appreciate it. Did you actually... Okay. Can you feed the prisoner, please? Okay, some refugees. So we got a refugee. That's someone who can help out. So drop that for a moment. Let's get this refugee to work. And they're actually capable of wardening and all that. That'll help a lot. You could do construction. You can't do a lot of the things I really need you to do. So let's take you... Well, no. It's fine. Just chip in where you can, man. I'd also give you a priority on fishing. That actually might be exactly what we do. You just deal with them and fish. You just do your best. Because we're getting, like, so little progress on our prisoners, because the one... We've been having the problem the whole run, where Akudo here basically spends the whole run not able to get anything done. What was the start? Naked brutality. Get your nature running. No, you're not. You're hauling a corpse. But basically I have one pawn who's trying to carry everything because just the nature of how he started. OG pawn is still alive? Yes. Akudo is the OG pawn. But we are running with a thing of there, like, the construction pawn, and the growing pawn, and the animal husbandry pawn, and the cook, because people filling in other responsibilities, we've had a bad run of them suddenly dying. Because Lardine now is our brand new construction pawn, is unfortunately a lazy pawn. Transport pod crash. Okay. A jogger, tough, chemical interest, bisexual who is incapable of combat, has mining, construction, cooking, and crafting. Normally, I would give this a hard pass. But, at the moment, getting a cook would be really good. And I'm willing to give that a shot. Because right now, anything I can get off of Akudo's plate is going to save lives. From bi-curious to food-curious. They're just a curious person by nature. Okay, go haul that corpse out of here. Just corpses everywhere. Yeah, some good skills. You've taken passive pawns in the past to say, oh yeah, no, passive's not the big problem. Like, passive has certainly got its negatives. For me, I'm looking chemical interest is pretty annoying. The non-violence pretty annoying. And all that. Mining does me no good on this particular tile, not till we get the deep drills. So I'm looking at this basically for the cooking skill. Okay, so Veronica's not going to stay. I don't think they're worth going out of her way to try and keep them. New lovers between Teddy and me. Hey, you know what? Teddy kept shooting their shot in the prison and finally convinced Mimi, you know what? Maybe they should hang out. So now I need one of them to join so that, you know, we can argue that it should convince the other one to join as well. That's not mechanically how RimWorld works, but it would be nice. Alright, so you're still hunting and doing all that stuff. The alpaca are still doing what alpaca do. Crisis of belief on Teddy, who has now reverted back to their previous beliefs. Cool. We'll start that over again. Yeah, so the big things that have gotten me in trouble, the things I've absolutely done wrong in this run is, one, going for this dock was here to begin with. This room is the thing I've been working on. Going for that early on wasn't the right play. Okay, so Mimi is now converted. I needed to not be stubborn and just take one of the pawns who wasn't good at construction and then just assign them to do it anyways. I don't want to get rid of the last one there. So what I need you to do, you're cleaning, you are repairing. Don't do that. You are now high priority hunting. I know you hate it and I don't care. You're also going to get in on that as well. Medical emergency on Teddy due to extreme malnutrition. We got people running around doing their best to try and hunt as fast as they can. Feed Teddy real fast. Where'd Mimi go? Oh, did I accidentally choose release on Mimi instead of... That's fine. Mimi had been missing both her legs already. She showed up with a peg leg, and then she got in a fight with Teddy and lost her other leg. So, that's... Mimi was already one I had been basically being like, yeah, we probably won't take this. It's fine. This is the one that really mattered, was the plants, medical, and melee. That'd clean up so much off of Akuto's schedule. That'll also reduce our food burden. But I can't really remember Rancher very much. What, you take penalties eating plants? I don't think it's eating it. I gotta remember. I can't remember if you eating plants does a penalty. Planting plants that you eat, so like rice and that, just the sowing of them gives you a mood penalty. There was a bunch of things, as well as things that it escalates on what you can and can't get away with as things go farther and farther along. But that's the reasons like at this stage if I plant, I'm just pretty late. Need a certain amount of animals around or something? Yes. You also have to have a certain number of animals around, and it's based on like how many people you have. I'm just gonna have to eat the mood penalty and plant the rice. We're just not ready. Like, if we hadn't gone in all those fights, we would have been fine. But with the fight one after the other, just back to back to back, it just chipped away at us. Brand name thing? No, Cassandra. Cassandra can be surprisingly weird sometimes. Like, sometimes she's very consistent, and sometimes she just has the thing. And there's a whole logic behind it that she's following. It seems like there's certain events on a timer and certain events on their own timer that you could just have, like, weird things. No, I prefer Cassandra just because, streaming-wise, I've had way too many times with Randy that Randy just goes to sleep for a very long time. And you're like, Randy, I'm begging you, please do literally anything. you know, I'll go a whole stream and I'll have like 1 or 2 raids. It's like, Randy, buddy, pal. Like, you're gonna kill me because you're gonna finally throw a raid at me, and all of my people are gonna be inexperienced in combat because you never bothered to attack me until you finally decided it was time for me to die. Because that's kind of the big thing, is just all your combat skills atrophying for like 3 in-game years while Randy just takes a nap. You thought they fixed it with that new patch? I know they've improved it. I honestly can't answer because I've been playing Cassandra for a long time because of that, and I just didn't switch back to Randy after the update because I've been happy with Cassandra. Because she's very consistent. Like, she'll throw different threats at you, but at least the threats keep coming. Oh, we had a good bolt-action rifle? That's better than yours. Go get it. We got the surplus that's just chucked up there because ancient danger nonsense. Yeah, and we're gonna be in rough shape for a while, and that's because one of the colonists we had died was a friend to everyone and married. So you get the idea. We're gonna just eat that mood penalty of 30 or 28 or whatever it is for a while. That's on you. Yeah, so basically mood penalty of 27 for another couple of, another half a year or whatever. But so you don't stream RimWorld anymore, you usually play Chill Randy, yeah. Yeah, Randy random and Cassandra are predictable. Randy is random, Cassandra is predictable to an extent. Phoebe is, well, Phoebe. Yeah, Phoebe's whole gimmick is she's supposed to hit you less often but harder. But Phoebe can be downright nasty to you sometimes. Because she kind of falls in that same thing as just mentioning, where she can just leave you alone for a long time, and you're like kind of getting complacent with it. And you don't have a lot of time to build up a lot of melee skill and all that. Okay, cool. So we got very last Lardine converted. That's good news, because Lardine had a really awful ideology for what we got going on. So we're gonna keep the Rancher meme. I have a rule I set for myself that I'm only allowed to make 1 change per Reformation to kind of keep things relatively fine. What do I want to change? And I usually won't do cannibalism, organ harvesting, and that kind of meme. I'll go ahead and we'll put insects as loved. So if we get an infestation, that becomes a food source. We're not picky. If it was alive, it's food. And we have like a whole herd of gazelle to eat. That'll be good. Okay, so you're bringing in the fish slowly. Let's see, there's a mod that adds a in between. Yeah, that's Mortal Smurf. Oh, I forget the name of the storyteller. But yeah, that's Mortal Smurf's mod. You think loved insect meat means you won't like other meat though? I hadn't seen that before. No, I fully agree. Any time that there's an issue in the game, and that people say, oh, well, you could fix that with a mod, my answer is that's not acceptable answer. Like, it's one thing if it's a preference thing and there's a mod to do it, sure, fair enough. The game devs have their desire for what they want the game to be, and you have your own. But when it's like, this is something that's not working, this is a really big pain point, whatever, then it's like, yeah, you should just fix that. And mod authors will usually be ahead because they don't have to worry about a whole bunch of other stuff going on. They could just slam whatever they want in and call it a day. Versus when you're actually doing like the development on the game, you have to think of like holistically the balance of the game and everything else. Well, that's going to be a real rough one, because that's our cook, our butcher, our growing person, our construction. Well, not construction. To be fair, you're not construction anymore. But you get the idea. They're the ones doing just about all the other stuff, and they just had a mood break. Oh, bulk trade's good. This might actually be our saving grace right now, because I am sitting on a giant mountain of alpaca wool, and I can trade for whatever food. Yeah, advanced storyteller. Oh, yeah, it was the Ask Storyteller. That's right. It's an acronym. Yeah, yeah. I remember that one. That's like I said, it's Mortal Smurf makes that one. All right. So, give me the chocolate. Of course, you have to have crap for food. Take all these shreds of leather. Take the wake up. Take the dryad seed. Cool. You could take that. Take the poor thing there. Take the worn clothing. That sucks. Well, give me the monitor lizard meat and the husky meat. Because we're hungry. Heck, even give me the vulture eggs. Take the alpaca wool. Growth moment on Rongor. Okay, so we have Quick Sleeper, which is good, Sanguine, which is good, Kind, which is good, Body Modder, which can be good. Honestly, that's really good. Sanguine is a really good, like, for me, it's between Sanguine and Quick Sleeper. Both have really, 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 really good use case. Because Quick Sleeper, you can keep him doing stuff a lot faster. Sanguine, honestly, probably for what we're dealing with, let's get Sanguine in here. Now, the question is, so Very Last Sardine took over construction. Melee is going to be one of them. Because I need a melee pawn, and they're already tough, so that's a good combination. We can add plants in there. Plants will be a really good one. We're going to go with that. Alright, Rongor, you're about to get a very different life. Okay. So Rongor here can now craft, and they can grow stuff. So they're going to get to doing that. That should help out tremendously around here. Because now it won't be all on Akudo to do everything. Which is something we've really needed. Meanwhile, I need you to take 2 seconds and haul that meat out of the water. Now I didn't for this scenario, but you realize that Body Modder does crazy stuff for pawn opinions too? Yes. The Body Purist and Body Martyr tend to not go great together at all. Cool, we got food poisoning. Love to see it. Okay, so now we should start taking the penalties and all that again. Yeah, those 2 deaths are really, really hurting us bad. Yeah, so all those will take a little while to fall off. And I guess because instead of a bunch of adults, we got a bunch of kids, it is treating it as if we have enough alpaca. Oh, would you look at Rongor go. Been a long time coming, someone able to help with that. Let's see, Body Martyr, I asked for this, plus 10. Body Pierce, I asked the opposite of this, minus 30. Yep. Now the question is, would Body Martyr be satisfied with a wooden peg leg? In RimWorld, yes. If you do stuff like put on wooden peg legs, that kind of thing, you will get the mood bonus for having body modded. The implication is that basically Body Modder sees, like, just your normal body as bad, negative, whatever you want to go with for your terminology. So any change is an improvement. They just want to be different. Now, Sentient Cookie is helping with the handling. That's actually perfectly fine by me. So they're Mechanicus, basically. Alright. It's interesting that you're prioritizing cutting down... Oh, because they're harvested ready. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. That makes sense. You got food poisoning. Cool. Distress signal. That should be us making the distress signal, if I'm being honest. Because we stopped sowing that very early on. Yeah, so you're nature running. Thankfully. Let's see, the least costly body mod would probably be a denture, right? That's not so bad. Yeah, like peg leg, denture, wooden hand. There's a bunch you could do pretty cheaply. Usually, it's worth just eating the mood penalty until you have a reason to body mod people. I shouldn't say reason, you have access to something to body mod people. Okay, so I need you to start cooking. Okay, and what were you bringing to the table? Right. You were going to be probably a dedicated hauling cleaning person. And you were also going to be plants, which is fine. Because Rongor's still growing up. There's a likelihood they'll get more passions. So we can go ahead and just, you know, it's good, especially, honestly, with this, we'll probably end up needing a lot of plants people. I need you to not do that and instead harvest that horse. Because our colony could quite literally eat a horse right now. Why do you leave the alpaca wool in the door, Cookie? Letting all the alpaca out. Okay, so we could probably reduce the priority on the hunting for a little bit. So let's let Cookie get back to crafting and all that. We'll leave you at 3 on that one. You don't need to be on construction anymore. You... Okay, well, I was about to say you are... person. Alright, so the good news is they're way out all by themselves. All the way over there. Without a weapon. And I have weapons. And a lot of range. So we get to watch a person who has wake-up addiction. And mild... I did that to myself. Okay. So it's there. So we want to get you here. Shoot that. Forget him. Oh, I needed you to take way more damage than that. Okay. Stun with psychic sensitivity. Okay, I was right about to start running, being like, okay. So that wound up working up. I was not expecting the Mega Sloth to immediately turn and run into the line of fire. It worked out okay. And even better than that, it means we're going to get a big ol' Mega Sloth for dinner. Okay, there's going to be a lot of meat to cook. Now, it's not going to be a long-term solution, because all those meals are going to go bad at the same time. Alright. Yeah, so we also want to go to you and deprioritize hunting on you. Same there. Okay, so you're out of here. That's fine. Kind of wish I was paying closer attention. I would have grabbed them. It's fine. So Teddy's the one we need to get in here. How are you doing? You're about to be able to do conversion again. We have just Rongor, and then everyone's on the same ideology. So we're definitely in much worse shape than we were a little while ago. Where we had five colonists, one who was a kid. And things were looking encouraging and promising and not awful. Those are good times. But weirdly enough, for all that said, we are actually in a much better position so far as distribution of skills. because I've got one person who can construct, I've got a person who can craft, I've got a person who can grow, and I've got a person who we can pretend can cook. And these are all different people. So it's not this person trying to do all of it. We got our crafter researcher, we've got our grower who can also craft, we got our construction person as well. And then you, I think we were looking at potentially having you do plants. And you're going to be our melee pawn. Watch, we're going to switch from having no melee pawns to having like 3 and 2 people with guns. We'll figure it out. That said, we actually do have a mono sword sitting in here, ready and waiting for a melee pawn to take it up. But all my pawns are poorly suited for melee. Masterwork plain leather pants. Cool. Alright, so the good news, these mood penalties are going to start falling off. And now that very last Lardine's freed up, we should be able to get that finally done. Gazelle has chosen death. Let's actually approach it like this. Gazelle, if anyone tames again, just immediately consume it. We still have assigned it? No, we haven't been able to get a hold of a melee pawn. Like, a lot of times I'll fill someone in just to do it, but the only ones who have had anything going for it are children, which means they have lower life, and so they die super easy. But we keep getting genies, and genies are not someone you want to put in melee if you can help it. Just cancel that one. Let it lay on the ground. But that is the nature of naked brutality. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Especially this one. We were in the middle of trying to get them recruited, and they had a mood penalty and completed for it. Right now, we're going to run to the problem here that this is going to get dealt with. This is going to be a problem. And I put too many people on this, and I knew it, but getting the psychic powers could be fun. I don't usually go for them. And now I'm getting punished because just them maintaining their psychic abilities is also cutting in. It's the thing where it kind of just death by 1,000 cuts, where you just keep losing a little bit of your efficiency here again and again and again. Okay, and after that, haul that corpse out of there so you don't get mood penalties when it starts rotting. And there's all that meat starting to rot because all those animals happen at the same time. Could you... It's fine. Do seals fight back if we kill them? No. They're on the menu. As of the boar, we have not seen another crab yet. We're gonna get this room done, all that. That'd be like setting a frail glass vase in. Yeah, that's the reason we've been doing without. Now, granted, we got lucky. We got a ton of bolt actions very early. So at least we were set up decently enough for kiting. It's just, between Impid's able to run faster than us and people popping go juice and all that, it's been kind of pop down the 1 or 2, and then you just gotta stand and fight, because running from someone on go juice when you are not on go juice is a pretty rough proposition. Can you build the roof over that? I just realized there's a hole in the roof. They never did bother repairing it. And that's because of, we had that drop pod raid. We don't really have anyone cleaning, which is a problem. Isn't that a hole in the roof? There's a roof surrounding that. There's a roof surrounding a hole? Yep. Keep seeing that message. It keeps just annoying me. They're a kid. They gotta figure it out. They should be... Okay, so those are almost falling off. And then we'll be good. Your learning's up there. Rongor's getting there. We need to keep converting Rongor. We'll get you on with the same one. Teddy's coming along. Alright, so one more conversation should have Teddy converted. And then we can go back to recruiting. And at least then we'll have some type of balanced makeup. The one worry I've got here is we're not getting anything planted because we're harvesting it all. And that's because right now, Rongor is our only person growing, and as a child, they only part-time do work. And they're playing catch-up on harvesting all the stuff that was planted way before. Alright, tree linking. Sure. So the only two who can do this is our main colonist and Sentient Cookie, who already has the link. So we're going to go ahead and slap that on there. Get potentially a new ability, because we get some of the things where we, like, joy fuzz people. That would help a lot. The inspired recruitment, or not inspired, the recruitment thing where you can just kind of, like, psychically recruit them kind of thing to break down their will or whatever would be a really good one. There's plenty of combat ones that would be potentially good. Okay, so at least that's going to be a -7 dropping off of you. Alright, so what did you gain? You gained Word Joy. Word Joy sent you Cookie immediately. Now the downside is that is going to be that character spending way more time at the tree. Now there's a pro and a con with the Word Joy. If we look at that, it does slightly reduce their consciousness. And that does penalize all of their stuff a little bit, which is pretty rough. But we're right now, Cookie's been pretty hard to manage their moods just because their friend died and we don't have the barracks made and all those things I normally should have had done very early on, that because I've been doing this this nonsense. Like we're in year 2, I don't have a proper barracks. That's how bad that's been. And that's a big part because I haven't been able to dedicate people to cutting down the wood and then people to construction because naked brutality nonsense. And then all the time I'm losing to the alpaca. Okay. I didn't realize. So this one being hypersensitive does mean that we are losing our psychic sensitivity faster. I was unaware of that because I don't do a lot with the psychic powers most of the time. Where are you trying to take a lesson from? You're just standing there by yourself. Damage transporter. You're willing to give me honor, medicine, goodwill. I'll choose yes in that. I don't really care. We're just gonna let it do its thing. Crisis of belief. That's literally, he's just rotating between the ideologies because I get him right to the point of converting. And then he has a mood break. And then changes his ideology. That's the 3rd time. Lardine, buddy. I need you to come home. We're right about to have a raid show up here, and I need you to not be by yourself. Alright, so that's one we can actually chip into without too much risk. Okay, try not to shoot past him. That was literally 3 shots from my people that hit him instead of other enemies. Oh wait, never mind. That solves that problem. Okay, so this would be the point where you could strip that and someone would get a full suit of cataphract, which would be real nice at this stage. But we would immediately be enemies of the Empire, and we are not in a position for that fight. Okay, don't care about your junk. Alright, so what are we bringing to the table? Steadfast, neurotic teetotaler who's incapable of dumb labor. This person would have to be a researcher. I don't think we want them. And an optimist gourmand. No. The answer is just no. There's not a second part to that statement. The answer is no. We got a bunch of free food delivered. You can take that apart. Actually, don't take it apart yet. I don't have the use of the materials. Oh, there's 2 of you down there. My bad. A sanguine nudist who's got really solid combat skills and ambrosia addiction that I don't really want to deal with. Who can cook. Try it. Who is the one I want? McGuire. Izod McGuire. Alright, medical emergency. And we got a little glitter. And some other goodies. So you're tending to people. Oh, schedule, unrestrict. Alright, so we'll get you all patched up. You got a peg leg. We're gonna keep converting. Because we basically need numbers of just anyone who's not gonna be a bad time, which is the reason why when we saw the dirt mole here who was a gourmand optimist is like, no, sorry, nah, gourmand's pretty rough. It's not that I'll never take a gourmand, you gotta be bringing something to the table for me to put up with it. Versus nudist, not super helpful. But the mood penalty I get for nudist, sanguine completely overrides it, which means I'm basically getting a strong combat pawn with cooking. So that'll be really good, because that'll give me a dedicated cook, like a proper dedicated cook. Now, with that said, chat, it is getting to be about that time that I need to be starting to wind down for the night and all that good stuff, but thank you so much for tuning in. If you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop yourself a follow, that way you can find your way here back in the future. With all that said, if you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly for all of you because I don't have a host ready over there. So don't forget to like and subscribe over on the YouTube side. But everyone over here on Twitch, I'm gonna go ahead and put up my ending stream screen. And thanks so much for that follow, by the way. See who